Chapter 501. Winner, Fatty avoided the Emperor's gaze. Father, didn't you say to do it right the first time or don't do it at all? Yes, the Emperor dulled. It was wonderful news that his son had surpassed him, but for the situation to devolve to this state had him forlorn. Among his sons, he knew them all inside and out, except Fatty. Not because he was blinded with fatherly love, but because the kid kept everything too close to the chest for years and years. There was nothing the Emperor could pick on to even make a rough sketch. Crown Prince's greed and hypocrisy, second son's impulsiveness, all were easy targets for his ploy. Only his youngest son never left anything out, until the very last moment. The Emperor would welcome his first two sons' attacks with open arms, having contingencies in place of course. While his third son's move would come out of the blue for sure. You knew about the Crown Prince's poisoning trick? The Emperor sighed. Fatty nodded. I had planted someone in his circle, but didn't the Imperial Father know about it as well? With your cautious nature, the only way to get poisoned is if you let it happen by choice. What? Crown Prince and Yongning were shocked. The Emperor gave a bitter nod. I did know, but I was even more aware of how my body is waning one excruciating day after another. I realized that using Crown Prince's crimes today will be much better for paving your future. Crown Prince choked. Imperial Father, am I not your son? Why are you using me for him? It's not using you, but simply guiding you. What happened today is because of your greedy nature. The Emperor snickered. You reap all you've sown. A saint is void of desire, though that is easier said than done. Fatty bowed. I shall take it to mind. No, it is I who should. The Emperor said. The last topic was to give the Crown Prince one last chance. He just had to give me a proper response, and I wouldn't have drank the poison. Would you have made the same choice, Kungur? Fatty replied. Success is built on the bones of others. No, I would not. I knew I made the right choice. Always strike true or never strike at all. Even if it is your kin that stops you, you shall crush them with the same impunity like anyone else. That's what makes you a ruler, the Emperor praised. Crown Prince was bleeding inside. Princess Yongning watched it all with sightless eyes before all coming back to her, and she raved. You're insane. Everyone's insane. She ran away in tears and bumped into someone's wide chest. As she moved past, the man grabbed her. It's been so long, Princess, but your feisty nature hasn't changed a bit. The Imperial family frowned at the familiar tone. Yongning raised her cute face, and welcoming her was Zhuo Fan's trademark evil smile. Zhuo Fan? Yongning jumped in his arms, crying for her life. The best steward beneath heaven froze there with a dumb look. Yun Shuang at his side was annoyed for some unknown reason, pulling at Yongning's clothes gently but firmly. Yongning, what's wrong? Yongning just hugged tighter and cried harder. The four tigers of Tianyu's mouth twitched. What's with Marshall always getting the girls? We're no less cooler than him. Just because his martial title has the cool character inside, does that mean he's the catch? Luo Yunhai held his head high and rolled his eyes. At least my jealous sister isn't here to blow out. Only the elders took it in stride with a vague smile. Steward Zhuo's a real Casanova, too much in fact, he. With the sobbing princess, Zhuo Fan was so lost that he had no idea what to do with his hands. Sighing, he knocked her out with a precise blow to the neck. His entourage froze stiff. Steward Zhuo, what are you doing? Lai Jingshan asked. Zhuo Fan handed Yongning over to the dumbstruck Yun Shuang with a shrug. She's just too distraught. This is the only way to cool her down. The hell, everyone sported dark faces. Steward Zhuo is just too crude. One should treat the fairer sex with compassion. That goes double for the princess. Not rough him up like you, sir. The four tigers of Tianyu cried dry tears. Why is it that a boorish brute gets the girls while we the handsome four get nada? Star reader. The character for handsome and cool can also mean general/commander. Yun Shuang took away her dear sister, but made sure to bore a hole into Zhuo Fan with her eyes. Though for some unknown and mystical reason, she didn't hate him for it. In fact, she was perkier. At least Zhuo Fan has no feelings for her. The scared, witless servants woke up at Zhuo Fan's call and took her away while he strutted into the hall. The mastermind, Tianyu's emperor, soon came into sight. Time to end this. The emperor watched them come in with a stunned look. "I've lost completely." Fatty watched Zhuo Fan with a deep look. "Ha ha ha, your majesty, we meet again." Zhuo Fan saw the dark-faced emperor, poisoned obviously, and laughed. "What's this, a family squabble?" PFF, the men behind him, chuckled. "If this is a squabble, then why are there bodies around?" "I dare not think what a power play would be like." Ignoring his biting words, the emperor said, "Your arrival means Chuoba Taishan's defeat. My divine dragons and shadow guard won't be returning either, right? Bingo, I, for one, never leave loose ends." Zhuo Fan chuckled. The truth hurt no matter how much the emperor foresaw it. All he could do was lament. He took a long time to say, "Zhuo Fan, I know all about you and Luo clan. You didn't have the power to succeed, so how?" "Ha ha ha, it goes on to show, in fact, that you know next to nothing about me." Zhuo Fan looked behind him at his men, and they laughed too. Luo clan had been going about just as the emperor wanted, powerless to resist. Then Zhuo Fan spent mere days in building a 100,000-strong army of war puppets against Chuoba Taishan's millions, while letting loose impermanence 5 on the beast-taming sect's elders. Just these 2 aces alone had flipped the tables. Neither of them was a scenario the emperor could predict, no matter how much he brainstormed. Or that Zhuo Fan was with the demon-scheming sect. That last one would have helped the emperor come to a totally different plan. In fact, it would have made him throw his plan out the window for that matter. But through ignorance he planned it all, directed it all, and then lost it all. Zhuo Fan's men knew everything, of course, and laughed it out like winners. Lacking the details, but knowing the ending, told the emperor that Zhuo Fan had done something monumental to turn it around. And these were all steps Zhuo Fan took after knowing the board and its players. The emperor sighed. "You had it all figured out right from the start, even my deal with Quanrong, and made plans. Few people were in on it, and they were my most trusted aides. How did you know?" Zhuo Fan put on a sadistic smile, pointing at Yun Shuang. "Just like your majesty, when in doubt ask the high priest. Miss Xuenger is the help Yun Xuanji personally offered me, and with a little help from my fate-breaker self, I got to exploit everything, ha ha ha." Yun Shuang blushed, her mind going to a certain event. Chapter 502, Glorified. Parrish's eyes can only see fate's direction, not the details. I am fully aware of their shortcomings, and there's no way the stars would have revealed about me and Quanrong having a deal. The emperor eyed Yun Shuang but shook his head. Zhuo Fan nodded. "Right, Xuenger couldn't tell the facts, only whose fate went up, went down, went bust, or struck gold, which was more than enough." Zhuo Fan grinned. The moment the Quanrong delegation entered the imperial capital, they were at the top of their game since they came for their share. Regent Estate and Zhuge Changfeng's readings showed growth as well, which was reasonable as well. It may be from being in cahoots with Quanrong or Quanrong's movement serving their purpose. And then there was the Luo clan's prediction, looking mighty flat, if I may say. Quite fair, since Quanrong didn't come for us, but to give this cesspool a good whirl. And with Luo clan's shaky foundation, it affected us quite a bit. Although, Zhuo Fan turned his creepy smile over to the emperor. "How come your majesty's fate spiked the moment Quanrong were here higher than the other 4 even?" This made no sense. Quanrong and Tianyu are enemies. How can the first's arrival boost your majesty's fate? I'd never considered your shady deal, your majesty, since it was downright taboo. The slighted slip-up will have everyone in on it, and your power will be revoked. I had Xuenger watch the fates many times over to confirm it. By eliminating all rational possibilities, you arrive at the answer, no matter how improbable it is. Your majesty, you just turned your back on everyone, making shady deals with Quanrong. That's when all my planning started, and I had the elders dig a bunker to prepare to fight off Quanrong's attack. Zhuo Fan trailed off. The emperor sighed. "You're very smart. With Holy Maiden's help, this is the result." "No need to patronize me, your majesty is the true genius here, even though dogmatic, driving everyone away. Yun Xuanji, Dugu Zhanshan, Zhuge Changfeng, the list goes on." Zhuo Fan chuckled. Yun Shuang froze. "Why you mean grandfather? Xuenger, I know old Yun's death has been torturing you." I said I'll get you revenge, but back then wasn't the right timing. Now I present you with the murderer for you to take revenge yourself." Zhuo Fan continued, "Isn't that right, Your Majesty? You had Yun Xuanji killed." "What?" Yun Shuang watched the listless man with red eyes. "You." The emperor nodded. "High Priest was a valued minister for our nation and me. I had confided in him many times, giving him too much information. He found out about my plan and worked against it, even relying on Zhuo Fan, a betrayal that couldn't go unanswered. Yun clan works for the betterment of this world. At the founding of our empire, the ancestors must have thought of the people as well. But Your Majesty acted for his own selfish reasons, even bringing enemies into our lands, letting Quanrong trample Tianyu's people. Sir Yun Xuanji would not stand for it. His only choice was to appeal to me in changing this future." Zhuo Fan sighed, "With fate and luck, I fought back the tough Quanrong army." The emperor let out a self-deprecating smile. His strongest ace had been thwarted. It went to show that heavens continued to look after its people. Yun Shuang's eyes burned, her fist tight, her anger spiking. Du Feng bowed. "Miss Xuenger, you are not the only ones with a grievance against the emperor. I myself have some questions." "Once it all comes to light, Miss Xuenger is free to end it." Yun Shuang nodded, bottling that raging torrent. Du Feng began. "Your Majesty, how did the Quanrong's millions of soldiers just crossed over practically overnight and ambushed us? There's no way you could have hidden this from the Dugu army." "Ha ha ha, even old Zhuge Changfeng could only sneak in 100,000 at most. There was no way for me to do it, not without catching two pillars' attention." The emperor turned. "Zhuo Fan, you're smart. Can you answer it?" Zhuo Fan squinted but laughed. "National elemental stones." The emperor's eyes bugged out. Du Feng was stunned. "The national elemental stones used in the esoteric debate." "The very same. National elemental stones are the best in moving troops and are under everyone's sight. Your Majesty used the esoteric debate as a cover to get them out of the imperial palace. And while in Beast King Mountain, I met a certain Quanrong lass. They had to have been there to get the keys. And when esoteric debate ended, everyone would focus on the 7 noble houses while they slipped in, laying in wait." Zhuo Fan's explanation was like he was there. He turned towards the ever-silent Fang Qiyubai. "Sir Fang, you were in charge of these matters and should have been aware, right?" Fang Qiyubai nodded. "Correct." "Ha ha ha, I had underestimated you, Zhuo Fan. I see now why I lost it all. You knew everything." The emperor laughed with tears. "Yet you were never worried as you tangled with the regent estate that I would set my sights on Windgaze City. Not one bit. Your Majesty had planned on using outsiders when the Civil War was over, not a day sooner." Zhuo Fan was cocky. "Quanrong was Your Majesty's biggest ace, and their delegation's location was the first place to strike. While you always egged Regent Estate and Luo clans war on, sending Dugu army, Divine Dragons and Shadow King over to take our heads, it was all a cover. Your one true aim was to remove Dugu Zhanshan and Zhuge Changfeng, your greatest ministers. Once the court was nice and clean, you'd start the campaign on the weakened Luo clan. Easy pickings for the mighty Quanrong army." The emperor stared at him. "Then why didn't I move Dugu Zhanshan to kill you all and settle this once and for all? Your Majesty knew Marshal Dugu best. He was loyal to a fault. He would have never agreed with your deal with Quanrong. You feared his revolt, so after Zhuge Changfeng was out of the picture, before the news got out, you eliminated the Dugu army. You figured, by that time, the Luo clan was but a handful of experts and overlooked us thinking we'd be no trouble at all." Zhuo Fan sighed. "Yet it was us who came out on top in the end, with none the wiser." The emperor had a dull look, taking time to come up with a reply. "Steward Zhuo is godlike. My defeat is justified. Giving the throne to Steward Zhuo will be for a brighter future." Everyone was shocked, Fatty and Crown Prince included. With Zhuo Fan's shrewd nature and strong arm, no one in Tianyu could contend with his hegemony. The two's hearts were in their throat, waiting for the answer. Zhuo Fan shook his head. "Your Majesty, this might be late to say, but I borrowed demon scheming sect's men and owe them a big favor. I need to report to them in a few days." I can't be the emperor, not when I'll be returning God knows when. Demon scheming sect knows about this. That's great, ha ha ha. The emperor perked up. Kungur, be very careful to not reach for more than you can grab when you are on the throne. You need to show gratitude whenever you're called your majesty. Zhuo Fan praised. Your majesty sure is shrewd. Fine, since I and Fatty had a deal, he can walk up there. Hold it. The crown prince was flustered, offering his full service to the great Zhuo Fan. Steward Zhuo, since Sir can't take the throne and has no intention of letting others take it, why not support me? I vow to do all your bidding. You will be the retired emperor? Zhuo Fan was the supreme winner here, with the title of emperor being at his discretion. And from Luo clan's stance, Crown Prince figured that no one else wanted the job. So he rushed to grab that big, thick leg. Glancing over, Zhuo Fan mocked. You think it's that great fighting over a glorified empty chair? Sure is, totally. Get me on it and I'll do anything. Crown Prince bobbed his head. All he got were looks of contempt. Chapter 503. Assimilation. Cough tilde with a violent coughing, Emperor spat dark blood. His voice was faint. Zhuo Fan, you're a smart man and know that even when choosing a puppet, it has to have some value. Crown Prince is narrow-minded. It's only a matter of time before he slips and throws everything into chaos. Ha ha ha, Zhuo Fan pondered. Crown Prince looked at the Emperor like he wanted to choke the dying old man. For God's sake, am I your son or what? I get that you won't give me the throne, but can you at least stay out of this when it's not your call who the next emperor is? Stop kicking. Just what did I ever do to you that you won't even let me be a puppet? Crown Prince blamed his fate to the point of crying. The Emperor grinned. Crown Prince, it's not that I hate you. It's just that you'll fail at the job. At best, you'd have been a muddled emperor. But now, with the situation calling for a puppet, one needs extreme caution. The slightest impulse might very well be the end of you and clan. What end? Is that how useless you think I am, old man? Crown Prince had had enough of his mockery and went to the dying emperor to shake him in tears. Why doesn't Imperial Father ever believe that I can be a good emperor? The emperor's only reaction was to smile as his spoiled son spit like a dummy. Even as his life ebbed away, his smile never lost its brilliance. Imperial Father? Fatty shouted with a trembling lip. Crown Prince watched the familiar face, feeling a sudden sense of loss. He was ready for the Emperor's death when he poisoned his father, yet experiencing it proved to be painful nonetheless. Zhuo Fan watched it all with a cold eye. Fatty, you should handle your family's matters. In 2 days, you'll sit on the throne. The others gave the passing Emperor one last look before following Zhuo Fan out. Crown Prince slumped to the ground, a mess of disappointment inside. Why was the Imperial Father like that? Zhuo Fan was the same. Why did they choose you? Wiping the tears, Fatty's gaze hardened. Master, for Crown Prince's heinous crimes against our nation, patricide and regicide, seize him. Understood? Fang Kyubai pointed and sword energy entered Crown Prince, knocking him out. Fatty still held on to his father's body, his eyes swimming in tears. As Zhuo Fan exited the palace, Lai Jingshan asked, Steward Zhuo, was the Emperor certain, even on his deathbed, that we'd be helping the Yuan clan ascend the throne, even as a puppet? Of course. This empire has 3 sects behind it. Zhuo Fan huffed. And to keep them at its back, the empire has to keep handing over resources. Kicking Yuan clan off the throne for someone else will bring about unrest, be it willing or not, affecting the tribute to the sects. To keep Tianyu at peace, they must have the Yuan clan on display. But what the emperor did was against the 3 sects' bottom line. From the Quanrong's confessions, the emperor would cede 1/10 of the lands, the one with the most spirit minds. It's the same as cutting at the empire's 3 guardian sects' interests. The 3 sects have lost all trust in the Yuan clan. They will find another party to be the true emperor while it remains a pawn. That's where we come in. Lai Jingshan smiled. Does that mean the Luo clan will be the true emperor of Tianyu and will control the lands? Of course. I turned the war to fight back the invaders into quite the buzz, adding to our fame. There's no one else like us in Tianyu. Becoming rulers is justified. The key is to take control of everything the imperial family had: spirit mines, military, commerce, and so on. With all of that in our grasp, we won't even need figureheads in court. Zhuo Fan instructed. The Luo clan bobbed their heads in glee. He, from this day on, the empire is ours. There's also the task of reorganizing the Dugu army as our private army. It will be led by the 4 tigers of Tianyu, their generals. Zhuo Fan turned to the grieving tigers and Yun Shuang. What's wrong with you? Yun Shuang sighed. When Godfather died, I vowed to take revenge. Now that all the enemies are gone, I have lost all the drive to hate and feel morose. The emperor is a sad man, giving his life for the imperial family, only for all his efforts to be in vain. Yeah, Dugu army vowed loyalty to his majesty as well. Who'd have thought we'd be betrayed yet fought in his name? Ha ha ha, a cruel irony. Dugu army sighed. The other tigers echoed his sentiment. Zhuo Fan said, nitpicking bunch, enemies are enemies and friends are friends. If your enemy lives on, are you content to watch your friends die? Nothing but a load of brainless fools. Zhuo Fan flicked his hand and left. You go on, I have things to do. And was gone. Yun Shuang and the tigers cocked their heads. True, anyone would sympathize with the emperor's cruel fate, but he was still an enemy. Recalling how he had their godfather killed had them gnash their teeth in hatred. The 5 saw Zhuo Fan with more esteem. Zhuo Fan is a wise man, his gaze always seeing the truth. Letting enemies roam free will get our friends killed. It will bring us more pain. Zhuo Fan turned to a dark building where a man was waiting for him inside with a bow. Steward Zhuo, allow me to congratulate you on your complete victory in grasping this nation and becoming its true ruler. The youth in gray robes paid his respects. Zhuo Fan smiled. I'll have to congratulate Brother Yuming as well for figuring it out and choosing my very glorious bridge for your far sight. Your future is limitless, ha ha ha. Oh, you're too kind. I have Steward Zhuo to thank for his kind reminder and for lighting up the murky darkness. You were right. I can't become a great mind cooped up in one place. I needed to elevate my condition to observe the powers that move across the board. Yu Ming's eyes lit up. Revenge for my master blinded me, while master had the house tying him down. Now, without such weights dragging me down, I can roam the lands free, uncaring for favors and enmities, for gains and losses. My gaze can now see the horizon. Zhuo Fan nodded. You have grown to the ranks of Leng Wuchang and Zhu Changfeng. I can now form new checks and balances inside the Luo clan. Does Steward Zhuo want me, Zhu Changfeng and Leng Wuchang, to stand together? Yu Ming perked up. He knew Leng Wuchang was on Zhuo Fan's side, and now he had come here for Zhu Changfeng. This young mastermind had endless respect for his seniors. What he never expected was Zhuo Fan giving him such a lofty position inside the Luo clan, of the same rank as the other 2. As for the future of Luo clan, he had no doubt whatsoever. Against Zhuo Fan's shifty mind, imperial family and the 7 houses fell like a tower of cards, with Luo clan climbing over their bodies to its rightful place as the supreme lord of Tianyu. That will be the best stage for my skills. Yu Ming's heart jumped in joy. Take this first. Yu Ming took the bloodworm. Zhuo Fan nodded. Where is he? If you'd kindly follow me, Steward Zhuo. Yu Ming led the way. On the 2nd floor, Zhuo Fan met an aged man laying in bed, Zhu Changfeng, but with how stiff he looked, it gave the impression of him being dead. Zhuo Fan quirked an eyebrow, and Yu Ming fed the old man a pill. With a light cough, Zhu Changfeng woke up. Where am I? Prime Minister Zhu, how has life treated you lately? Zhuo Fan smiled. Zhu Changfeng frowned at Zhuo Fan and then noticed Yu Ming. He moved his gaze from one to another, but the fog hadn't been uplifted. You too, what is this? Shouldn't I be dead? Chapter 504, Steward, dead. Zhuo Fan eyed Yu Ming. What is Prime Minister Zhu talking about? Yu Ming explained. Steward Zhuo, the emperor sensed his time was coming and feared a world with Prime Minister Zhu and it would stir the lands. He had me put Prime Minister Zhu down. But since I had answered Steward Zhuo's call of wanting Prime Minister Zhu, I had Prime Minister Zhu fake death with a pill. Now safe and sound, I gave the antidote. Zhuo Fan nodded. Zhu Chengfeng said, I see Sir Yu Ming is with Steward Zhuo. What has happened? With His Majesty's cunning mind, there's no way he'd leave Yu Ming alive. The two laughed. He hasn't been on my side since last evening. His Majesty had no way of figuring out our connection either. All we had among us was a transaction. Zhuo Fan grinned. Yu Ming nodded. Before His Majesty's Jubilee, I and Steward Zhuo met to my great benefit. In those times of anarchy, with everyone going for the throne, Steward Zhuo made me a promise. I had to do just 2 little things for him, and he'd have me on board. No matter how much my future actions affected the Luo clan's interest afterwards, once he seized the world, I could use this promise to join the Luo clan, becoming the victor in this civil war. Zhu Changfeng gave a thumbs up. Steward Zhuo, why didn't I think of that? Not only binding the opponent, but enticing him as well. It will make roping others easier. And this method wasn't successful on just him, right? Just one other. Zhuo Fan shirked off the praise. I made promises with potential candidates. One is Yu Ming, the other being Leng Wuchang. What about me? Do I have no potential? Zhu Chengfeng's eyebrow shook. Zhuo Fan laughed. Prime Minister, sir, has that aplenty, but in those times you were just another contender. Was I supposed to draw in a rival? That's like asking for it. Ha ha ha, quite true. Prime Minister Zhu nodded. Yu Ming continued. Steward Zhuo had me urge the second prince into a quarrel at the Jubilee, making up an excuse to leave the imperial capital to set everything up, while also instigating the war with everyone in passing. The other matter was egging on the second prince's rebellion while he was fighting Regent Estate. Though there were many people asking me about this at the time, Regent Estate and Steward Zhuo both wanted to use an attack on the court as a way to delay Dugu army. While the emperor used it to draw the prime minister out and take you down in one fell swoop by dumping the nation betrayer on your list of crimes. Oh, the rebellion had been this old man's greatest mistake. Let's not mention it. Zhu Changfeng sighed. Zhuo Fan and Yu Ming smiled. Yu Ming added, after these tasks, Steward Zhuo presented me with an optional task, saving the prime minister from death. I didn't want to at first, afraid that the emperor would find out, but Steward Zhuo is just too mean, setting his sights on Hell Valley as the first house to wipe out. That's like cutting my way out. Soon came the end of Regent Estate, and I was only left with the imperial family and Luo clan. Of course I had to listen to both of them. Yu Ming eyed Zhuo Fan with a bit of annoyance, yet the man had the same ineffable smile of a winner. Zhu Changfeng asked in doubt, Steward Zhuo, why do you show me such care? Ha ha ha, I respect Prime Minister's ability and wish to invite you to Luo clan. Zhuo Fan cupped his hands. Zhu Changfeng paused. What would Luo clan do with me when it has the invincible Steward Zhuo? I will only become a burden to Steward Zhuo. Prime Minister, sir, I was able to see today only through some shady methods, but when it comes to governing Tianyu, Prime Minister takes the crown. Zhuo Fan turned forlorn. To deal with Quanrong and imperial family combined, I had to tough it out and make a request to the demon scheming sect, thus owing them. To return the favor, I have to report to the sect, unbeknownst when I'll be back. I need Prime Minister Sir's wisdom to lead Luo clan, control the grand scheme of things, and steer it clear from disaster. The demon scheming sect. That means you've beaten Quanrong and His Majesty all while keeping the Empire's 3 guardian sects from catching wind of this matter. Zhu Changfeng shook. That will spell the end of Tianyu's imperial family as we know it, becoming a puppet with the Luo clan as the ruler supreme. Ha ha ha, Prime Minister Sir has the same vision as me. Coming to Luo clan, Sir will have the stage set to display your skills. I will not disgrace the greatest mind of Tianyu. Zhuo Fan smiled. Zhu Changfeng paced around the room. That will make Luo clan's steward position no different than Tianyu's prime minister. And with you leaving, to whom will that fall to? Zhuo Fan beamed. Prime Minister Zhu has held Tianyu in balance for a century and knows the ins and outs. Since this position and Luo clan's steward are the same, after I leave, it will belong to Prime Minister Zhu, ha ha ha. It struck a chord in old Zhu Chengfeng's heart. He'd been a prime minister for as long as he knew, yet had no hard feelings leaving that life behind. Calming down, he realized he could do nothing else. But resuming his old trade, he wasn't exactly used to working under someone. This made the Luo clan's steward position the best choice. Zhuge Changfeng showed a bashful smile. The moment you leave, I'll steal your position. That wouldn't be very nice. It's all fine. The steward is in charge of all clan affairs, and with an ever-growing Luo clan, those affairs will only expand. This position shall never be empty. Someone will always be there to take it. If Prime Minister Zhuge finds joining the Luo clan a poor choice, no problem. I'll just have Lang Wuchang take it. He doesn't like his current spot as a military advisor. Zhuo Fan grinned. Zhuge Changfeng waved around. Oh no, that will not do at all. Lang Wucheng has been a regent estate steward all his life, seldom minding matters. With Luo clan growing into its role as an emperor in the shadows, Lang Wucheng's light experience wouldn't help in dealing with Tianyu's complicated matters. I come from an even smaller clan, yet you don't feel the same about me. Zhuo Fan darkened. Zhuge Changfeng shook his head. Steward Zhuo, please don't tease. You are of unseen talent, capable of anything and everything, of immense majesty and open-mindedness. What small-time steward can do that? I don't know Steward Zhuo's past, but I am confident you are a worldly talent. Prime Minister Zhuge, you sure know how to flatter. It's fine, though. All I want to know is, are you in or out? In. Zhuge Changfeng nodded. Zhuo Fan relaxed and presented a bloodworm. Per clan rules, any new addition needs to eat this. What is it? Zhuge Changfeng asked while swallowing. Zhuo Fan would have long killed him if he wanted to. Why go through all that trouble? The wiser one was, the quicker Zhuo Fan laid out his conditions. With a nasty grin, Zhuo Fan's hand shifted into a sign, and Zhuge Changfeng started sweating buckets from the bellyache. Easing up on the sign, Zhuge Changfeng felt terror like no other despite how short-lived the pain was. Ha ha ha, this, Zhuo Fan snickered. Zhuge Changfeng grumbled and whined. Steward Zhuo, was that necessary? I'm just a scholar. I'm no expert and don't need these methods to control me. Ha ha ha, scholar. Prime Minister Sir is too modest. You're a devious and unscrupulous mastermind. I won't rest easy unless I have you on a leash. Zhuo Fan sighed. Luo siblings are neither shrewd nor tough, mere sheeps. Bringing so many beasts around their pen is all to protect them. Yet by the time I return, won't I have the pen empty from the beasts eating them all up? Giving you all a leash is within reason, ha ha ha. Zhuge Changfeng and Yu Ming shook their heads, finding no retort against this demon's logic. Cause this demon Archon is too damn right. Chapter 505. Luo Alliance. Next morning, Zhuo Fan took Yu Ming and Zhuge Changfeng to Prosperity Compound. With the emperor defeated, taking back its mansion in the imperial capital was easy for Luo clan. The streets they passed were filled with white clothes, and all the stores were closed. It was a nationwide mourning for the emperor. Stepping through the gates of the compound, the guards shouted his arrival and everyone came to meet Zhuo Fan. It came as a shock to see the great prime minister behind him. Lang Wucheng took it the hardest, not liking where this was going. Allow me to clarify. Prime Minister Zhuge is now on our side. Zhuo Fan smiled. This is Yu Ming, the advisor of Hell Valley, also with us. Steward Zhuo is back with more talents and with none other than the head of the Four Pillars too. His recruiting style is invincible. They all greeted the newcomers with cupped hands. Lang Wucheng opted for a snort. Zhuo Fan was about to leave, and Luo clan, as a great power, needed a wise advisor in the years to come. But Zhuo Fan's mind is so twisted that he got Zhuge Changfeng to join as well. It's to keep me in check. There goes my promotion. Lang Wucheng lamented. With the pleasantries over and done with, he had all others leave. Sir Lang, walk with us. He took the three tacticians to his room. Taking a chair, he eyed them. We're all smart people here and know by now my intentions. Yes, you three will establish checks and balances in the Luo clan. Kudos, ha ha ha. Zhuo Fan put on a bright smile, but Lang Wucheng sighed his discontent. Steward Zhuo, you had ruled the Luo clan all alone for so many years, and since I learnt of your departure, I figured my time to shine has come at last, to show my skills. But you planned for two others to hold me back. Ha ha ha, balancing power is a leader's quality, especially now when the officials are stronger than the Lord. Without Steward Zhuo holding the others in check with the worms, the Luo siblings would have long since fallen prey. Steward Zhuo's actions are all within right. Zhuge Changfeng understood as much from their talk last night. Yuming nodded. These three were all masterminds. The only reason Zhuo Fan could control them was through a nifty little trick, or he'd never let them see tomorrow, to say nothing about leaving them around the naive siblings. To grasp power, to establish an unshakable foothold, ha ha ha, any of these three can do it in days. But only with all of them will things keep growing. Leng Wuchang could see it, but the disillusion was too much to bear. Zhuo Fan smiled. You are all capable men. I may hold you back for safety reasons, but I will not stand in the way of your talents, instead help you unleash it to its full potential. By then you will be so busy that you won't have the time to play tricks on each other. Zhuo Fan's hand held 3 jade slips. Here is the next phase of my plan. Each of your duties are included as well. Sir Leng noticed something, but this is the final policy. The three read it and all cried, Luo Alliance? Luo Alliance. Zhuo Fan nodded, his eyes flashing as he revealed his master plan. The 7 noble houses vied for power for these lands. But even if they did grasp it, they'd be limited to Tianyu alone. We are now Tianyu's shadow, free of the emperor's shackles, and can go beyond the boundaries of this nation to take in renowned clans. Grow and grow without limits to become a colossus that the likes of the upper sects have never seen. The trio were dumbstruck. Zhuge Changfeng pointed out, Steward Zhuo, this is huge. By breaking down the nation's barriers, taking in outside clans, we'll become an organization outside of this nation's boundaries. We will have countless men and resources. We might even contend over the control of the Western lands, becoming its supreme power in the shadows. And only we can do it since we are this empire's shadow, out of its control. By luring the other area's clans, it won't come back to bite us, and the other empires won't even notice. We'll grow so big no nation could hold us. Zhuo Fan snickered. Will the 3 controllers have the mind for petty schemes when in control of such a behemoth? The trio looked at him filled with praise. Zhuge Changfeng cupped his hands. Steward Zhuo is amazing just through his ambition alone. I see it now, why you told me that your sights are on a bigger prize. It's all become clear now. My skill is indispensable in accomplishing such a great undertaking, and I would accept it without hesitation, ha ha ha. Leng Wuchang was pleased. Zhuo Fan continued, The Luo Alliance project is only known to the 4 of us for now. It will do more harm than good letting the houses, bent on rebuilding their legacy, in on it. I never want to see the same chaos like the time of the 7 houses again. You 3 are all men of wisdom. Your first task will be to turn these houses into abandoning their plans of rebuilding and become our first supporters of the Luo Alliance. The trio had the same patronizing smile. Reverse psychology can't be simpler. Zhuo Fan nodded with a wide smile. With these 3 at the heart of things, Luo Clan's future is assured. I'll be going now. You can handle each other's scope. Zhuo Fan left. Leng Wuchang asked, Steward Zhuo, your mind is a true mystery. How did you come up with this project? I saw it happen. Zhuo Fan grinned. The trio were mystified, saw it. Which clan on this continent did it? How come we've never heard of it? No one knew that the great sacred domain had the Sheng clan at its core, with all other clans in its alliance. A mountain driving fear even into sects. Zhuo Fan entered another room, where 2 sages awaited. Though with their sealed cultivations, they couldn't move and could only sit there with ashen faces. It's been ages, friends. How has life been treating you? Ha ha ha. Zhuo Fan made a sign and the 2 could move. It's just that I've been a little busy and couldn't attend to you. Do pardon my lack of manners. Stop with the theatrics. As the true winner, what are you going to do, torture us? Bring it? Heaven Sage spoke with resolve. Zhuo Fan sneered. You've got me all wrong. Have you ever seen a torture like this, letting you live at ease for 2 months? What do you call those 3 days of ghastly pain right when you caught us? It felt more like 3 years in hell. Earth Sage spat. Zhuo Fan sighed. Oh, come on, I was doing you a favor. With torture as an excuse, I kept your lives from ending up splattered under young Sanzi's hoofs. Once I got him to leave, the pain stopped and I even had you dine in style. Did you forget so soon? The two exchanged a glance. We did, didn't we? Ever since Gu Santong's job was over, he left Luo clan and their torture ended. What do you want? Spit it out. Zhuo Fan wasn't one who believed in charity, so Heaven Sage shouted. Zhuo Fan smiled. I hope that you'll join me. What? The two mocked. No way. And why not? Zhuo Fan asked. The imperial family is finished, the emperor is dead, and the fatty is just about to sit on the throne as my future puppet. What's so great about following him? Don't tell me you are undying loyalists too. Heaven Sage mocked. We're not Dugu Zhanshan or human sage. We are simply on the imperial family's payroll, so we deal with their matters. But if there's one side we'll never join, it's the Luo clan. All because you're with that little freak. What did my son do to you for you to hate him so much? Zhuo Fan frowned. Ethereal Stage snorted. That freak broke our body's core 300 years ago, cutting any prospects of ever reaching Ethereal Stage. You tell me if hatred isn't warranted. Zhuo Fan presented a vial. That's it. See here, this is Luo clan's heaven-reaching pill, 10th grade. It mends meridians and knits bones. The broken elder Lai took one of these and was up and running within seconds. He even became ethereal. You only need to let go of the hatred with my son and join the Luo clan to have it. The two were shell-shocked. Luo clan has such a panacea. Though fear of being fooled again had the sages hesitant, there's no way Steward Zhuo will take thanks as payback for this little favor. We'll be your errand boys. We can overlook the matter with your son, but if you play with us... Are you dumb or what? Your lives are in my hands. What good will it do to lie? And from how long you've stayed at peak radiant stage, the instant you heal you'll advance. You will know it once you take the pill. The sages stared at the vial and gulped. The desire was too much for them to ignore, and they swallowed it instantly. A gentle energy entered their very fiber, getting a moan out of them. Chapter 506. The Sect Leaders. A 10-meter pavilion rested on a tall peak with a cloud dancing around it. A youth in soft, black clothes sat at the table, partaking in tea. Though his twisted smile ruined his good image, turning it sinister, like a viper about to strike. Whoosh! A light trailed the skies and landed right before the youth. It revealed an old man in white with golden edges holding a horsetail whisk, the very picture of an immortal. The youth laughed and waved. Mystical Heaven Sect's Xuan Jianfeng, have you been well these years? Zai Weiyu, we hardly interact and there's nothing cordial between us. Why the sudden invitation then? What are you up to? Xuan Jianfeng snorted and took a seat. Putting on a vague smile, Zai Weiyu shook his head. To discuss important business, of course. Though it's too soon to tell. There's still one person left. Whoosh, another light appeared and the immense power swept the peak. Even the two of them jerked for a moment there. Xuan Jianfeng cried. Sect Leader Ren, what are you doing here? It was a middle-aged man with sharp features, his expression biting and resolute. Sparse hair grew on his chin, giving him a wild look. Sect Leader Ren, greetings. This time Zai Weiyu's evil smile turned respectful, bowing at the man. Xuan Jianfeng did the same. Grinning, the man flicked and spoke with valor. Please, sect leaders, I've only come here to talk business. Don't stand in ceremony for my sake, ha ha ha. The two had known Sect Leader Ren for a long time and sat right away. Sect Leader Ren took a seat as well, looking at Zai Weiyu with a cold glint. Sect Leader Zai, is what you said true? Yuan clan has the gall to play dirty tricks behind our backs. I never make light of such grave matters, Sect Leader Ren. Zai Weiyu nodded. Xuan Jianfeng was stumped. Sect Leader Ren, what is going on? You don't know Sect Leader Xuan. Sect Leader Ren eyed Zai Weiyu and asked. Sect Leader Zai didn't explain it in the Sending Jade. Yuan clan sold 1/10 of Tianyu to Quanrong. What? Xuan Jianfeng shuddered, turning shocked to Zai Weiyu. Is this true? Are they that outrageous? And why didn't you tell me sooner? I told you now, didn't I? Zai Weiyu snorted. Xuan Jianfeng glared at him. The punk is messing with me, calling for a meeting without stating why. These two sects weren't exactly friends, and now Zai Waiyu was playing deaf, letting him get duped. Sect leader Ren was the head of the Empire's 3 guardian sects, heaven-trailing sect's sect leader. By showing indifference in such a grave matter, it would only strain the relations between me and sect leader Ren. And this was where Zai Waiyu succeeded. He had forced Mystical Heaven sect to come without explaining anything to Xuan Jianfeng. You didn't say a word, it would be this big. The two sects had a competitive relationship, so why would anyone come just because the other said so? But from the looks of it, the matter isn't that grave. Xuan Jianfeng wiped his brow and glared at Zai Waiyu. The youth found it more interesting to enjoy the scenery with a cold smile. Sect leader Ren knew everything but laughed instead. All right, it's just sect leader Zai forgetting to mention. Sect leader Xuan needn't mind it. What is important is understanding the situation and its causes before settling it. Sect leader Ren smiled. Sect leader Zai, since you found out, you must have done something before calling this meeting. Sect leader Ren is wise beyond his years. I indeed acted the instant I became aware of it. Now everything is settled. Though it will require all 3 of us if we want to take it out on Quanrong and Beast Taming Sect. Zai Waiyu explained the entire chain of events. Zai Waiyu placed a gourd on the table. Here are the 3 Beast Taming Sect's elder souls. We can use them to strike a blow at the Beast Taming Sect, but we'll need sect leader Ren to consider what might we get out of it. Humph! What else is there? Quanrong live in the mountains and forests with rich lands, plenty of mines, and are filled with herbs. I've been waiting for ages to get my hands on it. Sect leader Ren snickered. Didn't they want 1/10 of Tianyu? This time we'll have them bleed instead. Zai Waiyu nodded, rightfully so. I am in full accord with sect leader Ren's idea. We'll send a team of experts to Beast Taming Sect for compensation. Understood? Sect leader Ren laughed. It's only a matter of time before our shares increase, ha ha ha. The others laughed as well. Xuan Jianfeng and Zai Waiyu weren't always on the same page but were content when both sides had a bite. Though Xuan Jianfeng frowned. The foreign matter is resolved, but that still leaves the internal one. Due to its outrageous attempt, Yuan clan is unfit to lead Tianyu. We need someone else, someone to guarantee our interests. No need to worry, sect leader Xuan isn't the choice clear as day. Zai Waiyu grinned. Xuan Jianfeng jerked. You mean the Luo clan? No, everyone knows you've got their steward Zhuo Fan to join you. Making them our choice will elevate your prowess. Xuan Jianfeng, why be so petty? The Luo clan and demon scheming sect do have some ties, but it's nothing to fuss over. I'm not one to affect the sect's interests and earn heaven-trailing sect's ire over some crumbs. Do you take me for some narrow-minded and ignorant fool? Zai Waiyu bowed. The usual distribution was heaven-trailing sect getting 1/3, each other sect 1/5, and the remaining was left to Tianyu. But with Luo clan being Tianyu's representative, an extra 1/10 will be divided among us, leaving it with only 1/5. Sect leader Ren lit up and nodded. This is everyone's share. No matter who controls its distribution, it will be a gain for all. All that matters is paying the tribute on time and not skimming the top. Exactly so. Zai Waiyu chuckled and gave Xuan Jianfeng a taunting look. Xuan Jianfeng saw sect leader Ren's smile and the eerie chill behind it. He nodded too. But sect leader Ren, we now have a new representative, so what do we do with the old one? Yuan clan has ruled Tianyu for a millennium. Its roots are deep. Moving against them will throw the lands in chaos and affect our shares. When Tianyu was founded, it needed 100 years to attain peace, a time during which the 7 houses were at war and the people were struggling to survive. How could the empire's resources be extracted in such desperate times? We were left with meager profits then. No, Tianyu must not fall into anarchy. Sect leader Ren said. Sect leader Zai, is your representative confident in controlling the Yuan clan and grasping the entire imperial family's power? Ha ha ha, sect leader Ren, he's doing it as we speak. And besides, doesn't he have demon scheming sect in case of hiccups? Sect Leader Ren nodded. Sect Leader Zai, so young and promising, I'll leave it to you. Goodbye. Sect Leader Ren vanished. Zai Yu bowed. Xuan Jianfeng stared at him. Zai Yu, you sure looked big in front Sect Leader Ren. But I am warning you, you better not have your representative controlling Tianyu be up to something. If anything happens to mystical heaven sect's share? Yes. Zai Yu raised an eyebrow. It's not my fault Tianyu's representative is in my court. When I took the kid in, all you knew was how to mock. Now look at what he has turned into. While that lass of yours hasn't done anything, ha ha ha. Xuan Jianfeng clenched his fists but opted to snort and left Xuan Jianfeng with, "Don't get too cocky. That kid is more than you can handle. You will be sorry? Humph, useless talents are of no danger. I like the kids with some bite, but no matter how dangerous, he still won't escape my grasp." Zai Yu snorted and clawed the air with a vicious look. Chapter 507, One True Clan. We bow at the Emperor's coronation. It was early morning, and the imperial palace echoed with an announcement. Fatty in his golden dragon robes climbed onto the highest chair in the lands, with the officials bowing behind him. Ever since Quanrong army showed up, the imperial capital had been sealed and the imperial palace was silent. The officials had long since missed court, waiting in fear for the dire news that the empire was finished. This all became possible at the hands of Zhuge Changfeng, colluding with the Quanrong and imprisoning the imperial family. The situation was so that besides Zhuge Changfeng and his traitorous officials entering the imperial palace, the entire imperial capital was in the dark to the truth. And those traitorous officials had already been dealt with. After months of silence, the first court attendance became possible after Zhuo Fan strutted in like a winner just as the emperor died of poisoning. The reason was quite justified. Zhuo Fan hailed the banner to save his lord. This brave, loyal, and daring official forewent the danger of death and marched in and saved the imperial family. Alas, no amount of bravery could save the emperor and crown prince from an unfortunate fate as Quanrong's victims. Once the late emperor's funeral came to a close, Fatty prepared for his ascension. Among the entire imperial family, he was the only candidate. Resting on the large dragon chair, Fatty's beady eyes glinted as he took on a royal air. Grandmother, Long Yifi, and Zai Feng were among the bowing officials, shouting, "May your majesty live a long and prosperous life." "At ease," Fatty spoke with dignity. "My fortune of coming out alive is all due to the protector of our nation, the greatest steward in Tianyu, Zhuo Fan, who through cooperation with the Luo clan drove off the barbarians in a valiant effort to save his lord. Today, I present Zhuo Fan and Luo clan with the awards for their bravery." The herald shouted in a sharp voice, "May Zhuo Fan and Luo clan step forth for their awards." The high voice echoed everywhere, and Zhuo Fan with Luo clan walked to the center. Fatty looked on heavily, his heart sinking. Zhuo Fan by himself is bad enough, but now, Fatty had accepted his role as a puppet emperor but still held some hope. From what he heard from Yun Shuang and Yang Ning's chats, Zhuo Fan was going to leave soon. This news brought him great joy. With the most annoying pest out of the way, Luo clan will fall into chaos. No elder of theirs will simply bow to another. No one can keep them in line except Zhuo Fan. He would then swoop in to mediate and might even wrest Tianyu's power for himself. But the current display had his hopes crushed and flushed down the gutter. Zhuo Fan walked in front of Luo clan. Among them were three people known to Tianyu as the greatest minds: Zhuge Changfeng, Leng Wuchang, and insidious demon's pupil, Yu Ming. Yu Ming didn't get that much attention, but Fatty was certain the kid isn't a pushover. With these three weasels and goddamned elites, Luo clan had robbed the new emperor of any chance. Plus, looking further back, one would see the peak of Tianyu's power. Lai Jingshan, Qiu Yanhai, and other Luo clan members, and even the Yin-Yang elders. Judging from their auras, they were even stronger than before. Fatty muttered, "Brother, did you have to take everyone and leave me hanging? What am I supposed to do now that I've got no one to help me?" "Can it be that your majesty has other thoughts?" Zhuo Fan mocked. Fatty sighed. Some, but now they are gone. Becoming emperor is enough. Cheer up and be happy with what you have, ha ha ha. Zhuo Fan spoke like a true winner. His attitude had no ounce of respect, with the whole court looking at him speechless. Some loyalists even jumped in, criticizing Zhuo Fan. How dare you speak to His Majesty with such gross disrespect? You should be hanged. Not even the nation's defender has the right to be so crass with His Majesty. And who the hell are you to blame me? Zhuo Fan mocked. Fatty, what do you say I should do? Such insolence to call His Majesty. I am ashamed to say it. Off with your head. Shut your yap. The fatty barked, holding his head helplessly. Guards, take him away and execute him. Ugh, the old man was dumbstruck. Your Majesty, I am protecting your honor. Why am I the one sacked? Your Majesty, the laws of the court must be upheld. Don't encourage such arrogant display. The old official raved, showing his loyalty as he was dragged away. The fatty sighed. Truly the worst allies one can have. Are you blind? Do you not see me here yet still toot your horn? Guys like you would one day have me killed. I can do perfectly well without die-hard loyalists like you. Thank you very much. All you know is to show off and act blindly. Listen up. Zhuo Fan and Luo clan's bravery is laudable, saving myself from certain death. They are the saviors of the world. I treat them with the same respect as heaven and earth. You all must learn restraint before Luo clan, understand? The fatty shouted. The audience was chilled on the spot, with many of them bug-eyed. The emperor's words carried a heavy weight. The savior had more esteem than one's own parents. Such respect couldn't be violated. The emperor said it to honor Zhuo Fan, to make him the retired emperor. But how? Star reader. The literal meaning for retired emperor is beyond emperor. While it can also mean father of the emperor and puppet master, figuratively, a lord can revere the heaven and earth but nothing else. No matter how strong this guy is, he's still an official and can never be above the lord. Yet the emperor treated Zhuo Fan above his own kin, above heaven and earth. It left them all in shock. At Zhuo Fan's gaze, all bowed their heads. Regardless of what the emperor says, there must be something else lurking beneath the surface, but it's not our place to speak. Wasn't one of us just dragged out moments ago? One peep and your whole clan will follow. Better zip it and play oblivious. The officials sighed. Zhuo Fan sneered. The whole court had come to know of his current position, that his power would go even higher than the emperor's. It was the first step in making the emperor a figurine. Zhuo Fan signaled Fatty to continue, though not without some hesitation. Luo clan's example of bravery for their lord and nation is a reflection of heaven and earth. They were first in the fight against barbarians, saving their lord and helping the people. I proclaim the Luo clan as the best house under heaven, holding key positions in Tianyu, managing the army, managing resources to defend the nation and help me in guiding the people. Where they go, they carry my name. The fatty slumped in his throne, spent after that little speech. The court was boiling, military and resources, all under Luo clan's control. How is that Yuan dynasty then? And he even said they'll manage the people and lands together. That's like giving someone half your home. Luo clan might be the greatest in its merits, but no way equal to the emperor. That's digging your own grave. Some of the officials were lost. What the hell is wrong with the new emperor? He just sold his fatherland. Even a fool knows to keep his stuff, not give it away. Many were bowing and ready to admonish. Zhu Changfeng's interjection was perfect, though. In management, what matters most is reading the signs. His Majesty is more astute than any of you, so don't get carried away and butt in. The officials glared at him, but his hint worked like a charm. Zhu Changfeng has been prime minister for ages, so why jump ship over to Luo clan's side? Looking at the emperor's defeated face, they all hesitated and fell back. Something reeks of a mystery here. Let's gloss over. But that'll make Luo clan the sole holder of Tianyu's power. A shift in dynasty will only be a matter of time, not that it was any of their problems. If the Yuan clan didn't care, why should they? The officials calmed, their minds dumbing down. Zhu Changfeng flicked a pleased look Zhuo Fan's way. The more desolate they felt about the emperor, the more estranged they'd be, and the emperor would accomplish nothing. Zhuo Fan turned to the fatty. shouting, "We'll be going now." As they left, there was no one blocking or berating Zhuo Fan's uncouth manner. It was out in the open now that the Emperor couldn't mess with him. "Hold on a minute." Fatty's eyes shone. "We brothers haven't seen each other in ages. I ask that you stay and have a talk with me." Zhuo Fan raised an eyebrow. What's he thinking? Chapter 508. Beauty over the lands. In the back gardens of the Imperial Palace, Fatty dismissed all his servants except Fang Qiyubai as he walked with Zhuo Fan down a secluded path through the woods. Fatty sighed. "Brother, do you recall the time we swore brotherhood in Wingay's city? I was a prince and you were a servant of a ruined clan. But look at us now. A monarch of a nation and the true ruler of Tianyu. Doesn't time just whistle by? Get on with it." Zhuo Fan groaned, making him awkward. Within a hum, Fatty continued. "What I mean is, you walk alone with me around the Imperial Palace with no guards. It proves our brotherly trust." "Nah, you just don't have anyone good enough to finish me off. You take me for Zhuge Changfeng, so weak that I need to resort to treachery to stay alive." Zhuo Fan mocked. Fatty choked. Fang Qiyubai grew red too. Zhuo Fan wasn't pointing fingers but did hit quite close to home. Not even divine dragon Fang Qiyubai could scratch Zhuo Fan from the shadows. The rest of Imperial Palace didn't count. He was that confident. Fatty sighed. "Brother, I know you are cunning and powerful across all the lands, but can you not sting me every time you open your mouth? I had the whole friendship speech going here to get closer, yet you dumped it all in 3 lines and ruined the mood. Get closer. Fawning without reason proves you're up to no good." Zhuo Fan mocked. "Say it, what do you want from me?" Fatty's beady green eyes steeled. "Zhuo Fan, it's just us here, so I'll be frank. Does our brotherhood stand?" "Of course it does. Did I ever break a promise?" Zhuo Fan stuck out his chin. Fatty nodded. "That makes us brothers still. But you can't always pick on your brother. I am a monarch here. Taking my power has many implications, but you don't even treat me with respect. Could you at least spare my imperial self? Let me have something to survive with." "What would a puppet emperor need power for?" Zhuo Fan raised an eyebrow. "Didn't your pops ever warn you to sit back like a good puppy? Forget about the world, or it will soon come to burn you and your entire clan. This, here and now, is much better. Living the high life of an emperor, uncaring for its problems and taking on more serious matters like losing that extra fat. You're like an immortal. What's not to like?" Zhuo Fan patted Fatty's wobbly belly. The Fatty bit back. "I am an emperor with an ideal and ambition not to live in obscurity. And when we became brothers, I didn't offend you, so you can't do the same to me. Now, are you going to ruin my clan for my words? Fatty, you can say whatever you want." Zhuo Fan squinted. "If I wanted to kill you all, I'd have done it by now. I just don't want to throw the lands in chaos and mess up my plans. And I still recall us never overstepping our bounds in those days. But how come you just asked for your power back? Sure, I can give it to you, all of it, though mind the consequences." "Consequences?" Fatty was erect with worry. Fang Qiyubai interjected. "Empire's 3 guardian sects?" "Exactly." Zhuo Fan nodded. Late Emperor's plan brought danger to his lands by encroaching on the sect's interests. If all had gone well, he'd be holding the power and the sects wouldn't doubt him. But since he failed, they've lost all faith in Yuan clan, looking into Tianyu for a replacement representative. Talking about fame and power, only Luo clan fits the bill. Thus we took all the power and benefits of the empire. In the off chance that we didn't become the Shadow Emperor, the sects would have just raised another clan and you'd still end up a puppet. It's all a matter of getting a handler here." Zhuo Fan smiled. "We're all old pals here. Your clan and mine know each other well. Xuanger, young Miss and Princess Yongning are very close. Any trouble you may have, we can help you out, being flexible too. While with some other clan, how much better do you think you'll fare?" Fatty trembled and sighed. He took Luo clan as his only opponent. Taking back his power from their grasp, he'd become a real emperor, only to find his real adversaries were those sects, always in the shadows, always in control for thousands of years. The Fatty's hopes sank. Father wouldn't have carried out the secret Pearl Order if he knew. Secret Pearl Order. Zhuo Fan asked, "Yuan clan actually has it? I thought the Emperor was just messing with the board to play his hand." Fatty sighed. As the Yuan clan is doomed with its plight, the secret Pearl Order has lost its meaning. It is an order passed on to the next emperor on the previous deathbed. It's only for the emperor's ears and a standard of conduct, roaming dragon enjoying the pearl. Star Reader, funny enough, it's the name of a dish. What's that? Zhuo Fan asked. Fatty sighed. It is a secret path Father prepared for me, to throw the pearl and let the dragon play with it. All Yuan emperors have done in the past millennium is to incite chaos among the factions in order to weaken them. We all have to pursue this creed, or create the situation if one couldn't. The War of the Houses 1,000 years ago, Gu Santong wrecking Tianyu 300 years ago are prime examples. Even Luo clan's emergence, pushing the factions to fight. In simple terms, the emperor sat on his throne enjoying the play, while unity of factions will make the throne unstable. That makes sense. Zhuo Fan nodded. The way of rulers is all about checks and balances, impossible without hatred. Does that make the story about Windgaze City's 3 ancient houses a lie? Fatty shook his head. No, didn't I say if you don't have the conditions, create them? To make it believable, everything had to be true. Just that, the founders' words were a catalyst, with each emperor paving the way for the next in case they didn't succeed. The 3 clans of Windgaze City were Tianyu's officials once. Planning for 1,000 years. Your clan is of imperial stock. Two-faced and using your posterity to exhaustion. Zhuo Fan sighed. Fatty nodded. An emperor leads a solitary path surrounded by enemies. Even if an emperor is kind, it is seen as weakness and he will ultimately be put down. Yet our clan lost to you regardless. The roaming dragon enjoying the pearl has come to a close, ruined at the outrageously strong hands of soaring demonic dragon killing us all. The two kept a long stare, then laughed. Fatty said, Brother, could you help me with something? What is it? Proposal? Fatty grinned. You know how fond I am of little Kiwi. I vowed that the day I ascend I will make her empress through any means. With the current reversal, Veiled Dragon Pavilion will look down on the Yuan clan, so I ask you, brother, to help me. Zhuo Fan nodded after a while. No problem. I can ask them, but it's out of my hands if they refuse. If you plan on using my name to steal a wife, think again. Ha ha ha, the great steward Zhuo's mind is a maze. How could I ever use you? Fatty said. I do not want your name, just for you to help me. The Quanrong Emperor sent a letter not long ago to redeem Chuoba Taishan and the others by ceding Quanrong's most fertile lands. I can only accept it with my seal. You will have to kill me to sign it, though. I'll never do it without little Kiwi. I want to give this land to Veiled Dragon Pavilion. Veiled Dragon Pavilion would probably accept the proposal with open arms, but they have few men and the lands are at the border. They're sure to come to you for help. You have the Dugu army and can use it to absorb the Veiled Dragon Pavilion completely to achieve peace. We'll each get what we want. Zhuo Fan nodded. Nice one. You're just as wise as your father. Be honest now, have you ever thought of attacking me? Never. Fatty's response was quick. Zhuo Fan stared at him for a good while and nodded. I will help you, but leave the talks up to me. I can squeeze more conditions. I can't have you lose out with just a wedding. Ha ha ha, to you it might be nothing, but to me that wedding is everything. Fatty sighed. I can see my lands are forfeit, but I won't lose my love as well. I'd rather have the beauty over the lands. Chapter 509. The rivers each call their king. Zhuo Fan eyed him with doubt, though still trusted him. A shrewd man in the grips of love will never claw his way out. I'll be going then. Goodbye. Zhuo Fan walked away. Fatty sighed. Oh, brother, I always thought of attacking, but never had the courage. He turned to Fang Qiubai. The Yuan clan is now entering hibernation for a few days. I don't want to do anything. Let's go deal with the last variable. Fang Qiubai nodded and followed closely. The two arrived at the Imperial Palace's southwest corner, a prison for most heinous criminals. Zhuo Fan, wait. Walking out of the Imperial Palace, a soft voice called for him. He saw Yang Ning running over with Yun Shuang. Zhuo Fan asked, What is it, princess? I would like to thank you for defending Tianyu from Quanrong's invasion, saving our people and easing father's crimes. She made a deep bow. Zhuo Fan mocked, Princess, you're no fool. Since I've ruined your father's master plan, worse days await your clan, yet you are thanking me. I have to. I know father was wrong in his ways, earning the ire of everyone. This was just righteous retribution. I do not hate anybody. Of course you don't. How can your weak body hold it in? You always let it out in a hissy fit, ha ha ha. Zhuo Fan teased. Though I have to admire your father for the ingenious plan he came up with. Alas, fate wasn't on his side, with me and Shuanger joining hands. Things might have been different otherwise. The princess merely gave a smile and a sigh. Father's success was only for the imperial family, while the people would have suffered. I'd rather see my father fail than watch such an outcome. Yangning gazed upon him with pleading eyes. Zhuo Fan, could you please do something for me? What? Glancing at Yun Shuang's hopeful eyes, he turned to the princess. She mumbled, Big brother is guilty of regicide and patricide. His fate is death. But he is still my brother. I hope to see him, but I do not know where he is. Third brother won't tell me. I can only ask you. To avoid the scandal of the crown prince's crimes, Fatty said he died at the hands of Quanrong. How do you think Fatty will handle him? Life in prison or death? Zhuo Fan eyed the princess. If it's the latter, he must be dead already. The princess panicked inside. Yun Shuang pouted. Well, is he dead or in prison? Beats the hell out of me. It's Fatty's problem now. Save it. Elder Lai told me you have spies everywhere in the imperial palace watching the new emperor's every move. Yun Shuang meddled. Princess lit up and watched him with hope. Since when is Elder Lai's tongue so loose? Zhuo Fan admitted. Yes, I know where the crown prince is being kept. He is in the royal prison. See, can we go see him? The princess asked. Zhuo Fan refused. I and Fatty are sworn brothers. I will not interfere as long as he doesn't overstep. Yangning's mood fell. Yun Shuang glared. When have you ever been so righteous? Humph, all I hear is excuses. Don't help us. We'll just force our way in and say it's your orders. See how those guards stop us then. Hold on a minute. Zhuo Fan sighed in the end. Fine, I'll take you, but you are to speak of this to no one. I want to keep an eye on Fatty for some more time. His every move impacts his future behavior. The girls nodded with a smile. Zhuo Fan sighed and snaked his hands on their waists, his right eye flashing golden. We're off. Ah, the two blushed, appearing in a yellow prison corridor. The girls shirked him off and watched Zhuo Fan point at the third cell. Crown Prince is there. The princess nodded with a lowered, blushing head, same as Yun Shuang. They were pure ladies. With Zhuo Fan making a move on them on the fly, they felt embarrassed. Yet the main culprit only looked at them oddly. What's with them? 1 minute they nag me to bring them here, the next they stiffen up. The emperor has arrived? A sharp voice echoed in the damp prison and the girls panicked. Yangning whispered, Zhuo Fan, let's leave. Third brother is here. Zhuo Fan shook his head. No, with this prison being a secret, it's the best way to test him. I want to see just what is on Fatty's mind. And if his words are true, keep quiet and don't move. Zhuo Fan urged. His eye lit up in 3 golden halos as he activated Mirage World. Hum till the 3's images warped and soon vanished. Zhuo Fan had created an illusion to house them from prying eyes. Fang, Kyubai, and Fatty walked over. Clang. The cell door opened and the two walked in to meet a very familiar figure, Crown Prince. Though with his sealed cultivation, his body was covered in wounds from all the torture. Big! Zhuo Fan covered Yangning's mouth as she cried. With a twisted smile, Fatty paced before Crown Prince. Big brother, I've been a bit busy as of late, with father's funeral and my ascension, so I couldn't see you. Crown Prince's pale face sized Fatty's new golden threads with a feeble gaze, and he mocked. You fat pig, clothes do not make you an emperor. To think I fell to your hand. You sure kept it to yourself. Ha ha ha, I had to play the uncouth boor, endure with humility under faked civility, or you'd spare nothing to get rid of me. Fatty put on a winning smile. Crown Prince gnashed his teeth. This should have all been mine. Blinded by what's in front of me, I lost sight of the bigger picture. I have failed. Crown Prince sighed, then mocked. But there was someone else behind it all. Old Third, you're just a figurehead. How does it feel? The real winner is Zhuo Fan, no, ha ha ha. Fatty didn't give in to the cawing in his ear. Yes, he is the true winner here. I knew that already. He may have been had by father, assaulted on every turn, but I didn't join them. I was convinced he had plenty of ways to return the favor. Father's win wasn't guaranteed. Oh, you were so optimistic, weren't you? In times when his allies drifted off, fighting father and the entire nation, the only reason those allies returned was because Regent Estate ruined their homes. How were you so sure that he would have the last laugh? Don't tell me you're a visionary. Fatty shook his head. The world shook at the shake of the earth dragon's tail, then came the celestial dragon to quell the chaos. As both the celestial and earth dragons exist, the land and rivers shall each call their king. This was High Priest Yun Xuanji's prophecy when Zhuo Fan swallowed Huangpu Qingshan's dragon soul, and the world trembled. Zhuo Fan had been disrupting Tianyu since then, and the factions were falling into dissent. It was then that Father grasped his chance, enacting his great plan in wrestling power back into his hands. Crown Prince sighed, but the fatty grinned. Wrong, it's all wrong. High Priest's words are an enigma. The first line, Father could make sense of it, but he read the last line wrong. The land and rivers shall each call their king isn't an omen of the collapse of Tianyu. Think about it. What does rivers imply? Water. With water and each combined, you get what? Luo. The last line clearly states the Luo clan will come out on top by providence. Star Reader, it's a play on words or characters. What? Crown Prince was speechless. Heaven decreed for Luo clan to replace Yuan clan, chapter 510. Demons, turning back towards the Crown Prince, Fatty smiled. For this very reason I never crossed swords with Zhuo Fan and Luo clan, in fear of Providence's retribution. My position bears, in fact, Heaven's stamp of approval. To hell with your approval, you're just a puppet. Is that something to take pride in? Crown Prince snorted. Fatty merely chuckled. Yet I am an emperor. Father's last words were, whatever you can grasp, it's yours. At least I have grasped the throne, while dear brother of mine laments, even failing to be a puppet. Why you? Crown Prince gnashed his teeth. With a sadistic smile, Fatty clapped. Bring the medicine. Rotten ball of fat, what are you planning? Crown Prince cried. Fatty beamed. You used medicine to kill Father, a scandal I had to cover up. But for Father's revenge, I'll have you go down the same way. A servant approached with a reeking bowl. The awful stench was to die over. Yangning struggled to go there, but Zhuo Fan held her back, repeating over and over to stay calm. Crown Prince shuddered at every step of the incoming bowl of death. Damn fatass! Stop justifying killing me with your petty excuse. If it weren't for me acting first, you'd have stepped in as well that day. You dare come at me playing the timeless virtue, a damn hypocrite. You're right about one thing. We're both cruel and sinister. Fatty raised an eyebrow. Easing my conscience by taking revenge the same way you killed Father is one reason, while I'm more unsettled about letting you live. We have lost the trust of the guardian sects, and Zhuo Fan limits my actions. If by some miracle you manage to escape and use your name as Crown Prince to fight me, those sects will squash Yuan clan. For the safety of our clan, Big Brother, have an early hereafter. Fatty took the bowl to Crown Prince. Crown Prince couldn't even move, only snapping back. Rotten piece of fat, you're gonna regret this? I never regret my actions, or I'd have never made it to the throne. Fatty snickered, his eyes shining with cruelty as he pried Crown Prince's mouth open and force-fed the slimy medicine. Crown Prince put up a feeble fight. With his cultivation sealed, all he could do was seethe with hatred as the disgusting slime poured down his throat. Yangning was wrecked with tears, shaking like a leaf, only keeping quiet thanks to Zhuo Fan holding her mouth. Fatty threw the empty bowl away and cackled. Ha ha ha, I can rest easy now. Ha ha ha, Fatty, joke's on you. You won't have a carefree reign even as a puppet. Crown Prince was bleeding from everywhere, his eyes bloodshot, yet laughed as he cursed. Fatty mocked. That's not for you to decide. What can a dead man do anyway? Oh, really? Humph, you may kill me, damn Fatty, but don't think for a darn second you'll be at ease. There's someone else who wants your seat just as much. Second brother, Fatty snickered. Thanks for reminding me. That brickhead will cause a mess sooner or later. But you can rest easy now, knowing I'll make sure he follows you soon enough. Crown Prince cackled. Ha ha ha, follow me. You'll have to find him first. What did you say? Fatty frowned and shouted, "Didn't father imprison him? What did you do?" Crown Prince's face was covered in black blood, life ebbing out of his every pore, yet only his smile remained. "I don't mind telling you. To make sure father's anniversary went as I planned and old Second wouldn't flee in the chaos at Imperial Palace, I had set up some contingencies. First was poisoning the father and then killing your lardass in passing. The other was to have someone take old Second away. If I succeeded, old Second would die. If I failed, he'll be my avenger, turning Tianyu upside down." "Why did you do that?" Fatty squinted. "If father's plan had worked, Tianyu would have been Yuan clans. You are destroying our lands," Crown Prince mocked. "My dear rotten fatass, have you forgotten father's teachings already that you just now preached? If I can't have these lands, I'd rather destroy them." "Even if they're my brothers, ha ha ha." Crown Prince cackled and Fatty turned grim. "How can old Second do it? He isn't capable of that." "Yes, he alone has no hope, and that is why I had prepared some things for him. One of those things is the same gift I had obtained for father, lands of our nation." Fatty blurted. "Western lands' greatest man, Danking Shen? Rumor has it that whoever holds lands of our nation, Danking Shen, will fulfill their wish. What, pray tell, do you think old Second's wish will be?" Crown Prince's eyes were mad. Fatty stared at him coldly. "Danking Shen has been missing for 1,000 years with no one catching any sign of him. He may even be dead. This hope is a pipe dream. No matter how abysmal, as long as old Second lingers on, Danking Shen will one day come to Tianyu. Your days as an emperor are numbered. Have a taste of constant dread looming over your shoulder, fatass, ha ha ha." Crown Prince cackled as the light in his eyes faded. The proud smile remained even as he bled from every orifice. Fatty squinted and snorted as he stormed out of the jail. "Put out a wanted notice for Second Prince Yuan Yang. Anyone catching him dead or alive will be greatly rewarded." "Yes, sir." The jail guard's shout echoed out. With everyone gone, Zhuo Fan turned towards the prideful but dead Crown Prince. With a flash of golden, he brought the girls out of there. Whoosh Tilda the trio returned to the same spot they had left from, and Zhuo Fan let the girls go. Princess Yongning fell to her knees, sobbing. "Big brother, how could you do this to your third brother?" "It's simple. If he won, Fatty would have been the one lying in there instead." Zhuo Fan's flat tone came, masking the chaos within. Witnessing Fatty killing Crown Prince with such cruelty let him understand why Fatty was so at peace with his role. Perhaps it was young Xuanji's prophecy at work, that heaven could not be denied. Perhaps because of the three sects' ever-watchful eyes, ready to snuff him out the instant he strayed like the old emperor. That's why he wants to end the princes, to safeguard his future. It will stabilize his position in the short term, while the rest would be left for the future. By that time, Luo clan would be a behemoth not even the sects could shake, and all of Fatty's machinations would not achieve anything. Not while the greatest minds of Tianyu steer it. He could leave with an easy heart. Breathing in and out after so many years, my heart has found peace at last. Demons, all of them. Princess Yongning sobbed louder. She was oblivious to the deep-rooted hatred and hostilities between her dear brothers, a matter of life and death. All of it just for the throne. Your brothers of the same flesh and blood. You can't even let each other live. Zhuo Fan scratched his nose at her, crying, to be honest, I'm a demonic cultivator, practically a demon as well. Steward Zhuo, you don't count. Yun Shuang looked him in the eye with rosy cheeks. At least you want the best for Luo clan and the elders. If you're a demon as well, what will that make everyone else, devils? A chord moved in Zhuo Fan's heart, and he frowned. I, a great and grand demonic emperor, true believer of the demonic path, is not a demon. Either everyone else is a demon, or I'm straying farther from the demonic path. Zhuo Fan was perplexed. His heart was at peace, yet his mind couldn't pierce the ever-thickening fog. Is this my demonic path? He used to be so clear-headed, but it has kept getting clouded as of late. Am I to tread ahead or take a step back? Yun Xuanji's words came back to him. This life might be just another way of cultivating. And he regained calm. Regardless, the demonic path isn't definite. Just follow your heart. Xuanger, tomorrow we're returning to Wingaze City. Fatty's actions have put me at ease. Zhuo Fan spoke. Yun Shuang nodded. Yang Ning looked up at him and pleaded, "Zhuo Fan, I beg of you to take me with you. I do not want to stay in such a painful place." Yun Shuang nodded before he could refuse, of course. "You'll come with me to Luo clan and live in the Yun clan. It's improper to take the great princess away." Zhuo Fan's dissuasion felt flat, and Yun Shuang said, "We're the biggest clan there is. What's improper about that? Come on." She pulled Yang Ning away, leaving Zhuo Fan speechless. How come even Shuanger has turned feisty, so out of her character? Am I a bad influence? Sigh, I'm such a bad uncle. Zhuo Fan shook his head. Chapter 511. Second Prince's Retribution. In a gloomy cave, Second Prince was asleep on a stone bed. Drip tilde an ice-cold droplet trailed down the cave wall and landed on his head. He flickered his eyes open with a shiver. "Your Highness." A deep voice came from his side. Second Prince looked through the haze at a kneeling man covered in black. Startled, he jumped to his feet and shouted, "Who are you? Where is this place?" "Your Highness, I am with the Crown Prince. He had me rescue your Highness." His tone was cold, his words flat. Second Prince recalled that on the eve of his father's birthday, someone barged into his cell and knocked him out. Next thing he knew, he was here. Second Prince frowned, looking suspiciously at the man. "So you are Big Brother's man. Humph, what is he up to now? Father had me imprisoned for life, and I am no threat to his throne. Your Highness, all Crown Prince has done is to save your Highness." The man cupped his hands. Second Prince became even more suspicious. "Save? That's not the brother I know. And who would want to kill me, father?" "Your Highness, many things have happened while you were imprisoned. In short, Third Prince colluded with the traitor Zhuo Fan, conspiring against His Majesty and Crown Prince. As the crisis came upon His Highness, he ordered me to save your Highness in hope that Sir might one day restore the Yuan clan and eliminate those vile traitors." "Impossible. Old Third is just a fat pig. He can't do anything." Second Prince refuted in mockery. Or more like he could not once believe that where his rebellion failed, Fatty succeeded. "That'll be the crown jewel of humiliation. Am I a bigger loser than even a fat pig?" The man shook his head. "With the Third Prince's ability, yes. But he had Zhuo Fan's cunning in catching His Majesty and Crown Prince unprepared, though that's not how the world sees it. Your Highness needs simply to take a walk outside and can learn who is the Emperor and who has the world. Third Prince betrayed his ancestors, surrendering Tianyu to that foul Zhuo Fan and becoming a puppet. Luo clan now reigns supreme, holding power above the imperial dynasty. Whole of Tianyu knows, and they've issued wanted notices for your Highness to weed you out. These are facts Sir may find out just by stepping outside. I am telling no lies." Second Prince eyed him skeptically, yet gave credence to the words in the end. Because these conclusions were simple to reach, he found them to be sound. Being stuck in a cell all this time, Second Prince was oblivious to the great civil war in Tianyu, of the Emperor and Quanrong's deal, and even Zhu Changfeng's rebellion. At this point, he'd gobble up anything that was thrown at him. The man in black's fabricated story was based on facts. That Luo clan was Tianyu's apex, and the Emperor had changed. What was more, the Second Prince was in complete denial that Fatty had it in him to become Emperor. He must have resorted to some underhanded deeds to pull through. Second Prince grew outraged, oblivious that he was playing into Crown Prince's hand of inciting chaos. The man in black's order was, if Crown Prince ascended, kill Second Prince. If Crown Prince failed, make Second Prince his avenger. Yuan Yang had become the departed Crown Prince's tool. The man in black grinned inside, hidden behind a grieving facade. "Damn you, pig, you stole my crown. You even gave away our lands. You are a stain upon Yuan name, a disgrace to our ancestors," Second Prince ranted. Then sighed, "Alas, their power is beyond my reach. How am I to succeed in restoring our dignity, in getting revenge for father?" Second Prince, Crown Prince has made plans. The man in black presented a black package. "Your Highness, this is what Crown Prince has prepared for sir. Therein lies the hope of revenge, of restoring our nation's glory." Second Prince opened it to find 3 items. The first was a painting Second Prince was most familiar with. "Lands of our nation. Why did you give it to me, big brother?" Am I to find the long-lost apex of Western Land's power, Danking Shen, to help me? That's not possible. He's been gone for 1,000 years now. Where do I even start looking? Second Prince shook his head. This is too thin, way too thin. He moved on to a hand-sized box. On opening it, he cried, What is this?" A sparkling orb rolled around inside, just like an eye. The man in black bowed. Second Prince, it is High Priest Yun Xuanji's eye, capable of reading the stars. When His Majesty obtained it, he had tried hundreds of ways to pierce its mystical ability, only to fail every time and give up. Crown Prince had the chance to get it. It is unknown what it can do, but it must be incredible for sure. He has passed it on to you in hope that it may help, sir. Yun Xuanji's eye? Second Prince shook, eyeing the ocular organ, feeling a power taking over his mind. Staring at it for a fraction had him shaken to his core, his soul unsettled. He clenched his hand and took a good time to settle down. Evil? Putting it back in the box, Second Prince eased a breath. I can't use it for now, nor do I know how. I know my limits not to mess with it. The man in black found it natural. What could he figure out when the Emperor's whole gang couldn't for so many years? Second Prince turned to the last item, an ancient piece of cloth, engraved with a map. At a corner was an enlarged Yun character. Your Highness, this map was part of the Imperial Palace's treasury. Rumors say this map is what great ancestor used to find the Yun clan, their homeland. But with the Yun clan having gone from their ancestral home for so long, many have forgotten this detail. By following this map, Your Highness can find it. The man reported. Second Prince frowned at the tree items. High Priest's eye, Yun clan's ancestral map and lands of our nation. Big Brother wants me to? Correct. Yun clan's high priests can read fate, so their ancestral home must be the only place to unravel the eye's mysteries. By using the mystic eye, you might even catch Danking Shen's trail among the flow of fate. The man in black cupped his hands. Second Prince sighed. Big Brother is thorough to think of such a plan, of exceptional talent. If he could find Danking Shen, he could take back more than just Tianyu Empire, even the whole Western lands. Second Prince shouted. All right, since Big Brother has gone to such lengths, I will complete his design by finding Western land's greatest expert. Then, Old Third and Zhuo Fan, your death shall be nigh. Second Prince steeled himself, and the man in black slipped on a wide smile. Crown Prince, your soul can look on in peace knowing your design carries on. Second Prince is on the path you paved, your avenger. Meanwhile, Zhuo Fan paid Veiled Dragon Pavilion a trip to tell them about Fatty's proposal. Long Yifi couldn't be happier, agreeing on the spot. With 1,000 miles of rich lands at their disposal, anyone would accept. Though with it being on the border, carrying out operations was risky. Of course, he'd ask Zhuo Fan for troops, and the man agreed just as quickly. Sharing a secret glance with his masterminds, everyone enacted psychological warfare on Long Yifi's mind by explaining the benefits of Luo Alliance. With so many upsides to it, Veiled Dragon Pavilion hopped right on the bandwagon. With one down, the other two allies weren't far away either, all coming over as easy as breathing. With Luo clan being the one true clan here, with them they'd live the high life, but against them, an early grave. Adding the three old weasels' sly and smooth speech into the mix, it worked to cower and awe the trio into falling in line to the extent that they thought they were the ones better off. It was Zhuo Fan's way of showing gratitude to the old allies for all that they had done. But when did heaven ever flung a pie in anyone's lap? Every single benefit they received was followed by an equal, if not larger, price. Having joined the Luo Alliance, they'd make it big, sure, but they had lost independence, reduced to mere members of the Luo Alliance, unable to direct their own development and being at the whims of the organization. Just like the other clans were vassals to the houses. Only now the relations were much tighter, yet still had a defined hierarchy. The alliance leader was a no-brainer Luo clan, with the rest being members they controlled, not that the others minded. With the Luo Alliance in inception, they'd get a little something, and that proved to be enough to forget about vapid stuff like freedom. Now came the time of consolidating Luo clan's power. although Zhuo Fa had no hand in it, leaving it to the clan's newest steward. It was time to leave. Chapter 512. Farewell to mortal domain, farewell to my demons. Commander Tauba, let's meet again someday. Back in Wingei's city, Zhuo Fan had the Tigers escort Chuoba Taishan and the rest of Quanrong to the borders for the trade-off. With all of them having their cultivations sealed, the 500,000 Dugu army had no trouble escorting these 2 million prisoners. At the foot of Blackwind Mountain, Zhuo Fan put on a kind face watching the Quanrong army. But Chuoba Taishan's reply was cold, even when cupping hands. Let's not. I don't ever want to see you again. Ha ha ha, Commander Tauba surely jests. The least we are is adversaries and should have each other's respect, no, the same way you and Marshal Dugu treated each other. Humph, I respected Dugu Zhanshan for his exquisite military talent, but more for his character. While you're inhuman, all you do is trick, cheat, and steal, and that flying tiger army is the last straw. Where the hell did you come up with such a dominating army? Chuoba Taishan clearly had some misgivings about his loss. Zhuo Fan laughed. He noticed the eyes of the Quanrong generals having some resentment as well, but there was more respect and fear than anything. By fighting Zhuo Fan, they learnt what godly skill meant. His leadership was average, but he more than made up with his twisted bag of tricks. At any given time, he would just pull something out of the hat so freakish, he'd make you pee your pants. No one wanted him for an opponent. It was too taxing to figure him out. Chuoba Liufeng was of the same mind. The 8 Wolf Wardens sighed, while only Tauba Liner had a complex smile and ended up shouting, Zhuo Fan, you still owe me half of those herbs in Beast King Mountain. What half? Please mind yourself, sister. You're my captive here, all of you are. I owe you nothing. Ha ha ha, Zhuo Fan teased. Tauba Liner blushed, whipping her head away and muttering, Who's yours? Damn blabbing jerk. Zhuo Fan said a few words to the tigers before sending them off. He went to Blackwind Mountain's hall, which was packed with people. As it marked his final day as Luo clan's steward, he had to check everything to leave with an easy heart. Lai Jingshan, Zhu Qingjian, Qiu Yanhai, Heaven and Earth sages, step forth. The 5 people obeyed and bowed at his command. The sages had endless admiration for him too. They were in the 3rd layer of ethereal stage after 300 years of constant regret, and suffering for being stuck at peak radiant stage. So grateful, they were devoted to the point of laying their lives down if Zhuo Fan ever asked them. You 5 elders are the strongest and shall henceforth be Luo clan's venerables, keeping clan head and young miss safe. Zhuo Fan spoke, and the 5 nodded. Yes, sir. Zhu Changfeng, Leng Wuchang, and Yu Ming had a gander at Zhuo Fan's true intentions. In his time as steward, Zhuo Fan only ever made Luo clan's strongest, elders at best. By lifting these strongest 5 to the title of venerables, he was absolving them of the steward's control. Zhuo Fan copied the emperor, making the military and officials balance each other. Even with the bloodworms, Steward Zhuo isn't assured of young master's safety. He feared being unable to hold back these monsters. Zhu Changfeng shook his head. Zhu Changfeng, Leng Wuchang, Yu Ming to the front, Zhuo Fan called again. Zhuo Fan said, Zhu Changfeng shall be the steward of Luo clan, assisting clan head with the Luo alliance, effective immediately. Leng Wuchang shall be the overseer, in charge of Luo clan's resource collection and related matters. Yu Ming is to be the military advisor, assisting the Shadow Corps and Dugu army with foreign intelligence and raids. Startled, the trio resigned themselves. Yes, sir. Zhuo Fan had effectively cut their jurisdiction, with each holding the other in check. Zhu Changfeng had people to handle, as he was in charge of the Luo alliance. Leng Wuchang was in charge of the economy, having a monopoly on all the resources, while Yu Ming had the military. These 3 powers helped each other while also holding each other back. It was obvious not everything was at their whims. Flicking them away, Zhuo Fan went on with his preparations and repeated warnings. To Lei Yuding and Lei Yunshan in particular. Being enemies with Yu Ming just wouldn't do. Yet with Yu Ming leaving Hell Valley for the Luo clan, the 2 no longer cared. At long last, Zhuo Fan called Luo Yunhai to his side. "Little brat, did you learn the gestures I taught you?" "Yes." Luo Yunhai was tearful, his words choking. "Give it a go then." Zhuo Fan snickered. Luo Yunhai made a sign, and the hall was filled with all kinds of wondrous tonalities of pain and agony, resulting with the experts crumbling on the floor. With the end of the torture by another sign, they collected themselves, and now had fear for the young kid. Zhuo Fan actually gave control of the bloodworms to him. The next time any of them had bad thoughts about clan head, they'd be toast. Worried to the extreme, they each saw the bitterness in their neighbors' eyes. Zhuo Fan smirked, nodding at their terror-stricken faces. Leaving without holding clan head in fear is not happening. "Young miss, give me the thunder ring." Zhuo Fan turned to the crying Luo Yunchang. She held the ring close to her heart as she denied. "Why, it's mine. Do you want to take it with you? You won't even leave me a keepsake." Zhuo Fan chuckled and shook his head. He used his eye instead of talking, and the ring landed in his hand. "You—" Luo Yunchang went to take it back, but Zhuo Fan placed it in Luo Yunhai's hand, his tone stoic. "Clan head Luo Yunhai, today this steward shall leave, and with my return a mystery, I will be unable to see your clan head ceremony. I give you the thunder ring, for that the next time it flickers, know that I have returned." Zhuo Fan's tone wasn't just for Luo Yunhai, but for everyone else as a warning. "Don't you dare think my departure is final. You better behave." Luo Yunchang halted her step and held her mouth, with eyes swimming in tears. Zhuo Fan had gone above and beyond the call of duty for the Luo clan. Even forced to go to demon scheming sect, all for Luo clan's safety. Or with Zhuo Fan's skills, nothing and no one would ever catch wind of him. Leaving this time was because demon scheming sect had to have him. The times ahead could very well be dangerous and life-threatening. He might not even return. In spite of it all, Zhuo Fan's last thoughts were about Luo clan's safety. Swallowing the lump in his throat, Luo Yunhai forced himself to be calm as he raised his arm with the thunder ring and proclaimed, "I, Luo Yunhai, vow that this thunder ring shall be clan head symbol for generations, Luo Alliance's token of authority. This ring represents the clan head. No matter how big the Luo Alliance becomes, it will be Steward Zhuo's supporter. No matter what danger Steward Zhuo may face, be it the three sects themselves, the Luo Alliance will stop at nothing, not for resources and not for men to help Steward Zhuo." Luo Yunhai's voice echoed out, filled with determination. Zhuo Fan looked at his own thunder ring. "I am no longer of the Luo clan, and any danger I face will be unrelated to them. Yet the Luo clan would stick with him no matter what." Such a display of devotion left him touched to the core. People looked at Luo Yunhai with respect. Although young, he was loyal, a rarity in this world. Watching the all-grown-up kid, Zhuo Fan smiled, patting his head. He then walked past him and stepped out. People made way for him, watching the ineffable steward who raised a third-rate clan to be the best in Tianyu walk on by. Luo Yunhai shook, choked with emotion. He finally got a hold of himself to let out one last shout. "Big brother Zhuo, you must come back." The words carried far while Luo Yunchang sobbed next to him, her eyes red from crying. At the foot of Blackwind Mountain, Zhuo Fan walked among the shadows of the forest, his eyes glowing. Feeling for his heart, it's not hurting. The demon is gone. Demonic Emperor Zhuo Yifan and the once servant Zhuo Fan were of one heart today, of firm belief that the Luo clan was safe. Yet even without the heart demon, there were many other matters inside his heart that he couldn't throw away. Chapter 513, Confession. "You're crying." "No, something fell in my eyes." Zhuo Fan turned towards the cute voice to see Yun Shuang and Yongning. He then looked away and blinked the lonely tear away and made a rushed excuse. Yun Shuang giggled and Yongning covered her smile, all while their fondness for him grew. Even this obnoxious and tyrannical steward had a hidden face. "What are you two doing here?" "Shuanger, as the Yun clan head, weren't you saying you'd take your clan around Blackwind Mountain to establish an observatory?" Angry, the two girls saw something unmanly. Zhuo Fan snorted. To these two, though, he looked like pouting, and they laughed. Yun Shuang had a soft gaze. You saved the people and you took revenge for my grandfather. Now that you are leaving, I must see you off and give my gratitude. No need. It was all in passing, just by chance. Zhuo Fan shook his hand and mocked. I was never someone to do good, only thinking about ruining my enemy. If it were a righteous and benevolent ruler standing in my way, I might be the one throwing these people in chaos. My eyes only see my opponent and nothing else. Yun Shuang frowned but shook her head. You always call yourself evil and maybe consider yourself to be heinous, but unlike all those twisted people, you have a sliver of conscience. You're redeemable, that's why. Yun Shuang blushed and came up to him to whisper in his ear these sweet words. I shall follow grandfather's wish and will always be in Luo clan, waiting for you to save you from eternal damnation and become a good man. Even if you aren't willing, I'll just stick with you forever. Zhuo Fan shook, his face taking an odd expression. He saw Yun Shuang blush harder, her clear eyes filled with unspeakable softness. Yun Shuang avoided his gaze and muttered, No matter if you want to or not, remember our promise. You must come back. Yun Shuang skipped away while hugging her face, though now her ears were red. Zhuo Fan blinked in a daze. What promise? You decided all by yourself without asking me. Just who could have taught her how to behave so rudely? Why does it feel like me, though? PFF Yongning giggled and presented a green bracelet with tender eyes. Zhuo Fan, look after it. My mother left it for me. We will be worlds apart now, but never forget me. Save it. There's no reason why I should take your bracelet, let alone always remember you. What the hell are you up to? Zhuo Fan glared. Glum, Yongning resorted to stomping. Are you dense as a brick or what? I can't be any more obvious than that. You're not happy unless I spit it out. Zhuo Fan raised a suspicious eyebrow. Yongning shouted in annoyance. Zhuo Fan, I shall inform you today that this princess has taken a liking to you. I have made the trip to Blackwind Mountain to be around you more and grow closer. Yet just as I've arrived, you plan on leaving. No choice but to use the last resort, exchanging vows through keepsakes in hope that you will never forget me. Wait, hold your horses. Zhuo Fan waved all over the place. Your Highness, are you high? We barely know each other. There's nothing between us. Isn't it a bit sudden dumping this on me now? Not one bit. Haven't you heard of love at first sight? Yongning blinked her purty eyes. Mom used to tell me as a child that no matter the danger, never fear. Because Prince Charming will come from the heavens, holding me in his safe embrace and keeping the danger at bay. On that day, outside the imperial palace, the same moment my life was at peril, you appeared. It's just like Mom said. You're my destiny. Face twitching, Zhuo Fan sighed, Princess, that's just a fairy tale for children. You're too old to be reading those? No, this is my mother's will that I must honor, just like Shuanger grandfather's will. Besides, you accepted Shuanger, so why not me as well? I do not care for being second since we're close as sisters. When did I do that? Zhuo Fan was confused. Didn't she just say she'll be with you for life? Not refusing is accepting. Someone like her, so kind and shy, taking the initiative is remarkable. And I, too, shall lower my status by throwing myself in your arms, willing to share you with others. That's even more remarkable. Grinning, Yongning noticed the stars in his eyes, presenting the bracelet like a nice, alluring auntie to a sweet little boy. Zhuo Fan, take it, and we will be together forever in happiness. Gulping, the once fearless steward Zhuo crumbled in sweat on the battlefield of love with such a mighty adversary like General Yongning. They were right. Women are just like tigers. PP Princess, calm down now. I am but a nobody with even my life uncertain. You need to be cautious before being with me. Your end will be bitter. I am cautious. A wife follows her husband. She'll remain a widow for life, but I am more than happy to walk this path. Like you always say, follow your heart. This is what I'm doing, listening to your words. Yongning giggled with her eyes tinted with desire. Zhuo Fan grimaced and felt like slapping his rotten mouth. That's what I get from spewing crap. Now I have to answer for it. Princess, take it easy. You, a glorious princess, should have a better future. Like the 4 tigers, yes, they are renowned generals, always crying for a wife. Think them over. Don't want to. I only need you in my life. I am dead serious. Yongning blinked her charming eyes at him. Even our tempers match. Match your head. I felt sorry for leaving Luo clan, but now I see that I need to get out of here fast. Thinking so, he then jerked his head and pointed behind her. Xuenger, did you come back for Princess? Xuenger? Yongning turned. It was the window he desperately desired, and Zhuo Fan grasped it like his life depended on it. Yongning did look back at him, only to find him gone, stomping. Yongning looked bitterly at the bracelet, her eyes clouded with anger. I only wanted you to take my keepsake to remember me by. I'm no tiger, so why did you run off? Humph, stinker. A chilly wind passed by her legs. Standing there, she had lost her lively spirit, now turned desolate with tears streaming down her face. She, a great princess, had just made her first confession only to be rejected like that. Somewhere else, Zhuo Fan appeared a mile away from Blackwind Mountain filled with trepidation. He didn't hate the ladies, but no way was he going to accept them. Their sincerity is touching enough, but I am a demon. He wouldn't fall in love out of principle. He had been like this all his life, and it had turned into natural behavior. His heart was too heavy for it to contain love. While that made dealing with hypocrites a breeze. Wait! Another soft voice stopped him, and all he could do was look at the sky with a long, drawn-out sigh. For the love of all that's holy on this God's green earth, am I the only man alive here? What are all these girls coming at me for? Zhuo Fan turned around lazily, only to jerk at the sight of her. It was Veiled Dragon Pavilion's Long Kui. The lass never liked him, and every time they talked, they always ended up bickering, just like enemies. When Luo clan was still a no-name clan, this girl looked down on these hicks. For the same reason, he made the 10-year promise in anger, that Luo clan would rise above all the houses. Zhuo Fan almost forgot it had been that long. But on seeing her, an evil fire lit up in his heart. He, damn lass, right on time. I'm gonna show off till you drop. Long Kui noticed him jerk at her call, then a trepidation, and lastly confusion. But right now he had turned evil, putting on a haughty look, his nose way high. She was lost to what came onto him. What's with him changing tunes in a split second? Did he hit his head or something? Chapter 514, One-Sided Love. Heard you are leaving Tianyu, Long Kui said softly. Zhuo Fan smiled. Word sure travels fast. Why have you come to see me off? Of sorts. What matters is the promise from 10 years ago. Long Kui smiled. Zhuo Fan was stumped. That was supposed to be his line, to mock the lass and put her down. Why is she the one bringing it up? It was the same as getting paid rent without asking for it. It made no sense. Long Kui saw past his angelic face and smiled. 10 years ago I was young and rash, looking down on you in my ignorance and speaking out of place. I offer you my deepest and sincerest apology. Long Kui made a deep bow. Zhuo Fan was speechless. All the work I put into showing off just got washed away. With the other person apologetic, he had nothing to build his act on. He could only shirk it off. It's fine, I already forgot such trifles, ha ha ha, liar. Long Kui straightened up, and her eyes took a crafty glint. You've surpassed everything that stood in your way these years, turning a nameless clan into a monster. A commendable act no ordinary person could ever achieve. I have seen your trail one step at a time, and you have left me stunned every single time. I now understand why you mustn't look down on youth. Ha ha ha, you're too kind, please. Zhuo Fan chuckled, beaming with the pride of his achievements. The last sure holds me in high regard. His pride was short-lived, though, as Long Kui drove her attack fully in, catching Zhuo Fan on the wrong foot. Crud, she got me. Though you can't look down on youth, is it fine to pick on defenseless girls? Long Kui's tone had some bite. Zhuo Fan was lost for words. Long Kui's apology was fake in order to condemn him. It was all smoke and mirrors to lift him high, only to slam him down to earth with a well-placed blow to the hypothetical gut. She fed my ego to strike back. The day finally came for even the grand Zhuo Fan to grow so complacent to fall for such a basic trick. Zhuo Fan worked his brain matter for some excuse, only to come empty, not getting why Long Kui got so aggressive. He put on an awkward smile. Miss Long Kui, why, may I ask, are you so angry? Why, you should ask yourself, Humph. Long Kui glared. Did you not go to Pavilion Lord with a proposal to marry me off to that accursed tub of lard? Oh, Tilda, so that's how it is. Zhuo Fan cooled on the spot, having grasped the reason. I was just the messenger. I didn't force anyone. The decision was up to Pavilion Lord Long. Though, what? Long Kui frowned. Zhuo Fan snickered, though he's the only tub of lard offering such a grand betrothal gift. Pavilion Lord Long couldn't refuse even if he wanted to. In fact, I don't think anyone could. That's a 1,000-mile stretch of fertile land. For Fatty to offer so much only goes to show his love for you. You will have happiness. Humph, my happiness is my business. A busybody like you has no right to interfere. Long Kui's anger burned even hotter. Zhuo Fan slumped his shoulders and shook his head. All I did was to pass along a brother's words. You can be against it all you want, but take it out on Pavilion Lord Long and Fatty, not me. I'm leaving Tianyu and don't need any more annoyances. Zhuo Fan, playing the victim, only incensed her into shouting. Some brother you are. Would you have done the same if Fatty wanted Ninger? Zhuo Fan frowned, his heart a mess. His eyes darkened and his heart grew icy, but that didn't stop Long Kui's berating. What if he went for Chu King Cheng? Would you play the messenger then as well? Zhuo Fan's heart sank, finding it impossible to make a coherent sentence, just standing there with a hardened gaze. The answer to that was clear, a resounding no. Long Kui struck a frail figure as she nodded. I see. Next month I will marry His Majesty. A shame the best steward in Tianyu, the great steward Zhuo, won't be there to see it. Long Kui sighed, rambling on before walking away in silence. Zhuo Fan noticed as she turned, 2 trails falling down her cheeks. Zhuo Fan had a puzzled gaze as he saw Long Kui empty inside and rambling on. Wasn't she blaming me just now? How is it that she's the one to leave defeated? Doesn't that happen after a big fuss or fight or something? Peculiar. Zhuo Fan shook his head and sighed, putting this affair behind him as he went on his way. Oddly enough, no one noticed Fatty and Fang Qiubai close by. Fatty sighed. Brother Zhuo, I can never take you on, but I can play little tricks. Your Majesty, this should make her give up. Fang Qiubai turned to Long Kui. Fatty nodded with a wise gaze. The proposal would have worked with that stretch of land alone, but to have little Kui look forward to the wedding is impossible, not while she loved someone else. Zhuo Fan, Fang Qiubai spoke firmly. Fatty smiled, correct. Ever since Luo clan's ceremony, outside the imperial palace, I saw something growing in little Kui for the brat. I was hesitating whether to fight such a man over a woman, only to find it wasn't necessary. Little Kui's one-sided love was something he had no clue of, nor did he much care for her. This was little Kui's path she had to take herself. So I had Zhuo Fan be the messenger, making it look like Zhuo Fan threw little Kui into my lap. In pain, little Kui had to come to Zhuo Fan to confirm it. Now she knows there's no place for her in his heart and should give up. A woman with a dead heart will be sure to accept her fate next to me as Empress. What if Zhuo Fan finds out? With his mean streak? Fang Qiubai frowned. Fatty waved it off with a smile. No worries. Do you know why, despite his sharp mind, did I still get to use him? He never gave a damn about little Kui, so he just overlooked everything. I borrowed his luck with women, but he didn't lose either. In fact, by having Veiled Dragon Pavilion enter the Luo clan, even if he did find out, it won't matter. I have finally grasped Zhuo Fan's character. He is selfish and won't act unless someone encroaches on his people. Ha ha ha. Fatty's eyes shone with wisdom. He turned and said, Sir Fang, any news of the second brother? No, he has disappeared. Fang Qiubai shook his head. Fatty shouted, keep searching. Don't stop until I see him or his corpse. In the meantime, Zhuo Fan went to the meeting place with the demon scheming sect. Then, Cackles announced the arrival of 4 black smokes. They took the form of the 4 scheming demons. You're the one receiving me? Ha ha ha, that's great. Zhuo Fan laughed. The 4 pygmies were ordered to return to the sect before the war with Quanrong by the Impermanence 5. They had spent too long outside after busting out of prison and had to get back to the sect. Helpless, the 4 pygmies returned to get their punishment. Zhuo Fan figured he'd never see them again, either put in a corner or thrown in jail again. Yet here they were, as Zai Yu's men acting as his guide to the sect. He was pleasantly surprised. With the sect in a remote and hidden area, the secular world having no clue of its location, only its disciples could guide him there. And since they all knew each other, it'd make the trip easier. But the 4 scheming demons, on seeing that it was Zhuo Fan, puffed out in cockiness, with Violent Demon presenting a jade slip with all the arrogance he had. "Are you ready to enter our sect, new disciple? We are the demonic cultivator hero quartet, the greatest and handsomest in the demon scheming sect, 4 scheming demons coming to receive you. State your name, age, birthplace, date of birth, cultivation. Do you shits have such short memories? Allow me the honor of refreshing it, of those thrilling moments long past." Zhuo Fan made a sign. The 4 screamed in pain, now rolling on the floor from the bloodworms acting up. "Steward Zhuo, we'd never, it was all a joke, see, let us go." "Steward Zhuo, we're just doing our job." "You'll soon be a disciple while we have a higher status. You can't always treat us like this." "Steward Zhuo, it hurts. I can't take it. Make it stop." The 4 demons flounced around in pain and pleaded. Zhuo Fan only smiled, his eyes icy. "No matter how high you climb, get this straight. No matter where I go, I will never be beneath anyone." Chapter 515, Bumping into Mystical Heaven Sect. "Steward Zhuo, your temper hasn't changed, I see. Still as violent, ha ha ha." On a gloomy lone path, 5 people walked. A youth with a sinister smile and 4 5-foot midgets. Violent Demon was fanning Zhuo Fan and sucking up at the same time. Zhuo Fan mocked. "Do you think less than half a year is enough to change anyone? Then again, you 4 shits only get more outrageous after a few days away from my side. You even had the nerve to show off to me." "Steward Zhuo, please, that was just the perks of the job." Wimp Demon explained. "Besides, the sect is filled with nasty people, always acting tough to the newbies. We were only helping you stay out of trouble." Zhuo Fan raised an eyebrow. "Did you just think I'll be railroaded?" The 4 jerked and shook their heads at once. Violent Demon cuffed Wimp Demon over the head. "Ignorant fool, who do you take Steward Zhuo for? It's already a miracle if he doesn't railroad others. But if others did that to him, that's a death sentence." All bobbed, Zhuo Fan included. "Others aside, if you 4 don't know me by now after all this time, now that's ridiculous. A mere demon scheming sect, an average sect of the mortal domain, can't have anyone that can stand up to me." Zhuo Fan's grin widened. Violent Demon checked the time and was all wishy-washy. "Steward Zhuo, there is the matter of overdoing things. We should hurry along since we're already late. It won't do for us to earn sect leaders' ire. Let's fly at least? Where's the fire? I've been cooped up in Tianyu for years, and now that I get to travel, can't I enjoy the view, have a taste of the great outdoors?" Zhuo Fan shot him down. He had no intention of fitting in just yet. Who knows when he'd get out? He'd need approval for any outing or relaxation once institutionalized, and with no place to vent, he'd go stir-crazy. So if he could drag it out, he'd go the distance on foot. The 4 scheming demons, though, were feeling quite tense. It was a mission from the sect to receive new disciples. Being late would get the sect leader on their backs, the one who they couldn't mess with. Yet he paled in comparison to this new guy, the great Steward Zhuo, having fed them bloodworms. They'd be on someone's bad side no matter the choice, and the 4 felt like crying. Since when did taking in a new disciple become such a toil? To any rowdy disciple, there were so many ways to get him to wait on the guides. By the time they reached the sect, he'd be a meek lamb. While on this lord before them, the usual tricks never worked. In fact, they'd be happy if this steward stopped waiting on them, to say nothing of what other dirty tricks his twisted mind might cook up. One wrong word and it'd be hell on earth. This is no new disciple, but an ancestor's detail. "Steward Zhuo, think of our fond times together and help us out a little. Let's fly. We can just carry you if you want. Going like this will really make us run late," Violent Demon implored while sobbing. The other 3 put on sad faces and puppy eyes. Zhuo Fan eyed them and snorted. "What are you scared of? Zai Yu invited me in. You think he'd mind some slight delay? Bro, he won't mind it with you, but he'll ruin us." Violent Demon cried a river and wailed, "Steward Zhuo, we've risked life and limb in the old days for you. You can't always treat us like dirt, or the sect leader will have us thrown in a thunder prison for another century." The others nodded with pleading faces. Zhuo Fan shook his head and sighed. "Fine, we'll fly as a favor for those days, but you'll carry me." "Yes, sir." The four grew ecstatic, and Zhuo Fan shook his head. Zai Yu must have everything in a tight grip to have even these wild and unpredictable pygmies wrecked with fear. The four joined hands in lifting Zhuo Fan high above. Zhuo Fan closed his eyes, feeling soothed just like in a deck chair. The clear blue sky, the warm rays of the sun, all felt like utter bliss, though the fighting sounds from the nearby woods broke the mood. The four scheming demons looked at each other to see the glee in their eyes. "Someone's fighting. Let's have a look-see." Wimp Demon said, thrilled. Violent Demon was in total agreement. "Who is it, I wonder? Suck a ruckus is bound to be interesting. Even if it is, should we go? We don't have much time left to return." Scrooge Demon calculated the pros and cons. Sly Demon asked the final question, "Do we go or not?" After a moment of silence, looking at each other's eyes, the four's decision was unanimous. "Damn right we go." They threw Zhuo Fan off their backs while they turned into black smoke to go in the battle's direction. Zhuo Fan had some me time, basking in the sun's warm glow, only to have a very rude awakening, smashing face first into the ground. With a raging glare, he searched his quarry to find none. Blast and thunder. Now I see why Zai Yu would want to throw them in prison for a century. It'd be a thou 10,000 years if it were me. Zhuo Fan patted the dust off of him, his face burning with rage. And noticing the sounds, he flew straight towards it with an insidious mind. "You like to watch, don't you? See how I'll make you the stars of the show." 15 minutes later, Zhuo Fan found the pygmies at a valley entrance. With their butts stuck out and heads in a bush, Zhuo Fan grinned and grabbed them. "Now I got you, you little shits." The four panicked all right, yet for some odd reason they kept shushing him while pointing at the bush. Zhuo Fan paused, noticing it was an odd behavior even for these clowns. Curiosity got the better of him as he let them go and stuck his head into the bush. The valley was more like a trench. Their bush's position offered a good vantage point and clear view to the sheer drop below and the two groups of men at the bottom. One was clothed in black, with the character for soul written on them, exploding with savage energy, demonic cultivators. While the other side wore all white with the word mystical sewn in golden on one of their shoulders. The two sides were in a deadlock, their eyes only for the small plant with 3 leaves of red, yellow, and blue between them. Its intoxicating aroma was felt all the way up to the spectators. 9th grade spiritual herb, tricolor soul-fixing grass. Zhuo Fan muttered. Violent Demon used this prime chance to suck up. Steward Zhuo is wise and far-seeing. It is indeed the rare tricolor soul-fixing grass. The pill made from it can protect one's soul from scattering. Even after months of soul drifting, you'll still be at peak. It is the most rare and precious herb in assuring an ethereal stage expert's life. Zhuo Fan nodded. For anyone below the ethereal stage, it would keep their soul in one piece and save their life. If he had it when Ninger's soul was wounded, he wouldn't have needed Zai Yu. While in the case of an ethereal stage expert, it would slow down the decay of the soul while devoid of a body and help them seize another. If Elder She had it, he wouldn't have panicked so much on losing his body. Tricolor soul-fixing grass was such a rare safety measure that one would be hard-pressed to find it even in sects, which explained the impasse below. "Do you know who they are?" Zhuo Fan asked. Violent Demon nodded softly. "Steward Zhuo, those in black are from the Demon Soul sect, demonic cultivators like us both of different factions. Their sect is even stronger than ours, best left alone. While the ones in white are on our side from one of Tianyu's 3 guardian sects, Mystical Heaven sect. But righteous and demonic factions can't coexist, walking different paths." "Mystical Heaven sect?" Zhuo Fan was shocked. "Isn't that the same one grandmother said King Cheng went to chapter 516, Third Master Han? Third Master Han, our sect found the herb first." "What is the meaning of your presence here? Are you trying to steal it?" The leader of the Mystical Heaven sect's group was a charming and valiant girl. Her eyebrows delicate, her eyes pure, complementing her beauty and tenderness, but the fire in her worked as a deterrence, especially that ancient jade sword, unleashing a chilling and sharp sword intent even sheathed. None from the demon soul sect met her gaze, afraid the sword intent might split their heads open on contact. One feminine man, with a sneer and sinister air, had no qualms about facing off. Jade Sword Fairy of Mystical Heaven Sect, Shui Ruohua, is worthy of her reputation, even unpolished can exude her brilliance. Sword still in its sheath, yet the sword intent can cripple one's heart. I bow before the master. Enough patronizing, do you give up the spiritual herb or not? Shui Ruohua spat. Young Master Hand smirked. Spiritual herbs have no owner belonging to the one who can get it first. Why should we give it to you? Then again, dual cultivation in the company of Fairy Ruohua might give me pause. Swine. Shui Ruohua blushed and her sword came out the sheath. Waves of light and sword energy flashed about as it whistled for Ainz Sanchao like a dragon. Anyone struck by it would find himself an extra-large breathing hole. From up above, Zhuo Fan lauded her in silence. Women like her are quite rare, unleashing such a sharp sword strike. She's just like that sword fanatic, Zai Tianchang. I bet she's a real feisty one even casually. Yet no matter how good the attack was, with her being in the 5th layer of radiant stage and him in the 7th, it wouldn't hit anything if he had some skills as well. To say nothing of the danger, it only got worse from here. By unleashing such a strong attack, she left herself open for a killing blow. Zhuo Fan sighed. Sure as he lived, Ainz Sanchao laughed at the incoming sword, reacting with a palm attack. Great timing. Since Fairy Ruohua has no qualms, neither will I. A 2-meter-tall scarlet palm shot in front of him. High profound martial art, soul-seeking scarlet palm. PFF with a muffled sound, the sword and the scarlet hand clashed into a deadlock. Shui Ruohua lapsed for a second, then gnashed her teeth as she pushed the sword forward harder, while Ainz Sanchao waved, and the palm split into countless stars, hammering Shui Ruohua's body. Being so close didn't give her room to react. She was flung away and spat dark blood. Senior sister. Her group shouted while the demon soul sect's side snickered. Ainz Sanchao mocked. Jade Sword Fairy, your sect is but a low-ranked one while ours is a mid-level sect. We are better than you in every way, be it martial arts or cultivation methods. You've seen it yourself. So walk away knowing your limits and not fight us over the herb. So what if you got dibs? In this world, power is everything. Everything belongs to the winner. Ainz Sanchao snorted. Up on the vantage point, the 4 scheming demons laughed inside and nodded. The dumb broad is toast, he. She asked for it, going against a demonic cultivator. Violent demon laughed at her expense. Sly demon giggled. That's not all. If the young leader from the demon soul sect took her away to dual cultivate, that old foggy from mystical heaven sect would choke on it. Hi. True. The rest bobbed their heads excitedly. Zhuo Fan asked, You mean to say demon scheming sect and mystical heaven sect are bitter enemies? Why do I get the feeling that you want mystical heaven sect to suffer a worse fate? Nope, we can't stand either of them, but mystical heaven sect is on the righteous path. As demonic cultivators, we want nothing more than to see them squirm, ha. Violent demon laughed. Zhuo Fan shook his head. Be that as it may, such a course of action was born out of ignorance. Tallying everything up, one looked at the profits and not one's alignment. All to further one's self-interests. Yu Ming escaped the interests of his house to achieve what he was now, standing shoulder to shoulder with the likes of Zhu Changfeng and Lang Wuchang. If all of the demon scheming sect was so narrow-minded, its future was hopeless. With a faint sound, Shui Ruohua leaned on her sword to stand, watching the herb with a killing gaze. Again, Shui Ruohua lifted her sword with gnashed teeth, facing Ainz Sanchao again. Ainz Sanchao frowned. You've lost, going further will mean death. Is that what you want? Humph, hand over the herb or take my life. Shui Ruohua's eyebrows shook, filled with unwillingness. The life of my young master depends on that herb. I must have it. Ainz Sanchao mocked. Oh, that retard. Ha, death suits him better. What's a born cripple like him still living for, taking up space? Shut up. I won't let anything happen to my dear brother. Shui Ruohua stomped as she thrust her sword. Her attack this time was far weaker, not even a tenth of the first. The wounds were taking their toll on her. Han Sanchao waved in mockery and unleashed a gale. With a loud sound, Shui Ruohua flew and spat blood again. Her eyes were desperate and hopelessly in tears. Little brother, forgive me. I can't protect you, Pa. At this particular moment, her body stopped, feeling a strong arm holding her. But what came into sight was a foreign face. Why, you're... Shui Ruohua spoke weakly. Zhuo Fan smiled. We don't know each other, it's just that Miss Character is very much like someone I know. Zhuo Fan was reminded of Chu Qingcheng and her desperate attempts to save drifting flowers' edifices. He sighed. You're so much alike, I'm sure you'd be close friends. Shui Ruohua frowned, not understanding any of his words. Hi, hi, hi. Creepy laughter announced the arrival of 4 black trails of smoke. The 4 scheming demons were standing there while cackling. Ha ha ha, when 2 fight, the 3rd wins. You guys continue while the demon scheming sect takes the 9th grade herb, he he he. The demon scheming sect. Shui Ruohua was on guard around Zhuo Fan, pushing away from him in a rush. Han Sanchao raised an eyebrow at the 4. Demon scheming sect. A herb was discovered, yet here are 3 great sects fighting over it. Things sure got interesting. Zhuo Fan smiled and shook his head at the demons. You 4, repeat what you said. The spiritual herb is ours. Right, Steward Zhuo. Violent demon beamed. The resounding crack on his face was Zhuo Fan's answer, along with a serious tongue lashing, of course. Right, your rotten head. You've been around me for so long, and you can't even tell that much about me. Is a 9th grade herb worth fighting for? Are you beggars? Ugh, Zhuo Fan's shout echoed around the gorge, and the demons looked down with crestfallen faces, while Mystical Heaven Sect and Demon Soul Sect grimaced. Who the heck is he? Are you calling us beggars? Is that it? Han Sanchao's smile iced over. Since when did Demon Scheming Sect got so tough, so rich, that even a 6th layer of Profound Heaven disciple spits on a 9th grade herb? That would mean we, the mid-level Demon Soul Sect, should be currying favor with the Demon Scheming Sect. Moneybags, let's be friends. Han Sanchao patronized, and the rest of the Demon Soul Sect party laughed. Where the hell did he crawl out of? He's putting up such an exaggerated show. No one will believe him. 9th grade herb aside, the entirety of Western lands had no sect that outstanding. But the 4 scheming demons knew something they didn't, as they saw the unfazed, mocking smile on Zhuo Fan. Steward Zhuo, since you don't want it, what did we run over here for? Couldn't we just watch the live show? Violent Demon asked, holding his burning cheek. Zhuo Fan smiled as he pointed at Shui Ruohua. I came here for one reason, to save her. All stood speechless. Since when did the demon scheming sects people save mystical heaven sects? Whenever the 2 sides met, there was bound to be an altercation. Shui Ruohua was just as stunned, but blushed at his hard gaze, her heart jumping around inside. What is he trying to pull? Chapter 517. Who leans on whom? Clap tilde Han Sanchao had a savage look as he watched Zhuo Fan with a light clap. Oh, a hero in shining armor, and here I thought some reject had jumped in. That being said, you must have good taste like mine to set your eyes on such a fine fairy for dual cultivation. Demon Soul Sect's side snickered. Shui Ruohua grew angry as she watched the 2 with her guard up and her heart stuck in her throat. They're both the worst. If worse comes to worst, I would rather kill myself than let them touch me. Those on Mystical Heaven Sect's side were all keyed up, their brows soaked in sweat. What rotten luck, meeting 2 demonic sects, and both are enamored by Senior Sister's looks. Her killer body is going to kill us all. Zhuo Fan eyed them coldly before stopping on Han Sanchao with a smile. All I want is easy, save the girl and take the herb. If you have your head on straight, you'd scatter this instant before you regret it. Regret it. Ha ha ha, who will make me regret it? You. Just a 6th layer of Profound Heaven cultivator. Han Sanchao had heard the joke of the century, laughing harder. Looking closer at Zhuo Fan's party, something clicked in him and he mocked. Are you Zai Yu's son? Being all cocky in the sect, and now you've come out to die. Didn't your dad ever tell you to keep your head down? Mystical Heaven Sect's side was filled with doubt. Demon Scheming Sect's sect leader has a son. They were both Tianyu's 3 guardian sects, so how come they've never heard of him? Zhuo Fan chuckled. What gave you that idea? It's those 4 little freaks behind you. They're in the 6th layer of Radiant Stage, elders or executives of the sect. They'd never show such respect to just any disciple. Han Sanchao put on a prideful look, having seen it all. Yet a profound heaven disciple like you berated and slapped them, and yet they showed no anger. It's clear as day that you're above them in the sect. The only possibility for a profound heaven disciple to piss on Radiant Stage experts is if you were sect leader's son. Han Sanchao's analysis was so damn logical even Mystical Heaven Sect's side watched Zhuo Fan speechless. He must be Zai Yu's son after all. But why haven't we ever heard of him? Demon Scheming Sect sure knows how to work in secret. Zhuo Fan only smiled and sighed. It made so much sense that even Zhuo Fan would reach the same conclusion if the roles were reversed. With how profound heaven cultivators putting Radiant Stage experts in their place were scarcer than a hen's teeth, the only thing that fits here besides second-hand power was true personal strength. But that was way too outrageous. And yet that's how Zhuo Fan had been operating and getting wins, leaning only on his own 2 hands. Scratching his nose, Zhuo Fan smiled. Judging by appearances, I see. But that's fine as long as it gets the job done and you won't butt in, I won't care. Zhuo Fan walked over to the herb with a carefree look, as if everyone present was beneath him. He never considered anyone there a roadblock, cruising over to fetch the herb. Shui Ruohua watched Zhuo Fan swagger on like a hotshot, big shot and the like, and all she could react with was a dumb look. Zhuo Fan's attitude was unlike the hostile demonic cultivators while also filled with a greater calm than your average person. Han Sanchao's eyes went cold and his mouth formed a sneer. It all makes sense now. Why Zai Yu's son wasn't known. He's not worth anything. A demonic cultivator, and yet not one demonic bone in his back, makes him a garbage. Someone go out there and teach this nobody a lesson. Yes, sir. A tough guy with thick arms cupped his hands as his aura exploded with the power of a 9th layer profound heaven stage. Whoosh tilde the guy flashed in Zhuo Fan's face and punched while ridiculing. Ha ha ha, dumb brat. This is what you get for looking at young master's possession and girl. Die. Hi, death begets all who mess with our steward Zhuo. With a creepy laughter, 4 smoke trails came from behind Zhuo Fan. The big guy jerked, finding himself pulled by his limbs in 4 directions. Following the cackle, 4 bloody parts dyed the ground with blood and gore. Mystical Heaven Sect's brows shook, scared by a little blood and guts. Who the hell are they? It's too savage even for a demonic cultivator, yet these 4 have no qualms doing it. We get that you want to save your boss kid, but that guy was just a profound heaven cultivator. Isn't it just a little bit overkill for 4 Radiant Stage experts to tear him apart? This was 4 scheming demons' nature, not giving a hoot about the other side's level or numbers. We 4 have always worked together. What? Got a problem? Bring it if you have the guts, Han Sanchao barked. Such valor from Demon Scheming Sect, killing someone from the Demon Soul Sect. You 4 are dead. Han Sanchao shot for them. 4 scheming demons snickered, turning into smoke. 4 Radiant Stage experts in the 6th layer were about to fight one in the 7th layer. But 4 scheming demons' eerie moves and combined form had them on the advantage. Han Sanchao sensed the strangeness of the enemy yet snickered. That form is just like my sect's shadow array. If you think you can beat me with just that, think again. 7th grade demonic treasure, soul spider net. Han Sanchao flicked something gray at the 4 pygmies. It unveiled itself to their shock and trapped all 4 of them tight. Not even as smoke could they get out. And the net kept tightening, sticking the 4 close to each other so hard they couldn't even breathe. Steward Zhuo, save us. This thing is wicked. The pygmies wailed their distress and begged as the pain mounted and the net shrank. Ha ha ha, Han Sanchao mocked. Some 6th layer Radiant Stage experts you are, begging a profound heaven cultivator for help. Ha ha ha, this is too funny. Laugh it up. Messing with us means messing with Steward Zhuo. And messing with Steward Zhuo will have your head rolling, ha ha ha. Violent Demon cackled despite his plight. His bros copied him, knowing full well that Zhuo Fan had their backs. And that was all they needed. The only way to get these four to truly beg for life with snot on their faces was if he lost as well. Zhuo Fan was their thick leg, their tree, their rock. Han Sanchao frowned. Contrary to his belief, the four pygmies weren't Zhuo Fan's bodyguards. The norm would be to beg for life, be stubborn till death, or urge their young master to flee. Why then are these guys not one bit afraid, not for them or for the young master? They aren't worried at all, PFF. The muffled sound roused Han Sanchao from his thoughts to see Zhuo Fan wearing the same cocky look on his stroll for the herb. The hell? He doesn't care about the fight he just got out of, or that the four are trapped. Han Sanchao's suspicions of Zhuo Fan only grew and grew. In this case, there are only two possibilities. He's either an ignorant fool, blind to danger, or of such a stable mind, not even the crumbling world could faze. The latter makes him a tough adversary. Han Sanchao stood still as he saw Zhuo Fan take the herb with a smile and then walk back to Shui Ruohua. It was the same casual gait, same poise, like the world wasn't even there. The mood grew odd, with the audience too tense to twitch. Only Zhuo Fan was walking calmly. Demon Soul Sect watched Han Sanchao with a questioning gaze. Young master, are you just going to ignore his blatant disregard of us? Han Sanchao never left Zhuo Fan out of his sight, unable to come up with a way to deal with this situation. Zhuo Fan was just too freaky in his demeanor, throwing all his thinking into disarray, while Shui Ruohua had a dull look, bearing a faint smile, and her heart was a mess. Just what is this demonic cultivator up to? Chapter 518. She's very well. You want this herb. Dangling the herb in Shui Ruohua's face, Zhuo Fan smiled. With how hard you fought for it, you must have wanted it. Shui Ruohua stared at him on high alert. What do you want? Clever, there's no free lunch in the world. You always have to pay something when you want something. Zhuo Fan roamed his eyes over her, truly alike. Eyes going red, Shui Ruohua faltered back. Her mouth was bloody, her cheeks pale, but her eyes still glared. Demonic cultivator scum, keep dreaming. Don't think you can just have your way with me. Mystical Heaven Sect stared at Zhuo Fan as well. Ha ha ha, even your temper is the same, just as stubborn. Zhuo Fan ignored everything and only smiled. Miss, I have no intention to dual cultivate with you nor bear any ill will. I only have some questions. I hope you'll be honest in exchange for the herb. Shui Ruohua gave him a long look. Zhuo Fan's courteous manner was unlike any demonic cultivator she knew, earning some brownie points but also suspicion. Is he even a demonic cultivator? Zhuo Fan smiled. I'll take Miss Silence as agreement. Who said? Zhuo Fan's question cut her off. Pardon me, miss, but does your sect have someone called Chu Qingcheng, hailing from Tianyu's Drifting Flowers edifices? Shui Ruohua nodded. Junior sister Qingcheng is Master's new disciple, and she does come from Tianyu. Do you know her? Ha ha ha, so she really is in Mystical Heaven Sect. Zhuo Fan beamed. Then how is she? Zhuo Fan's heart tensed at the question, hanging on Shui Ruohua's reply. He hid his impatience well, but not from a woman's intuition. Shui Ruohua was troubled. Nodding, Shui Ruohua said, Junior sister is Master's last disciple and is always taken care of. She is very well. Great. Zhuo Fan eased a breath, feeling a weight off his shoulders. If Chu Qingcheng was having a bad time in Mystical Heaven Sect, he'd be feeling guilty. He finally calmed down, handing over the herb. Zhuo Fan smiled. Thank you. This is for you. Shui Ruohua couldn't believe her eyes. He was serious about wanting only answers in exchange for the 9th grade herb, to say nothing about how common knowledge the information he asked was. He only wanted to know about her junior sister. Shui Ruohua asked, Who are you? What is your relation to junior sister Chu? That is not your concern, miss. You don't need to know about me, and you'd best keep silent about our talk around her as well. The deal is done, so take the herb and go. Zhuo Fan shooed her, his expression flat. What's with him changing tunes so fast? He was so polite a second ago, yet is so indifferent now. Just over some questions, Shui Ruohua was puzzled, even as she got it right. Zhuo Fan got what he wanted and had shirked all pretenses. Han Sanchao laughed. What are you two whispering about over there? In the end, strength is all that matters. Who's going to stop me from getting what I want anyway? Shui Ruohua tensed up, her mood heavy. Right. They only got the herb because Han Sanchao never interfered. Now that he would, she could kiss the herb goodbye. But he'd have another thing coming if he thought she'd just hand it over. Everyone looked at each other in hesitation. Sighing, Zhuo Fan scratched his nose. One should know his limits and not jump all over the place without power. Zhuo Fan now walked towards Han Sanchao, same old prancing, causing Han Sanchao to turn solemn. For some odd reason, he felt put off by a sixth layer of profound heaven cultivator. Kid, you took the words right out of my mouth. Without strength, you'd better stop bouncing around. It's more apt in your case than theirs. Han Sanchao probed. Zhuo Fan mocked. You've got it all wrong. It's not for them but you. Cocky prick. Han Sanchao unleashed his soul power at Zhuo Fan while shouting, what could a puny, profound heaven cultivator possibly teach me? Zhuo Fan's mouth perked up into a smirk, releasing a soul attack. Bam! The air around the clash shimmered, with Han Sanchao faltering 5 steps and looking at Zhuo Fan like he was a monster. Zhuo Fan never even budged from his place, bearing the same obnoxious attitude. There's no way a mere profound heaven cultivator's soul is stronger than a 7th-layer radiant stage expert like me. It makes no sense. Han Sanchao was dumbstruck, as were the rest. Who the hell is this kid? A profound heaven expert using his soul like a radiant stage expert was rare enough. But for him to even punch above his weight, ignoring the weird looks he always seemed to get, Zhuo Fan got to the trapped, scheming demons and smiled. Soul spider net, made of a spiritual beast's soul to target souls. These shits were bound to be caught, ha ha ha. Steward Zhuo, save us, please? The pygmies whined. Han Sanchao gnashed his teeth. That's a 7th-grade demonic treasure only I can control. Ha ha ha, arrogant, narcissistic, and shameless to boot. Zhuo Fan threw in there. Once you know it's made of souls to capture souls, removing it is easy even without knowing the signs. Zhuo Fan's fingertip released an azure flame. He flicked, and the azure flame fell on the net. With a beastly cry, wails, and crackling of fire, the net snapped apart. The 4 scheming demons cackled at their newfound freedom. Hi, 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 ignorant little gnat, told you so. No one can match our steward Zhuo. Violent demons skipped around. The other 3 joined the mockery. Han Sanchao was bug-eyed. His dear 7th-grade demonic treasure had snapped like a twig. Not that he had any clue about Azure Flame's soul supremacy. As his demonic treasure was made from a beast's soul, the flame had no trouble ruining it. Han Sanchao squinted, glaring at Zhuo Fan. Damn brat, faking weakness. I underestimated you. But now I will show you my true power, what it means when they say that the world will always have someone better than you. Is that so? Zhuo Fan patronized, lifting his right arm as it glowed in a ghastly red. I have no interest in fighting you, but you better remember this and never step out of line. Zhuo Fan flicked his hand. A red light flashed in everyone's eyes, followed by a kaboom as the world shook. Rocks were flying, dust was picking up, just like the end of days. As the earth swayed under their feet, the audience had to focus to stay steady yet failed miserably, collapsing in tears. What the hell? It was the unanimous thought, scrambling all over the place for cover. As the earth settled at long last and the dust cleared, the scene had their eyes pop out of their sockets, their frail hearts stuck in their throats. The tiny gorge they were in now sported a 1,000-meter-long scar, while the center was a black abyss and its edges worlds apart. Han Sanchao, on one side of the abyss, felt weak in the knees, looking at Zhuo Fan as if he was a monster. Where the hell did he come from? He's not human. He was lucky that Zhuo Fan didn't attack, or he'd be insta-killed. Recalling his previous taunt, Han Sanchao was seething with regret. He realized Zhuo Fan was talking about him when he spoke of not having strength. Yet he still challenged the guy, only to have a brush with death himself in the end. Zhuo Fan said flatly. Yours truly is not Zai Yu's son. I am cocky enough because I am strong enough. Cross this line and your head will roll. Han Sanchao cried inside, panicking. You dare kill to Demon Soul Sect's young leader, inviting a sect war. Han Sanchao wanted to use his sect to threaten Zhuo Fan in a futile attempt to preserve a modicum of self-respect, but Zhuo Fan wasn't buying it. Dead men can't snitch. With Zhuo Fan's trademark evil smile back on his face, he scared the living daylights out of Han Sanchao. His meaning was crystal clear. If I wanted to kill you, you'd all be dead. How would you snitch to your sect, when a flick from me will have you all pulverized, with Demon Soul Sect none the wiser? Han Sanchao was soaked with sweat, and he felt horror like no other. This is a demon among demons. Not showing off, just using simple words to plunge others into hell. Chapter 519. Entering Demon Scheming Sect. Using the same light step and indifference, Zhuo Fan flew away, with the 4 scheming demons cackling behind him. Shui Ruohua had a dull gaze watching him leave, her heart thumping. Who is he? One mystical heaven sect came over still shaking from fear. Senior sister, he's terrifying. At least he had no ill will towards us, or we'd be goners. Yeah. Another disciple nodded. To think Demon Scheming Sect has such a horrifying disciple with power beyond his cultivation. We best return and meet with our fellow disciples to warn them. On the off chance that any of us meet that kid, the first thing to do is to run. The others echoed his sentiments. Shui Ruohua watched the skies, still out of sorts, oblivious to their talks. Who is he? What is he to junior sister? Senior sister? The cry woke her from her stupor to see a disciple panicking as he pointed at the Demon Soul Sect on the other side of the abyss. Han Sanchao is getting up. Shui Ruohua saw Han Sanchao leaning on another disciple, watching her with malice. Shui Ruohua held the herb tight, her heart on guard for any movement. Though Han Sanchao just got his feet under him, as he looked at the scar just ahead of him, it filled him with fear and he gave up, shouting, "Let's go!" Han Sanchao's team was soon gone. Mystical Heaven Sect breathed easier. Though they wondered, Han Sanchao has always been brutal in his ways, so how come he's just letting us have the herb? Is the world ending? Fool, isn't it obvious? That freak from Demon Scheming Sect just warned him not to cross the line. So of course he won't, not if he wants to keep his head. The others laughed, but the same guy frowned still. But didn't he just leave? What's there to fear? He might have left, but his deterrence remained. Shui Ruohua sighed. This is a clash of powerful men, you won't understand. Yet this man's simple words had Demon Scheming Sect's third young master shaking in fear about crossing the line. Demon Scheming Sect now has an unapproachable man. The disciples recalled the man's flick of the hand, unleashing a gulf between the parties, and their hearts sank. Will he become our enemy? Meanwhile, Zhuo Fan and the Pygmy Quartet rushed for Demon Scheming Sect. Violent Demon went before him, saying, "Steward Zhuo, why did you save that lass? Did she catch your eye?" As if I only wanted to know about mystical Heaven Sect. Zhuo Fan snorted. Violent Demon nodded. Then why did you let the prick from Demon Soul Sect go? It's not like Sir at all. Are you calling me a born homicidal maniac? Glaring at the 4, he continued. He belongs to a great sect. One needs to think of the consequences before crossing the point of no return. Scaring him was enough. While I threatened with obliteration to keep it quiet, no secret stays hidden forever. Unless forced to, I will never go down this road. The 4 nodded, with Violent Demon giggling. Steward Zhuo's manner has always been flawless, considering every aspect, ha ha ha. No wonder Sir caught sect leader's eye, wanting you so bad. Yep, yep, his bros echoed, sucking up to the guy. Zhuo Fan shook his head, then frowned. I just heard him say something about the middle 3 sects and lower 3 sects. What's that all about? Ugh. The 4 choked, then sighed as their glee made way for sadness. Zhuo Fan was baffled. Violent Demon finally opened his mouth. Steward Zhuo, it's best if you never mention it, or you'll suffer so bad that not even sect leader could help. What? Zhuo Fan raised an eyebrow. Violent Demon sighed. The Western lands have 10 sects. Leaving the apex double dragon manor aside, the rest are split into the superior, the middle and the lower three sects. The greater the power of a sect, the more pull and resources it has. Demon Soul Sect belongs to the middle three sects, while Demon Scheming Sect and Mystical Heaven Sect are from the lower three sects. So each time our disciples meet them, we all feel lacking and get picked on. Yeah, and that time 60 years ago was the worst. In that fight, us four worked together and were even winning. Only for Scrooge Demon to break formation for some demonic treasure, and we ended up losing instead. That's why sect leader threw us in the Thunder Swarm Mountain for all these years. It could have even been a century. Sly Demon turned to Scrooge Demon. Scrooge Demon glared and barked. Old Third, I thought we said we'd never bring this up. Why are you talking about it, to pick a fight? Bam. Scrooge Demon sucker punched Sly Demon, who punched back, of course, and it all degenerated into a scuffle right there in the air. Zhuo Fan took it in stride as he asked, since Mystical Heaven Sect and us are in the lower three sects, weaker than them, what is Mystical Heaven Sect doing, still fighting over a herb? He, Steward Zhuo, you don't know, but while we're not up to Demon Soul Sect's level, we are Tianyu's three guardian sects, all brothers. Heaven Trailing Sect from the middle three sects is our boss covering for us. So as long as nothing grave happens, the Demon Soul Sect wouldn't openly challenge us two sects either, or Heaven Trailing Sect will be bound to step in. As both are middle three sects, fighting each other would be the worst scenario. Violent Demon grinned. Zhuo Fan exclaimed inside. He got it now. Demon Scheming Sect and Mystical Heaven Sect were Heaven Trailing Sect's little bros, with the big bro keeping another middle three sect from swallowing them. Everyone was one big happy family. When they went to mess with the Beast Taming Sect with the three Elders' souls, I bet all three of the sects participated. Or why the hell would the Baron Quanrong hand over such a fertile stretch for Chuoba Taishan and company? I reckon Beast Taming Sect felt the pressure of the three sects on it, and had no choice in the matter. The Quanrong Emperor saw the Beast Taming Sect agreeing, so he added one more condition, to get Chuoba Taishan back home as well. He had to get something out of this loss. Thus, the three sects nabbed that fertile stretch of land. No wonder in the days of young Sanzi's chaos around Tianyu, the Empire's three guardian sects passed the blame. They wanted nothing to do with it. As long as the borders held, they didn't give a flying hoot about Tianyu's politics. That had Zhuo Fan smiling. The sects extorted the Empire of resources, yet didn't even raise a helping hand. On the other hand, only their indifference led to the former Emperor's plan to work. Zhuo Fan sighed, following the four pygmies who were always fighting, ever quarreling. This was how the five flew to the Demon Scheming Sect. 2 weeks later at dawn, 5 dots trailed the sky. Steward Zhuo, we're here. That's the entrance. Violent Demon pointed at some dark spot in the woods below. All Zhuo Fan saw was trees and more trees, oh, and some random beasts as well. It wasn't hard to understand why. Demon Scheming Sect was hiding behind a barrier. Whoosh, tilde the 5 figures landed before the trees, with the pygmies making some signs. With fluctuations of space and the shouts of the 4, the space in front of them twisted. A mighty tall mountain appeared up ahead, with them at its foot. But this view rippled about like a pool of water. Zhuo Fan knew it to be the entrance and waltzed right in. He was now in a whole new world, with thick spiritual energy as much as 10 times thicker than outside. A secluded sect indeed, and the perfect place to cultivate, Zhuo Fan gasped. Then a voice with an attitude slammed into their ears. Who dares to breach Demon Scheming Sect entrance? Chapter 520. Assassin at the gates. Whoosh, something trailed the sky like a cold star, shooting for Zhuo Fan. He took a step back to look up. A blade brushed his nose, followed by a soft wrist. Quick to react, Zhuo Fan grabbed the hand, only to hear a charming cry as the elegant owner revealed herself. It was an 18-year-old girl, with shining eyes, flawless eyebrows, and innocent looks. Though those mesmerizing eyes flashed with chilling murder intent. A demonic sect disciple indeed, so young and so psychotic. Squinting, the seasoned Zhuo Fan saw through her on the spot, yet shook his head. Walking the secular world, He had seen Luo Yunchang's kindness, Ninger's innocence, King Cheng's righteousness, and Shuanger's mercy. Now that he was back among his people, among demons, he found himself out of place. Seeing this girl, he recalled the first time he ever entered a demonic sect as well. The cruelty and blatant ruthlessness to everything mortal he came to borrow in his very nature. As if his sole purpose on this God's green earth was to wreck it, demons were born and died in the heart. Having seen the wonders of the world, it had a negative effect on his demonic nature. Or more aptly put, it transformed, growing to a whole new level. Clueless as to how high, all he knew was that he had a steadier heart than even the past demonic emperor. Ha ha ha, newborn chick, you've just stepped into the demonic sect, and so you challenge an eagle. The young sure are filled with ambition. A shame you're far from being an eagle. Clang, Zhuo Fan twisted her hand behind her, making her grimace. She swished her head back at him, but never made a peep, only gnashing her teeth. Zhuo Fan raised an eyebrow. She sure is obstinate. The girl then twisted her body, dislocating her shoulder with a crack. Her other hand sported a short blade and drove it towards Zhuo Fan. Zhuo Fan was shocked. This lass is the quintessence of the demonic path. She's just like me back in the day. A kind of empathy grew in Zhuo Fan's heart. The girl had the same cultivation as him, but that was where the resemblance stopped. Zhuo Fan's soul was tougher than a radiant stage expert. There was no way for her to catch him off guard, not while he used his soul to scan her every movement. Yet Zhuo Fan didn't mind giving her a freebie. Snicked, the short blade plunged into Zhuo Fan's chest. The girl lit up and beamed. You're happy over something like this? Getting overconfident over a fluke leaves one wide open for a sudden death, a mistake common in youngsters. The girl cried suddenly and found Zhuo Fan smiling back with no anger in his voice. The girl was startled. He's strange. What's he smiling about despite me stabbing him? Did he do it on purpose? No way. No one's that stupid. One thing was certain, though, the blade did nothing to him, so she pulled it out to try again, this time going for Zhuo Fan's throat. Cease at once. The bark announced 4 trails of smoke coming into the sect, then reforming in front of the girl. Watching Zhuo Fan get stabbed by the girl, the 4 scheming demons were about to tear her into 4. Zhuo Fan shouted, "You stop! Let her go!" Pa. The girl slammed the ground hard, watching the 4 angry faces in the smoke with daze. Violent demon glared at her. Damn brat, you dare kill inside demon scheming sect. Who put you up to this? Who are you? Why did you open the demon scheming sect's barrier? The girl frowned. Yet there was no fear in her features. Zhuo Fan admired her. The girl has some backbone. The 4 gave a creepy laughter and violent demon mocked. Hi, 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 missy, you sure are ignorant. We are the demonic cultivator hero quartet, having roamed the lands for years. Everyone knows us, everyone fears us. Well, I don't know. How could the demon scheming sect have someone like you? So shady, so shifty, and so creepy. The girl snorted. The 4 scheming demons exploded in rage. Hey, broad, want to see yourself without a mouth? To hell with it, that'll be too easy for her. Let's tear her into 4. No 8. No 16. No 100. The 4 scheming demons went back to arguing over the girl's execution method when a giggle came. Oh, the 4 executives. Why are you quarreling at the door? Do you want to have an elder throw you in that lightning prison again, forever? Ugh. The 4 became deathly quiet as they saw a lady in her 30s, seductive and spruced up like a cougar. The girl cried at her appearance. Senior sister, they're actually one of us. Didn't you say you don't know them? Ha ha ha, silly girl. These 4 are demon scheming sects, wildly renowned 4 scheming demons who once shook the world with their names. They only came back not long ago and became executives. You were still in seclusion at the time, training in demon devouring saber. The lady interrupted with a giggle. The 4 scheming demons saw her buttering them up. They chuckled as well, sticking out their chins in immense pride. Zhuo Fan, though, grinned for a different reason. The girl grumbled. Is demon scheming sect so empty to even have these weirdos become executives? Hey, I resent that. Think I won't tear you a new one? Violent demon snapped. Zhuo Fan patted his shoulder. Mrs. just blunt, so let it go. Since I am new, Why don't you introduce me to these lovely ladies? The four scheming demons jerked and watched Zhuo Fan with a quirky look. When did Steward Zhuo become so interested in women? Having no choice, they complied with a laugh. He. Never thought I'd hear Steward Zhuo say that. All right, Mayor, tend to great Steward Zhuo. Violent Demon snickered at the lady. The girl had a hard glare for them as she reprimanded. Sect's rules forbids affairs. You foreknow this fully well. I'll be reporting you to the sect leader, so await your punishment. Hey, Missy, I find tearing your mouth off more and more appealing. Violent Demon cracked his knuckles, only to have Zhuo Fan stop him. Zhuo Fan said flatly, Miss, I am a new disciple and only wish to make some new friends. I have no other meaning. All the girl did was huff. While Mayor was very friendly, taking Zhuo Fan's hand with tenderness and tracing her hand in his long white hair. A new disciple. It must have been so hard for you out there in the wild to have white hair at such a young age. You must be traumatized. I'm okay. Zhuo Fan smiled. Mayor's hands roamed over him more and more in clear disregard. But now that you're here, I will take good care of you. You don't have to worry about anything. Thank you, senior sister. Zhuo Fan smiled, his heart a rock. Violent Demon giggled. Mayor, he is in your care, so you better not neglect him. I could never have the heart to forget such a cute junior brother. Patting Zhuo Fan's cheek, she giggled. But why are you calling him Steward Zhuo? Is that his name, Guanjia? Star Reader, with how Steward Zhuo is made up of 3 characters, as often Chinese names are, she took the title as part of his name, Zhuo Guanjia. No, I have only been a clan steward before this. Zhuo Fan smiled. My name is Zhuo Fan. Mayor nodded. Zhuo Fan, outstanding and amazing. What a good name. Star Reader, she used his name to make an idiom. Of course, Steward Zhuo is an almighty hero that sect leader has personally invited. He is, at the very least, an elite, a future sect leader. A good name is a given. Violent Demon laughed with his head back like he had picked the name. But Mayor blushed while her eyes glinted. As for the junior miss, she sat on the ground with an arm limp by her side, ignoring everything, even the next sect leader she just tried assassinating. If Zhuo Fan were to be Zai Yu's successor, her future was destined to be bleak. Chapter 521. The Labor Office. Mayor's eyes spun and she giggled while asking Violent Demon, executives don't tease. Inner disciples have to be in the radiant stage at the very least, to say nothing of elite disciples. While junior brother here. You're looking down on our Steward Zhuo? Violent Demon laughed. Steward Zhuo is so otherworldly that no common sense can describe him. The way I see it, even being an elite is a waste. He's better off working as executive from the start. No, that is beneath Steward Zhuo's talents. He should be an elder. Sly Demon sucked up. Wimp Demon threw in his 2 cents. Elder won't do either, a venerable is more like it. What venerable? Just make Zai Yu retire and have him become sect leader already. The 4 scheming demons got rowdier and more obnoxious while Mayor's cheeks twitched, something seriously wrong with their heads. She had long since heard of their illustrious infamy. I won't get anything about the kid out of these weirdos. Then again, with how they suck up to the kid and treat him with such respect, he must have deep ties in the sect. Mayor eyed the ever-cool Zhuo Fan, unfazed by the 4's outrageous display, like a well whose waters never ended. Miss, what might be your name? Zhuo Fan turned to the girl. She only spared him a glance, then huffed. Ha, Mayor giggled. Junior brother Zhuo, she is Yuer, an outer disciple with the same cultivation as you in the 6th layer of profound heaven stage. She will be your senior sister. It's best if you get along, ha. Yuer? Zhuo Fan raised an eyebrow, then picked up the discarded short blade. The curved weapon was 4th-grade demonic treasure, bearing the name of the moon and wielding a full moon blade. How fitting! Yuer just glared. Yet she was caught by surprise as Zhuo Fan traced her neck with her weapon. Widening her eyes, Yuer could not dodge because of the heavy wound she had. Mayor was startled as well to learn that a new disciple would raise his hand at a fellow disciple. The 4 scheming demons snickered. They never tried stopping Steward Zhuo's actions, not like they could. Besides, It wasn't like sect leader would cry over the death of some nobody outer disciple. He wouldn't have invited Zhuo Fan just to lash out at him, no. The glinting blade reflected Yuer's panicked eyes. But her will never wavered, relentless even in the face of death. Whoosh! The blade stopped just shy of her skin. She still felt its sharp edge being on the brink of death. Gulp. Yuer looked around nervously at Zhuo Fan, her very first time looking him in the eye. What was revealed was a twisted and insidious smile. Letting go of the blade, Zhuo Fan laughed. Lass, your sneaky attack had me frightened. Now I've returned the favor and we're even, ha ha ha. Steward Zhuo, she has hurt you and yet you're letting her go with just a scare. Violent Demon glanced at the blood on Zhuo Fan's chest. Zhuo Fan shook his hand. I just got here and Senior Sister Yuer and I only exchanged greetings. You better not go snitching to sect leader either. Forget this ever happened. Yes, sir. The 4 scheming demons shrugged and cupped their hands. Humayer was even more startled. These 4 weren't just looking after the kid, but are his lackeys. Is he some venerable's heir? Humayer sized Zhuo Fan harder. Junior brother Zhuo is mighty and grand, just like father. When did you see my old man? Zhuo Fan snickered inside, knowing fully well that she was playing with him. So he gave a vague answer. Senior Sister Mayor is too kind. But since you mentioned father, I remember him telling me that the sect has a disciple called who is thoughtful and kind. He must have meant you, Senior Sister Mayor. He always said having Senior Sister Mayor tending to me is the utmost bliss. Ugh. The 4 scheming demons looked at him oddly. When did he have a dad and why didn't we hear of him? And since he knows Humayer, is he perhaps in the sect? Humayer was stunned. He must have backing, but whose? While she wanted to dig further, Zhuo Fan cut their meeting short with a bow. We should be going now to meet sect leader. Farewell. Here, Senior Sister Yuer. Zhuo Fan handed her the curved blade, and Yuer took it with a cold glare. Zhuo Fan and the 4 pygmies left Humayer alone with her doubts. Yuer, go tend to your wounds. Senior Sister has some matters to tend to. Humayer was gone the next second. Yuer nodded and sighed, putting on a hurtful look like a kicked puppy, while Zhuo Fan and the 4 mini-demons passed by many great buildings. Violent Demon asked puzzled, Steward Zhuo, you're just gonna let that girl go after hurting you? Or should we look for a chance to waste her? Ha ha ha, you'd better not. I just like the last character. Just like me back when I stepped on the demonic path, blunt like a birch stump. Zhuo Fan snickered. As they say, the fool strikes while the wise talks. Yuer might be the one who attacked, but I knew from a glance that she was oblivious to everything, ending up being used. It was the late arrival, Humayer, who came to mediate and to loosen my tongue. If we'd not leave the matter at that, she'd have killed us all. Zhuo Fan breathed in. 4 scheming demons. Did anyone else know about my coming to demon scheming sect? Why was someone after me the instant I got here? Well, the 4 scheming demons shook their heads and Violent Demon shrugged. That's normal. Demon scheming sect's competitiveness is ruthless. And since we're a demonic sect, it goes double for its disciple. You know it very well how cruel our methods are, using others' souls and flesh to practice skills. Where are we supposed to get the raw material? Going after other sects will blow in our face and lead to war. Only by weeding out the weak and making them our furnace can the elite be born. Losing here means death. Right. We only succeeded to train in our unity tactic all because we used 999 disciples' souls. That's how we can turn to smoke. Sly Demon bobbed his head. No one knew better than Zhuo Fan just how cruel and twisted the demonic path was. The loser went through hell while the winner had everything, standing above everyone. Zai, why you must have leaked it on purpose to get the disciples' attention fixed on me. Humayer just now was sizing his potential, whether to take him out or not. A tough backing didn't absolve one of attacks, it only made the enemy more cautious when he acted. While having no one behind him at all would make anyone attack him on the spot, to nip him in the bud. Zhuo Fan snickered. You'll have another thing coming if some hatchlings on the demonic path can trick me. Once yours truly becomes an elite disciple, you'll all fall in line. Is that the disciple sect leader recruited? Deep in the forest of a cloudy, weathered peak, a figure scoffed at the 5 of them. 6th layer of profound heaven's stage, so average. Yet sect leader not only recruited him, but even used a ninth-grade pill. Humair sighed from behind him with equal disdain. That fool is quite interesting. It was Uer who stabbed him, yet he took the first step in putting the matter behind them. And from his tone, his father must be someone high up in the sect. Hi, he's just like a prodigal son, naive and innocent, unlike a demonic cultivator. Pulling strings to get in, sect leader isn't that immoral. The man's eyes glinted, his smile cold. Or maybe he has a nice talent to catch sect leader's attention. Oh, what about his fight with Uer? Second senior brother, he is weak as a bug. He did break Uer's arm, but she stabbed his chest. His win is marginal. That means his strength is nothing special, typical of a sixth layer of profound heaven cultivator. Second senior brother rubbed his chin. Let's wait for the sect leader's decision. Making him an inner disciple with the sect leader's personal instructions will mean he has outstanding talent, and he is a threat to us. If he's put with the outer disciples, he must have plenty of connections. Sect leader and the venerable must have reached a secret agreement. Humair broke into an enchanting smile, her eyes taunting. The little guy looked so pure, dumber than even Uer. Sect leader has no time for his kind. The latter has a much higher probability. My thoughts exactly. Second senior brother had a wide grin, laughing along with Humair. The five finally arrived at the sect's grand hall, where sect leader along with venerables and elders were present. Violent Demon eyed the closed doors with a smile. He didn't get to report their arrival when the doors opened to reveal a middle-aged man with a pencil mustache. The four scheming demons bowed. Elder Yao? N. He nodded and turned to Zhuo Fan. Are you the new disciple, Zhuo Fan? I am. Zhuo Fan gave a respectful reply. By the order of the sect leader, Zhuo Fan is to enter the labor office. He will be a laborer disciple. Take him away. Elder Yao left them speechless. Chapter 522. High Venerable. Labora? Zhuo Fan's eyes twitched as all five shouted the word with dull and incredulous faces. Tianyu's finest steward, the demonic emperor, head of the 8 emperors in sacred domain, came to your sect to be a laborer. Zai Waiyu, get the hell out. I promise not to kill you much. You wasted a 9th-grade pill just to get a slave. Zhuo Fan's face twisted into a grimace. Violent Demon panicked. Elder Yao, that can't be right. Steward Zhuo is versed in letters and martial arts. How can a rare genius end up as a laborer? No mistake, these are the sect leader's orders. Now take him to his post, his work begins tomorrow. Elder Yao eyed them coldly, then slammed the doors, almost catching Violent Demon in between. Shrugging helplessly, the 4 pygmies sighed. Zhuo Fan held his head, unable to come to terms with his new reality. Just what the hell is Zai Waiyu up to, planning so hard to get him, only to work his ass doing housework? Are you that short on staff that you'll throw a 9th-grade pill as incentive? While in the forest, second senior brother and Humair were just as speechless. Second senior brother, no matter how average he may be, he is still in the profound heaven stage. He's good enough to become an outer disciple, so why punish him by throwing him in the labor office? He just got here and hasn't stepped on anyone's toes. Humair was puzzled. Second senior brother frowned, then his eyes lit up. Maybe? Do you know something? Humair asked. Senior brother mocked. It's just like junior sister said, he pulled strings to get here. As you very well know, for any disciple to join, he needs 2 people's vetting, sect leader and high venerable. With high venerable's upright and fair nature, he follows the sect's rules to the letter, especially in the case of prodigal sons using their dads to squeeze their way in. He hates their guts, and ever since the defeat at the last Double Dragon gathering, his mood has been even worse. There's a high chance sect leader and that venerable's deal got found out, so they reached a new agreement. The kid can enter, but not as an elite and cannot participate in the Double Dragon gathering. No laborer is good for anything, and they'd be soon taken out just after entering the sect. They are useless. That takes care of him then. Humair giggled at the other's misfortune. Second senior brother shook his head. I don't think so. If he'd come here just to die, there's no way the one behind him would have agreed. I reckon it was all to give him time to grow in power and become an elder or venerable the sect needs, and he'll get all the resources he wants. While anyone from the labor office can't become an elite disciple, there's nothing to say being an elder or venerable isn't possible. For this reason, High Venerable butted in, to stop wastrels from dragging back the elites and to avoid a single dominant clan to form inside the sect. Humayer nodded in understanding, then batted her big, charming eyes. Should we keep an eye on him for longer? What for? Ha ha ha, since his chance to become elite is shot and he can't join the Double Dragon gathering, he's no threat to us. Just let him be, waiting in the labor office for the time his backer makes him an elder. Second senior brother left in joy, having one roadblock cleared. Humayer gave Zhuo Fan one last look, but sneered before following the second senior brother. They had no interest in some wastrel, whose only redeeming quality was some backer. They only had disdain for him. If it weren't for this, they might have risen to be in the middle three sects in the last Double Dragon gathering. Outside the hall, Zhuo Fan and the pygmies sat on the stairs, like an adult reprimanding 4 naughty children while enjoying some fresh air. Sigh. Zhuo Fan entered a thinker pose. The 4 demons copied him. Sigh tilde, 4 scheming demons, give it to me straight, what's a laborer in the sect? Not high, probably? Zhuo Fan raised an eyebrow, gnashing his teeth. Violent demon began, labor office is the sect jail for unredeemable criminals. Once you go in, you'll never get out. No matter what trouble we used to make, the most was that we got sent to Thunder Swarm Mountain. It is a disciple's grave. The disciples who have failed the entrance test end up here, getting no resources and wasting their lives away until they die of old age. Someone yearning for power always appears now and then, and through grueling dedication to cultivate, they would become elders upon reaching Radiant Stage as a reward for their willpower. With Steward Zhuo joining them, you'd have no trouble becoming an elder on account of your talents. Wimp Demon consoled. He only earned a cuff from Violent Demon. You moron, Steward Zhuo is to be a sect leader, not some executive like us. That's a waste of talent. The other 3 didn't join the fight and actually nodded. For the first time ever, Wimp Demon had no resentment, giving Zhuo Fan looks of pity. To him, Zhuo Fan was a true cultivator of the demonic way. It was then that the faint crack in the open doors of the hall shut tight. The insides were lavish and opulent, with braziers raging bright light over the wealth in 2 neat rows. In the center sat the imposing Zai Waiyu on an exquisite jade throne, looking down on the hall. Elder Yao came in with a bow. Sect leader, I have sent the kid to the labor office as you ordered. Good, you may leave. Yes, sir. Elder Yao bowed as he walked backward. As the hall became empty, Zai Waiyu turned to the seat next to him, who had a just as grand person seated on it. High Venerable, are you satisfied? Such a talent thrown into labor. Humph. Now all our hopes to win in the next Double Dragon gathering are crushed. Sect leader cares much about him, but I find it hard to second that emotion, and would rather watch him from the shadows. Just what kind of junior could get Sir Sect leader to use even a 9th-grade pill to draw him into the sect? With a hum, the large seat sported a figure in gray clothes. Zai Waiyu sighed. Those wastrels must have given you quite the scare, High Venerable, for you to go against even my candidate for Double Dragon gathering. But you are wrong. I am just like you, aspiring for the Double Dragon gathering, and would let no one stop me in achieving it. I want to become the greatest sect leader the demon-scheming sect has ever seen. As his eyes flashed, Zai Waiyu's mighty aura exploded. High Venerable nodded. Waiyu, you've been to the last Double Dragon gathering and know of our humiliating defeat. I've never doubted your conviction to win, but to let a kid not even in the Radiant Stage become an elite disciple is something I can't do. Ha ha ha, it's fine. The kid is no mere shining gemstone, and you'll see it in time. He has every right to be the pillar holding us all in the Double Dragon gathering. Laughing, Zai Waiyu walked away from his throne. High Venerable watched him go with a mutter. No one has ever garnered such praise from Waiyu. Is the kid that amazing? Impermanence 5, what do you think? Hum tilde 5 elderly figures appeared around High Venerable. When the kid used the sending jade to request for help, Waiyu wanted to send someone else, but I vouched for you. Also, I could have you check him out if he's worthy to be an elite. Well, High Venerable asked, Elder, she replied. High Venerable, we did lend Luo clan our aid, and even with the short time around the kid, we did manage to pick up on his sharp mind and wisdom, just like our sect leader. He has a vaulting ambition and is the sole decisive figure. He is manipulative to an extent even the sect leader can't be. Oh, so he's a tough one. High Venerable nodded. Here I thought he was soft and can't hold his own. That makes Yu's evaluation trustworthy. When we captured beast-taming sect's elders, one of them had no body. After a summary questioning, we found out that his vessel got destroyed by that kid. Elder, she continued. High Venerable cried out, What? Is he not a profound heaven cultivator? How did he destroy an ethereal stage expert's body? Ha ha ha, those 3 experts were so dumb that they fell for his every trick. But for a kid to have 3 experts dance in his palm, with one getting heavily injured, now that's talent. Elder, she smiled. High Venerable pondered. Elder, she resumed. Does sir remember those 4 scheming demons, the twerps? Those mavericks had no control. No amount of punishment worked on them, always doing what the heck they wanted. Thus sect leader has no choice but to throw them in Thunder Swarm Mountain. Yet now they've shown up with smoother edges, especially around Zhuo Fan. The thought of going against his orders never crossed their minds, and they even stood up for him. Elder Yan noticed that the kid has the charm of a ruler, drawing people towards him. He may be the person sir has been searching for. Shuddering, High Venerable eyed the 5 as they nodded. His eyes glinted. Perhaps I ought to test the kid, ha ha ha. Chapter 523, Old Yuan. Evening, a time when the crimson sun bids goodbye to the 5 lonely figures shuffling down the path. Zhuo Fan walked at a snail's pace on the weeded path, as if he was going on a road of no return, dragging it out as excruciatingly long as possible. Yet it only delayed the inevitably cruel fate destiny had for him. Steward Zhuo, here is the labor office. Violent Demon lifted a weary finger at the shoddy and small building. Zhuo Fan was stunned at the sight. It was worthy of its name, a dump just like his house in the slums of Drifting Flower City. The only saving grace in that case was that his stay was temporary. While now he had no frickin' clue how to leave this shithole. Zai Yu, you haven't seen the last of me. You think it's funny, using a 9th grade pill just to get me thrown in this thing? Zhuo Fan spat. The 4 scheming demons shrugged. Violent Demon shouted, Whoever is in there, get out now. I'm coming, I'm coming. A panicky voice replied, followed by an old man in ragged clothes and white beard running over. He bowed and flattered Violent Demon. Ha ha ha, elders, what can I do for you? Zhuo Fan's gang looked with disdain at the 5th layer bone tempering elder. So old, yet only in the bone tempering stage. Such a poor talent this secular world has. That's why he's here, and this is where he'll meet his end. The 5 shook their heads. The old man ignored their blatant disdain and wore a wide smile. Hey, old-timer, where are the rest of you? Don't tell me you're the only one here. Violent Demon finally found a chance to be high and mighty. Though the high part was questionable, the mighty part more than made up for it. The old guy bowed, giving a humble reply. Elder, they're all out working. Watering the herb garden, sweeping and cleaning. Are you the one in charge here? Violent Demon continued. The old man beamed a yellow smile. I am Yuan Zingang, the one taking care of this place and already 100 years old. A bone-tempering cultivator got to 100 in this place. Zhuo Fan eyed the old-timer. The 4 pygmies said the labor office was the sect's dump used as consumables in others' training. The old-timer must have had some luck to reach 100 in this hellhole. The old man noticed his doubt and spoke softly. Young master, surviving the labor office is a bit tricky. Either work hard to be an elder or lay lower like a pygmy. He, that's me, Tiny. To be taken away for practice, one must first have some value. I've suppressed my cultivation and look utterly worthless to everyone, thus reaching old age. I must admit I am the oldest one here, so I ended up looking after the place. Like the old adage, the tallest tree gets the wind. So this guy kept himself too plain, the king of nobodies. Zhuo Fan sighed, if it were me, knowing I'd one day end up under someone's knife, I'd just fight my way out. Why wait here for death? Young master, that is such a simple way of thinking. The disciples in the labor office all have low cultivation and don't know how to open the barrier. How can we get out? The old man sighed. The world is cruel and everyone is its fodder. A man's fate has always been to struggle against death since birth, and the only thing that can change this is one's skill. By escaping the depths of misery, one would finally attain strength. Zhuo Fan eyed the old-timer in surprise. To think an old bone-tempering cultivator would have such a deep insight into the world's nature. The old man returned to his servile manner with a smile. Elders, where are my manners? How may I address you? We will be here together after all. He, old-timer, perk your ears. We are the graceful and magnificent demonic cultivator hero quartet of the demon scheming sect, the 4 scheming demons. Violent Demon grinned, his nose way up high. The old man cried, "Ah, executives, forgive my lack of manners. May I ask what sirs are doing here? Who's the blind fool that forgot to sweep? That's not it. We don't even know our home's cleaner, he. Violent Demon waved and his brothers laughed, pointing at Zhuo Fan. We came here because Steward Zhuo has irked the sect leader for some odd reason, getting demoted to the labor office. It's fine, though, since this'll be just a short stop. Take good care of him or you'll be liable. Elders, I'd never neglect young Master Zhuo, moreover." Then he glanced at Zhuo Fan. "With his profound heaven cultivation, there's nothing I can do to him. Only labor office does have some unruly young masters." "What unruly? Just use our title." Violent Demon snorted and barked, causing the old man to shy away. Zhuo Fan figured out more as he said, "Is your title that well known to quell anyone? In this dump, everything will rest on me in the end." Ugh, the 4 exchanged a glance and laughed. "Steward Zhuo is right. With your skills, you don't need our care. Then, sir, have a nice stay while we'll be making inquiries as to how this happened in the first place. We will get you out." Violent Demon nodded, his gaze firm. The other 3 echoed him. The old man watched it all with a glint in his eyes. After many demons repeated warnings to the old guy, they cupped their hands at Zhuo Fan and flew away. Zhuo Fan chuckled. He never thought the day would come when these 4 shits would look after him. Mr. Zhuo has such nice friends. I've seen my fair share of strong people coming to labor office, but never before like Mr. Zhuo with so many executives looking after him. The old man spoke simply. Zhuo Fan smiled. "Just Zhuo Fan. I will be calling Sir Elder Yuan." "That won't do." "I can't accept it." The old man waved his hands around. "I'm but a bone-tempering cultivator, a whole stage beneath Sir." Ha, what's that got to do with anything? When I respect someone, they have something of worth. Sir's cultivation is low, but your insight into the world can't be compared. All that's left is for your talent to increase, and sky is the limit." Zhuo Fan beamed as his hand now held a vial. "This is my clan's heaven-reaching pill. It enhances the body and makes cultivation easier. Let us expound on the heavenly Tao together." Startled, the old man received the vial. The soothing aroma coming from it had him flabbergasted. 10th grade pill? Elder Yuan is truly wise. At the bone-tempering stage, yet aware of such a pill. Zhuo Fan raised an eyebrow. Gulping and struggling to regain calm, Yuan Xinggang gave a dry laugh. "In my days as a laborer, I helped an alchemist around and had the fortune to witness a 10th grade pill. I never imagined I'd be seeing one again. Mr. Zhuo, this is our first time meeting, yet I feel ashamed accepting such a lavish gift." Ha, it's fine. There's plenty of it where that came from." Zhuo Fan shrugged. That had Elder Yuan stumble, looking back at Zhuo Fan with a freaky gaze. Mr. Zhuo, where did you say you were again? If you have 10th grade pills, why would you come to demon scheming sect? Can't help it when you're obligated." Zhuo Fan shook his head, then looked at the crumbling building. "Elder Yuan, where will I be staying?" Yuan Xinggang turned from him to the pill, having mixed feelings. Holy moly, a big shot has come to town. What a godly return. Using a 10th grade pill to pay back for a 9th grade pill in a field of flowers. People with white robes and the mystical words sewn on their shoulders in gold landed. Russell Tilda, they all made a sign, and the flower field shimmered, turning into a lofty landscape of towering mountains. One pale woman with blood on her lips stepped forward in silence. Her arrival had people shouting, "Someone help, senior sister Shui is hurt." Chapter 524, An Ice Princess Smile. Hum-tilder ripples came from a deep cave in the mountain, from the four elegant women holding their hands in a circle and releasing prismatic lights. Next to them stood a grizzled old man with a long beard and a fine young man with soft features in his 20s. But his waning face betrayed his fragile health. He coughed on and off, his eyes filled with worry. Elder Zhu, wasn't senior sister Ruo Hua's condition light? Why isn't it improving? Should we notify Father and the Venerables? The young man sighed. Elder Zhu smiled. Young master, these four are executing the four-element cycle array, holding metal, wood, water, and fire. And by connecting with the earth, the cycle is complete. Under the effect of this great cycle, Ruo Hua's condition will improve in no time at all. There's no need to bother sect leader and the others over such a trifle. The young man nodded, but was worried still. After another ripple, the four women took back their power and the prismatic glow faded. They opened their eyes and stood up. Shui Ruo Hua bowed to the other three in gratitude. "Thank you, junior sisters, for saving me. Senior sister, it's nothing." The others returned her gesture. The young man walked over impatiently and grew excited at Shui Ruo Hua's healthy state. "Cough tilde, senior sister Ruo Hua, are you all right?" "Ha ha ha, of course, silly brother." Shui Ruo Hua ruffled his hair and the boy smiled. They had grown up together and were practically kin. Despite the difference in status, he still treated her like family. Just then, an icy tone echoed, "Senior sister, since you're all right, I'll return to my training." The woman in white caught their attention, possessing a blinding beauty but an icy character. No other than Chu Qingcheng. The young man stared at Chu Qingcheng's delicate face, then shied away. When he finally mustered his courage, he said, "Junior sister Qingcheng, isn't it dull having cultivated day in day out since the moment you came to Mystical Heaven Sect? You've finally taken a walk outside, yet you want to return already. Young Master Xiaoyu, practice makes perfect, and cultivation requires dedication. The only reason I'm in Mystical Heaven Sect is to cultivate. If not for senior sister Ruo Hua's wounds needing the four-element cycle array, I would never have walked outside." Chu Qingcheng's icy tone came. The others shook their heads. Junior sister Qingcheng has always been a frozen blade, cold inside and out. The young man sighed. "I've seen beauties all my life, yet the only one to have touched my heart is this ice princess. Besides being so uninterested in others, she also keeps everyone at a distance." Chuan Xiaoyu had a bitter smile, his wan face turning whiter. Shui Ruo Hua knew his thinking fully well and shook her head. Not just anyone can thaw the frozen heart of an ice princess. "Junior sister Chu, please wait." Shui Ruo Hua called out to her before she left. Chu Qingcheng turned around in puzzlement. Shui Ruo Hua said, "As I was in danger while getting the herb, I met someone. He seemed to have a connection with you, so I hope junior sister can attest." "With me?" Frowning, Chu Qingcheng looked even more skeptical. "Didn't third young master Han hurt you?" "What does he have to do with me?" Elder Zhu was also curious. "Ruo Hua, the disciples said Demon Soul Sect's third young master Han hurt you. Qingcheng and they have no relationship, so why would you ask this?" "Elder, allow me to explain. Third young master Han did hurt me, but..." Shui Ruo Hua gave Chu Qingcheng a long look. "The one to save me was from the demon scheming sect." "What?" They all looked at her in shocked silence. Chuan Xiaoyu even more so. "There's nothing but open hostility between our sects. Why would they ever go on demon scheming sect's bad side for us?" "He didn't save Mystical Heaven Sect, just that it had something to do with Qingcheng." Shui Ruo Hua had a bitter smile. It left them even more confused about Chu Qingcheng's relationship with demon scheming sect. Chu Qingcheng was just as confused. Elder Zhu's beard shook and he stared at Shui Ruo Hua in all seriousness. "Ruo Hua, explain just what is going on." "It's like this." Shui Ruo Hua got her thoughts together and said, "We discovered a 9th-grade herb in a valley, the tricolor soul-fixing grass." "That's great. Did you get it?" Elder Zhu jumped in. Shui Ruo Hua rolled her eyes and revealed the herb in a flash of white. "Of course. I'd go through hell if it means I can heal Brother Sheayu. Sister Ruohua, thank you. Cough tilde Xuan Sheayu had a coughing fit as he thanked her. Elder Zhu was overjoyed. Go on, ha ha ha. We couldn't get a hold of it, actually, because Demon Soul Sect came for it as well. Shui Ruohua explained. Demon Soul Sect's third young master Han was strong, and I ended up badly hurt after one move. Third young master Han is despicable to not even spare women. The next time we sisters meet him, we'll give him a lesson in manners with the 4-element cycle array. One pretty lady in red robes snorted. Shui Ruohua glanced over but smiled and wiggled her cute button nose. Third young master Han isn't just anybody. Don't underestimate him. But even a young master from the middle 3 sects had met his nemesis this time. All turned quiet, even the fiery lady, hanging on Shui Ruohua's every word. When I was on the brink of death, a man showed up. He merely flicked his hand and scarred the land in 2 halves, forcing third young master Han to never overstep that line. Even as the man left, third young master Han never crossed it. Shui Ruohua's heart thrummed as well, recalling that scene. He is the one who gave me the herb, a man from Demon Scheming Sect. SSS tilde everyone gasped and looked shocked. Why would Demon Scheming Sect help them without rhyme or reason? The lady in red blinked her big, purty eyes, her smile naughty. Senior Sister Ruohua, did he fancy you and wanted some dual cultivation? You mustn't fall for it. Demonic cultivators are vile and insidious. Shui Ruohua winced, then shook her head even as she felt let down for some reason. He gave me the herb with one condition. His target wasn't me, but... Shui Ruohua looked at Chu King Cheng. He asked 2 questions about junior sister Chu King Cheng, then gave me the herb. Which 2? Chu King Cheng asked eagerly. If you're in Mystical Heaven Sect and if you're doing well. Shui Ruohua replied. Chu King Cheng asked again, even more eager. What's his name? I don't know, he asked me to forget all about it. But those 4 radiant stage pygmies called him Steward Zhuo. It's really him. Chu King Cheng shook with pure joy. Her icy features melted into a beautiful smile. He misses me. 2 trails of tears accompanied her bright smile. Everyone was stumped, having never seen her smile and finding it a work of art. They also never expected her beauty to be so radiant. An unsmiling Chu King Cheng was already a worldly beauty, yet now she was divine. Just who is he, to make junior sister King Cheng so overjoyed just from hearing his name? Balling his fist, Xuan Sheayu's eyes glinted with envy. Shui Ruohua shook her head, but Zhuo Fan's courteous manner made her smile. He is a demon who is able to worm his way into your heart. Chapter 525. Asura Circle. The moon hung high above the black, eerie sky in complete silence. Zhuo Fan sat in a shoddy house, eyes closed and an azure flame flashing on his forehead. He had little clue about how to use Kun Peng's gift initially, but the sacred beast had pointed out that it was second to none when it came to soul refining. With the flame nurturing his soul, it grew clearer and stronger, faster than ever. But a frown set in on Zhuo Fan's face due to the cawing outside, and the azure flame faded out. Zhuo Fan, wake up. We have to gather. An aged voice echoed with anxiousness, followed by Elder Yuan opening his door and pulling Zhuo Fan outside. Zhuo Fan inquired, Elder Yuan, why all the rush? Oh right, you've just arrived. 2 sirs have called for all the laborers. We've got to move fast or our lives are forfeit. Elder Yuan's eyes swam with panic. Zhuo Fan was even more baffled. 2. Wasn't the labor office under your administration? I only have an honorary position. Whenever there's someone stronger around, he's the one in charge. Look at my cultivation. Can I just call myself king? Elder Yuan pulled Zhuo Fan faster. This place must have some lurking snakes, too. Though Zhuo Fan didn't care much, since even if the dragon had a tough time quelling the snake, he was the soaring demonic dragon piercing the sky. No matter the snake, I'll waste him the second he looks at me funny, humph. Star Reader. The dragon and snake is an idiom referring to not even law can tie a mafia boss down. Zhuo Fan let himself be pulled. They arrived at the labor office's deepest part, a man-sized black hole carved into a mountain. People were coming from all over like them and entering the cave. Elder Yuan cried out. Sigh, so few left outside. That means we're late and everyone's inside. So, since there's still more people coming over, we're not the last ones. Zhuo Fan raised an eyebrow. Elder Yuan shook his head. You can be late, but I can't, and pulled harder on Zhuo Fan towards the cave. Torches graced the cave with light from each side as people followed the tunnel deeper, to an even brighter area. It was a large open space dug up in the mountain, tens of miles in range. Tens of thousands of people were already there, watching the two people on the dais. One was a girl with a scorpion drawn on half her face in purple and black. Her vile eyes and powerful vibe put her in the third layer of radiant stage. The other was a tall and sturdy man with a stubble on his face, wearing black and had a cold smile. His aura had Zhuo Fan take him for a fourth layer of radiant stage, so even the labor office is a den of monsters. Zhuo Fan said. Elder Yuan pulled his sleeve, whispering, They were all inner disciples casted out to the labor office due to a serious offense. Their lives are over, making their mood even worse. Don't taunt them, even if you have 4 executives behind you. They have an elder's protection, so don't get carried away and end up dead. Elder Yuan, what are you still doing down there? What are you muttering? The boorish voice got everyone to look at the savage face of the man on the dais. Elder Yuan shirked, then gave Zhuo Fan one last look before going up with a nice smile. Sirs, forgive my tardiness. Humph, geezer, the only reason you get to keep your stinking rotten life is because you're too damn useless even as a training target. You just keep getting slower. The man glared. Elder Yuan nodded with the same smile. Thank you so much for your mercy, Sir Kui Lang, ha ha ha. Take out the roster already, I want to see the numbers. Kui Lang cursed. Wretched, filthy sack of bones. Using you as an ingredient will ruin my cultivation. Yeah, ha ha ha. Elder Yuan put on a lowly face, presenting the roster. Kui Lang went through a roll call. Lai Ergu, Hua Taishu. Kui Lang's booming voice rang in everyone's ears, showing off his power. The men being called raised their hands while the hesitating ones earned a harsh rebuttal. Wrapping up with the names, Kui Lang's attitude never changed until he got to the last name. We have a newcomer. Zhuo Fan? Here. Zhuo Fan raised his hand. Kui Lang eyed him and snickered. He, as a newcomer, he must be taught the rules. Young Master Kui, please show mercy. Elder Yuan panicked and pleaded. Young Master Kui, 4 executives brought him with explicit warning to not be touched. Harming him will forfeit my life. Kui Lang balled his fists, ignoring him. What about executives? I've got an elder. Here we all must follow the rules. Young Master Kui, those executives care very much about him, even going to the sect leader to petition for his sake. Would the young master's elder do the same? Elder Yuan's eyes darted everywhere as he pointed out. Kui Lang paused in thought. All the people here were sect rejects, with even their own masters seeing them as hopeless. They couldn't care less about leaving their lives to fate. The only upside to all this was paying their master a visit for some crumbs. As for getting the master to stick his neck out, it was a total no-no. With the executives behind Zhuo Fan going to such lengths for him, even risking going against sect leader's command, roughing him up would end with the culprit getting thrashed, or worse. He didn't feel like getting the executives on his case. Kui Lang, since the kid is so important, it's best to tone it down for now. The girl reminded him. Kui Lang nodded and relaxed his fists. The risks outweigh the gains. Kui Lang turned solemn. I've called you all here for one reason. Today, the Asura Circle begins anew and only the winner may leave this place. What? The crowd went wild. Is this a joke? Asura Circle is once every 3 years. Why is it being held again after only 6 months? Kui Lang snorted. Regardless of the time, the result doesn't change. Only the strongest can live. The losers will become the sect's resource for training. In this very cave, the first bell starts the fight while the second stops it. Is that clear? The crowd panicked, caught totally unprepared. They figured the gathering was for something they had planned, like some elder's birthday. But nobody expected it to be the Asura Circle. Did the inner disciples run out of target practice already? Elder Yuan was worried for Zhuo Fan and pleaded. Young Master Kui, Zhuo Fan has just arrived and does not know the cruelty of Asura Circle. Could he not participate? Rules are rules. I won't target him on account of those executives, but the rules state all laborers must participate, or I'll have to answer for it. Kui Lang snorted. The girl eyed Zhuo Fan. Old Yuan, he's a sixth layer of profound heaven cultivator. He'll live, so don't worry. Kui Lang nodded. They're letting him in not because they don't care about the executives, but because Zhuo Fan will be fine. Elder Yuan nodded as well with a sigh. Twisted-faced Rakshasa Yu Ling. Black Yama Kui Lang. That's F*** king bullshit. A man from the crowd pointed at the two on the dais and swore. I know the sect has no demand for target practices. With the outer sect promotion test coming up, you want your little sister to have all the materials to train. I'm reporting you to the sect. The man in the second layer of profound heaven's stage flew for the exit. Kui Lang snorted, and a black wind shot for the man. He cried out in pain as he spat blood and slumped on the ground from the dizziness. The rest trembled in fear. Zhuo Fan squinted. Soul attack, but a brutal one at that. It must be related to his cultivation method, something insidious that has twisted his soul to such a degree. Zhuo Fan turned and watched everyone around him. With so many prime materials around, no wonder, not like it's any of my business. Zhuo Fan's eyes took on a sagely light as he shook his head inside. A sound then came, that of a bell as Kui Lang struck the copper bell next to him. Let the Asura Circle begin. Deserters will be killed. Chapter 526. True Demon. A deathly silence ensued. Everyone put up their guards, with eyes darting everywhere for any incoming blow. As the stalemate continued, the pressure only mounted, visible from the sweat pouring out of them. Bam! It was an eighth layer of bone-tempering cultivator who gave the start, flying all of a sudden and landing dead. The others jerked and saw Kui Lang letting his hand down. If you don't fight, I will do it for you until I reach the quota. As for who the poor devils are, time will tell. Kui Lang's eyes glinted. Gulp. The crowd tensed harder, their eyes turning crazy. Ah! Someone took out a demonic treasure and hacked around him while the rest unleashed their power and picked their closest neighbor. Wails, shouts, and cries set the stage for the blood spurting everywhere, dyeing the lit cavern an eerie red. Corpses littered the ground as they fell, yet their eyes did not have the panic or shock one would assume, but only fear mixed with madness. Zhuo Fan took it all in with a critical eye. It is madness born out of dread and horror. What started as a fight for survival has devolved into this fanatic killing into oblivion, forgetting even their goal. In a slaughterhouse like this, their inner demons took control while they only played along as puppets on a string to kill with empty minds consumed by a sick thrill. This was the Asura Circle, a place where one became demons and stopped being human. Whoosh. One-third layer of profound heaven expert lost his mind in the madness and targeted Zhuo Fan, despite the obvious three-layer gap. Zhuo Fan was tranquil while standing there, breaking his bones and tendons with practiced ease. But not even that agony could wipe the manic grin on the corpse's face. Zhuo Fan shook his head, his mind lacking sadness or joy, only having serenity. He just stood there among the fanatic killings, unmarred and untouched by its corrupting influence, only making a move when an overzealous killer went for him. As if he was the eye of the storm, despite the frantic winds lashing at his clothes, his steel will never wavered. At the same time, he was glaringly obvious in the circle. What's with him? Kui Lang frowned, pointing Zhuo Fan out. Such a bloodthirsty arena makes even my blood boil a bit, so why is he the only one unaffected? It's like he isn't even here. Yu Ling frowned. He is truly an oddity, unlike how a demonic cultivator should be, or any cultivator for that matter. This stage would make even righteous cultivators turn to bloodlust, but he's a true expert. Elder Yuan rubbed his beard, staring at Zhuo Fan with a deep look. Everyone has their demons. As demonic cultivators, we draw them out and refine them to achieve enlightenment about the inner workings of the world. But most people only glare at the surface of their demons, resulting in being consumed by them in a bloodbath like this. Accept him, having understood the root of his demons and having tempered his heart to another level, a true demon. The inner demon has no hold over him while he has it in complete control. Elder Yuan sighed. So young, yet he has such a deep heart. It will bring him a limitless future. Elder Yuan was full of praise, making Kui Lang and Yu Ling speechless. When did the old-timer turn into a sage, and why is he talking gibberish? Old Yuan, have you lost it? Kui Lang stared at him. Elder Yuan chuckled, finding himself under their scrutiny. Ha ha ha, it's just my feelings. Please don't mind it. I was just saying that Zhuo Fan is special, someone you should get close to. Bam, Kui Lang decked Elder Yuan and spat. So your act is to have us look after him. Think you're an expert with your aphorisms? Ha ha ha, yeah, I won't ever do it again. Elder Yuan smiled. The two shared a glance and shrugged. The old foggy wasn't much to look out, yet his act and preaching almost had them. It gives credence to the saying, the old are hypocrites. And this old guy must have made it into an art. An hour into the killings, the Asura circle's reverberating roars and shouts of murder never let up. Time in which the ever-collected Zhuo Fan figured he could do some fishing among the chaos while waiting. Kui Lang figured the killing was enough and sounded the bell, though it wasn't that easy pulling their minds out of their demons' control. No choice but for Kui Lang and Yu Ling to let their voices out. Cease at once! The thunderous sound echoed in the cave so much even the ground shook. The two's powerful soul, along with their voices, yanked their minds into collapsing. The crazed killing field turned deathly silent. The living participants held their heads and groaned while flouncing around. The dead forever remained still among the pool of blood, their eyes open, bloodthirsty yet empty. Kui Lang saw Yu Ling's nod and said, "This should last them 2 months." Yu Ling returned the nod, having a rare smile on her lips, but just then Kui Lang's smile froze and his eyes widened. "What's wrong?" Yu Ling raised an eyebrow. Kui Lang lifted a shaky arm to point. Yu Ling found herself experiencing the same shock as him. There, Zhuo Fan stood just like before, watching his neighbors with self-confidence. "That's not possible. We used bewitching whispers together. Why is he still standing?" Yu Ling couldn't make sense of it. Kui Lang surmised. Since a profound heaven cultivator's soul has no chance of being stronger than ours, it leaves only one option. He has a soul demonic treasure. Yu Ling nodded, having reached the same conclusion. "I have said he is special. Sirs should take good care of him." Elder Yuan jumped in. The two nodded after a pause. Not anyone could just have a soul demonic treasure. He's just a 6th layer of profound heaven cultivator. Someone must be watching his back to possess such a bauble. The two held Zhuo Fan with higher regard on the spot. Yet behind this misconception, one'd find Zhuo Fan a freak of nature with a soul so strong. Not even peak radiant stage could top it. As for backing, haha, Zai Weiyu did invite him here, but his immense confidence in himself left him to his own devices, i.e. he had none. Alas, Zhuo Fan was neck-deep in mysteries and good at keeping others away. Moving on, Kui Lang turned to the rest of the survivors with a shout. "Grats, people, you have survived another Asura circle. You are now free to go. There are many tasks that await you tomorrow." Kui Lang and Yu Ling had others collect the corpses as they left. The lucky men here who still lived left overjoyed at their new lease on life, while only Zhuo Fan sneered. "They're no different from cattle, but they are different. They have a hint of hope." Elder Yuan smiled, coming over and seeing everyone gone. "Men are selfish and men's hearts have demons. Uprising has no chance of success, and the sect would have long since removed the labor office if it didn't serve its purpose. But to keep that from happening, the sect gave them a slim hope, to cultivate hard, and they would come out as executive elders at some point. That's why they fight, so that one day they'll excel, while making labor office fulfill its purpose in the meantime. In truth, it's not the sect rearing them, but they are locking themselves inside their pen." Elder Yuan's eyes glinted with disdain, which is perfect. In a world where strength is everything, even here, only the strong make their way forward. As for the weak, the stragglers, death becomes them. Zhuo Fan nodded. The world was cruel, its creatures nothing but fodder. It went double for demonic sects. Labor office was hell, the supplier for the sect's disciples' cultivation needs while also being the place where the strong transformed. The survivors of this hellhole were crucial pillars of the sect, having gone through one culling after another. It only went to show its importance to the demon-scheming sect. The labor office was empty of anything humane, reduced to mere survival or death. But unlike the world outside that had the same nature, this was a corner of the world free of hypocrisies. Zhuo Fan's eyes flashed as his heart and mentality grew. As he understood more about the world, he was part of chapter 527. She beneath the moon. Tilde with a flash of azure, a flicker of flame appeared on Zhuo Fan's forehead. Elder Yuan's eyes bugged out in shock. With a light pop, Zhuo Fan's aura doubled. He just stood there like nothing happened, yet his cultivation rose to the 7th layer of profound heaven stage. Elder Yuan was flabbergasted. Having witnessed the Asura circle, the kid has come to his own discoveries, driving his cultivation to rise. Even though cultivation defines your strength, while the heart defines one's potential. The two are unrelated. Such a case where a heart state improving leads to an increase in cultivation had been far and few since time itself. Yet here and now, Zhuo Fan has done it. It is proof of his immense insight, of his great talent. Elder Yuan was stirred watching Zhuo Fan, his throat became dry. When the azure flame withdrew and Zhuo Fan opened his eyes, he found the golden halo in his eyes flashing brighter and brighter. Ugh, Zhuo Fan frowned. Having an old-timer watch him with such heated gaze was not normal. Ahem, Elder Yuan, what is this? If you're pent up, don't come to me, I don't swing that way. Elder Yuan recovered from his stupor and beamed. Sir Zhuo must never ever misunderstand. I may be old, but I am straight. The two burst out laughing. Elder Yuan, I must say I never thought the materials from the labor office were picked this way. Zhuo Fan and Elder Yuan were walking out. It only makes Elder Yuan's survival over all these years even more peculiar. What's so strange about it? We each live our own lives. The strong have their own path, and so do the weak. Besides, in my days there was no Asura circle. The elders came to pick the materials, and in fear of being included, I suppressed my cultivation. Not registering in their eyes meant going on living. And that is how I am the only one reaching such an old age here. It's only natural that they've put me in charge and absolved me from dying here. Then the Asura circle? Zhuo Fan raised an eyebrow. Glancing around, Elder Yuan whispered. Zhuo Fan, Asura circle is something Sir Kui Lang came up with when he first came here. Why would he do that? Zhuo Fan asked, piqued. Elder Yuan smiled. Zhuo Fan, the labor office has two kinds of people. One are the cast-out disciples. They can either resign to their fate as materials or break the mold and become elders. The other type are those demoted here as punishment. They are forever criminals with a short road ahead of them and a high chance of never leaving this place. But the sect has a rule: those with great merits will have a clean slate. That's what they tell the others. What great merit could a criminal get in the labor office? Zhuo Fan shook his head. Elder Yuan smiled. That's not entirely true. Like I said, the strong will always find a way. Like now, for instance, keeping Asura circle going is a great merit. What makes you say that? Zhuo Fan asked. Elder Yuan's eyes glinted. Those in the labor office know the condition, but few manage to escape, which makes everyone mediocre, living their lives like me, who suppress their cultivation to avoid becoming some elder's guinea pig. That makes the materials here dregs. While now, because of the Asura circle, people here want to live longer and thus have to become stronger and cultivate harder. Soon the materials' quality improved and the elders were satisfied. And there's an illusion about Asura circle as well, that they are the masters of their own fate. The dead become materials while the living continue existing and not get picked by elders. Strength gives you life while weakness takes it away. With this trend, the level of the labor office will soon reach outer disciples. Especially after Yuling came, adding a few rules. Bone-tempering stage needn't join Asura circle, keeping the new blood pumping and saving them from drying out. Everything was made so that the labor office's standards grew, another great merit. The two of them might even return to the inner sect with their credit. Zhuo Fan nodded. All the two did was use mind games, throwing these abandoned slackers through a murder machine to awaken their ambition. An objective watcher would see them as lambs. But in the Asura circle, they turn into wild animals who would do anything to survive. Looking at it from another angle, if these people had resources to boost their cultivation, they'd reach far greater heights than even inner disciples. Zhuo Fan's eyes flashed, muttering, "Does that mean Zai Yu threw me in here to first earn great merit for the sect?" "What did you say?" Elder Yuan stared. Zhuo Fan shook his head. "Nothing, I was only lamenting. These two are some mother-fluffing geniuses. It's such a waste letting them be stuck here and not higher up in the sect." "Yeah," Elder Yuan nodded. "By the way, what were their crimes?" Zhuo Fan continued, but Elder Yuan's response was cut short. Russell tilde the moon hanging in the night sky draped the land in a silver curtain, revealing a delicate figure dancing among the stars with her blade tracing bizarre arches. Zhuo Fan watched the dazed figure like a fairy and clapped with a smile. "Such exquisite swordsmanship, Miss Yuer." The graceful figure stopped, and Yuer's fine features turned icy. She ignored Zhuo Fan, looking elsewhere. Her cultivation had to stop when Zhuo Fan's cawing resumed. "Miss Yuer, what a coincidence. Have you been punished as well since you've come here?" Stumbling, Yuer turned a hateful glare. "You're the one punished." "True, I am in the labor office." Zhuo Fan answered with a smile. Yuer was lost for words, gnashing her teeth. Elder Yuan was giggling at the side. Yuer mocked in the end. "When you arrived, you said you'd be an elite, but sect leader didn't even let you in the hall, throwing you in the labor office. You only know how to boast." "How did you know that I didn't enter the hall? Were you looking out for me?" "I didn't know you cared." Zhuo Fan chuckled. Yuer flushed and raged. "Who would? Everyone knows about your scandal now. You're the first person to not even get to see the sect leader before getting dumped in the labor office." "I see." Zhuo Fan's eyes glinted. He was sure someone was keeping an eye on him when he entered the sect. There was no way that a common disciple's matter would spread otherwise, not so fast at least. But he reckoned all of this stopped the moment he was placed in the labor office. Or with how the labor office was filled with all kinds of people, there was no way he wouldn't detect something after so many days. Zhuo Fan smiled. "Miss Yuer, did perhaps Senior Sister Mayor miss me as well?" Senior Sister didn't care one. Yuer caught herself and blushed harder. Zhuo Fan had played her again, and she was irate. I don't care about you." "Ha ha ha," Elder Yuan laughed. "Zhuo Fan is just like the rumors say, cunning and sly. An ignorant miss won't stand a chance." It was the worst possible reaction, as Yuer's eyes flashed with bloodthirst, and she slashed at them, since she was put on the spot. Elder Yuan cowered behind Zhuo Fan on the double, while Zhuo Fan just stood there, grabbing her soft wrists before the blade touched him. She cried out as the blade fell from her grip, and she frowned. Zhuo Fan let her go at once. "I've barely used any strength, so how could it hurt? Don't tell me you're still wounded from last time." "None of your business," Yuer huffed. Just then, another cute voice came. "How dare you mess with my sister?" Chapter 528. Mission. The wind whistled. In the biting cold gale, a figure in red landed, keeping Yuer behind her. Zhuo Fan found her to be none other than twisted-faced Rakshasa Yu Ling. Zhuo Fan was taken aback. "She's your little sister." Yu Ling burst with bloodthirst. "I don't care who protects you, but you've messed with my sister and must die. You're not the first prattling fool who has said that to me, nor the last." Zhuo Fan snorted. Yu Ling's fists tightened, her mood sinking lower, yet her determination to attack faltered. She couldn't believe that a 6th/7th layer of profound heaven cultivator would dare talk back to a 3rd layer of radiant stage expert. It only meant one thing: he's got strong enough backing to ignore even the likes of twisted-faced Rakshasa. It would be all too easy to kill the punk here and now, but then she wouldn't be alone in this mess. Her little sister would suffer too, so her thirst for blood ebbed. Elder Yuan jumped in with a smile. "Miss Yu Ling, it's all just a misunderstanding. Miss Yuer was practicing while we passed by. There's no conflict here. Zhuo Fan was just praising her form. Right, Miss Yuer, ha ha ha." Elder Yuan begged Yuer with his eyes. "Is it true, Yuer?" Yu Ling turned around. She didn't want to cause trouble over nothing. But if the punk did it on purpose, he'll get justice all right. Yu glared at Zhuo Fan but nodded. They didn't do anything. It was I who attacked first. Zhuo Fan nodded inside. The lass is stubborn but simple, doing everything by the book. How admirable. But Yu Ling was unreasonable. That must mean he instigated you. Humph, damn brat, this isn't over, not by a long shot. Yu Ling pulled Yu away as she warned. No one in this place is good, Yu. Better stay away from that guy. If anything happens, come find me or senior Sister Mayor, all right? Yes, sister. Yu was meek as a lamb, but on her way away she sneaked a glance at Zhuo Fan, scrunched up her cute button nose and stuck her tongue at him. Zhuo Fan was speechless. Hey, is this how it's done? Her sister is to blame, yet she takes it out on me. There's no justice in the world, only the strong preying on the weak. Elder Yuan sighed like a calamity had passed. And Yu Ling has only let this go because she didn't know of your backing. But you better watch out for her tricks. Zhuo Fan shook his head. How could I forget? This is a demonic sect, and anyone can attack without excuse or warning. While outside, no matter how much one hates you, he needs a pretext if he doesn't want a bad name. Elder Yuan, was Yu Ling gathering materials for Miss Yu? Zhuo Fan frowned. Elder Yuan nodded. Yu Ling is called Rakshasa with a nasty temper and vile tendencies, but always dotes on her little sister. It was because of Yu that she ended up in the labor office. Her little sister had poor talent and would have ended up in the labor office, so she stole a 7th-grade pill from the alchemy office to remold her sister's body, leading to today's Yu and the punished Yu Ling. Yu Ling, who had the makings of an elite. Oh, she's quite fond of her baby sister, huh? Zhuo Fan nodded and sighed, but her kindness is destructive. Why? Elder Yuan frowned. Zhuo Fan paused. I heard Yu trains in the demon-devouring saber. The crux of it lies in the demon devouring, swallowing thousands of demonic auras and grudges to increase the blade art's power and triggering the demons of the users. It would go as far as being able to kill everything in one's path. A shame. What? A shame for Yu's poor condition. Zhuo Fan shook his head. Training in her state would have her demons swallow her into madness, and she will fall apart. Sigh, Yu Ling is sure to regret it. Just that her twisted hand should have been healed with a simple pill, so why isn't it healed after 2 days? Elder Yuan frowned as he caressed his beard, his eyes flashing. Why didn't you say anything? After they yelled in my face, die in this or that way, I couldn't care less about their fate. Zhuo Fan twisted his head away. Elder Yuan shook his head. From your analysis, I figured you cared a lot. For them, we have nothing tying us, so why should I? I'm no love-struck fool. Zhuo Fan snorted. I only found it suspicious. I fear the only peaceful place in the sect will lose its tranquility. Elder Yuan smiled. Zhuo Fan, this is the labor office, the cruelest place in the sect. How is it peaceful? Elder Yuan, you won't understand. Here it is either kill or be killed, live or die. Isn't this simple interaction peaceful? With the schemes and plots outside, where would you find another place like this? Elder Yuan held his gaze, then smiled. Sir Zhuo has great insight. You're right. This place is pretty peaceful, ha ha ha. Zhuo Fan laughed along as they walked. They discussed on the way about Tao and its mysteries and clicked together, wishing they'd met earlier. Zhuo Fan had earned big time from their talks, but so did Elder Yuan. In this night, the hearts of these two had grown, widening their path into a longer future on the morrow. Zhuo Fan finished cultivating only to find a panicking Elder Yuan bursting in. Zhuo Fan, come with me. Another gathering. I didn't hear any bells. Zhuo Fan asked. Asura Circle was just last night, yet it's starting again. If they keep this up, the entire labor office will be empty in 3 days. Asura Circle can't start whenever. They won't dare do it so soon. But as this is the labor office, work begins early in the morning and you need to sweep the elders' and venerables' homes. How come I didn't do that the first 2 days here? Zhuo Fan eyed him. Elder Yuan rolled his eyes. I covered for you. But after last night's Asura Circle, I can no longer help you, and that Yu Ling must have put your name in for revenge. She has the authority. Aren't you the chief here? Hey, I told you already, I am only chief on the surface. Here, power is everything. Elder Yuan lamented. I can't force you with my meager cultivation, so please don't make it hard on me. Zhuo Fan shook his head and jumped out of bed. Since they were friends, there was no point taking it out on the old man, but on those broads. Snorting inside, Zhuo Fan followed Elder Yuan to a square with poor houses. Others had already gathered here, with Kui Lang and Yu Ling standing in front. Seeing Zhuo Fan, Evion gave him a cold eye and bloodthirst. Zhuo Fan squinted, his mind ready. Now that everyone's here, we will assign tasks. Yu Ling took the roster from Elder Yuan. Zhang Fugui, Lai Yongcheng, you're to clean Venerable Shi's room. Wang Tianlei, Zhang Minqi, you're going to Elder Liang's bedroom. Everyone's name got called. The first three walked forward and bowed before taking a broom from the side as they skipped about. Zhuo Fan found it odd. What's there to be perky about when cleaning? Is there a reward involved? Soon, only Zhuo Fan's name remained unheard, with Yu Ling sporting a nasty grin. Zhuo Fan, take the broom and clean sect leader's bedroom. The other laborers cracked up, enjoying his plight. Zhuo Fan didn't get the joke. What's so funny? But since he wanted to go to sect leader's home at some point, this was the perfect chance. Zai Yu, just why the hell did you bring me here? You better have some good reason for this. Chapter 529. Seeing Zai Yu, under the sun's glorious warmth, a youngster and an old man passed pavilions and many crossings to arrive at an opulent grand hall. Elder Yuan pointed at a magnificent roof and warned, Zhuo Fan, here are sect leaders' chambers, a total of 273 rooms. You must be very thorough in cleaning each of them. Blast it, 200. Did he ever use them all? Zhuo Fan grumbled. Elder Yuan waved his hands around and hushed him in panic. This is the prestige of a sect leader. Us, laborers, cannot make light of this or else. Elder Yuan put on a heavy look. Zhuo Fan got it. A demonic sect's leader was no pushover nor a kind grandpa. Anyone talking behind his back might soon find an untimely end. But yours truly was the exception, since Zai Yu had recruited him personally. Why go through all that trouble just to kill him out of petness? He'd fail as a sect leader. Zhuo Fan's mind worked to wring out how far he could push it. Fine, I'm going to work. Zhuo Fan walked to the hall with the broom. Elder Yuan panicked, pulling him back. Zhuo Fan, always remember, the sect leader is idiosyncratic and a clean freak. Sweep down to the last speck of dust. Getting sect leader unhappy would make our heads roll. Do you know why the others were so happy to go to the other elders' houses? Because they didn't want to clean sect leader's house. Yu Ling gave it to you on purpose, to have sect leader remove you in her place. You must exercise caution at all times. Your life depends on it. Oh, thanks for the reminder, Elder Yuan. Zhuo Fan nodded and cupped his hands, but showed no change in character, hanging the broom on his shoulder like before, strutting into the hall. As if he had come to rob the place, not clean it. Elder Yuan's face twitched. The kids, too wild and fearless, in the building, gold and jade decorations welcomed him. At the far center was a jade long chair, very expensive. There were wall chandeliers on each side, made with utmost attention to detail. The image was complete with stands holding exquisite vases, adding an air of elegance. To sum it up, it was quaint. Magnificent but not excessive, glorious but not ostentatious. It got Zhuo Fan's stamp of approval. From the style alone, he guessed Zai Yu was a man of mystery, keeping everything to himself. A cultivator with a high mentality. Cough, Zhuo Fan jerked and noticed a youth in silk, and having cruel eyes looking back at him from the entrance. The youth was amazed the instant he saw his face. Zhuo Fan? Zai Yu? Eyebrow twitching, Zhuo Fan called back, grinning and nodding. Zai Yu passed him and sat on the jade chair. Ha ha ha, that's not quite right, but Zhuo Fan, since you're now in my sect, the least you should do is call me sect leader. Sect leader. Grinning back, this was Zhuo Fan's first time meeting Zai Yu in the flesh. Last time was just his soul, but he saw no features, just a shadow. May I ask, sect leader, after going through so much hard work, traveling thousands of miles to find me and paying a 9th-grade pill to recruit me, was it all just to have me sweep floors? Looking him in the eye, he lifted the broom and held it like a club, ready to go at it. Zai Yu chuckled. I would lose too much letting you just sweep for a ninth-grade pill. Tell me, where exactly do you look like a hard-working and conscious sweeper? Zhuo Fan checked himself and shook his head. He could sweep enemies but failed to sweep floors. Laughing, Zai Huayu turned serious. Zhuo Fan, I have brought you here with the intention to have you become an elite by being sect leader's disciple and represent the sect in the Double Dragon gathering. But High Venerable questioned your ability and had you put in the labor office for trial. I understand High Venerable's worries, but out of the elites, inner disciples, outer disciples, and labor office, did it have to be the worst one? I'm a seventh layer profound heaven cultivator for crying out loud, yet don't even qualify as an outer disciple. And what's that Double Dragon gathering anyway? It's too soon for you to know. As for High Venerable's decision, I am to blame. I've praised you so much that High Venerable grew skeptical and thus put you in the labor office. If you're that great, then you should be able to stand out even there. I thought the same, so I agreed, since with your skills, getting great merit should be easy. Zai Huayu snickered. Zhuo Fan's face twitched all this while, flipping, shove it. At least give me something to work with. How am I supposed to get merit without some guidelines? With how detached labor office is from the rest, I won't achieve anything. Besides, the merit of strengthening laborers falls on Yu Ling and Kui Lang. What am I supposed to do? It's all in your hands now to figure out, to prove to the whole sect what you can do. If you can't surpass even those two, you'll be stuck in the labor office forever. He brushed off his impeccable sleeves and stopped spouting vulgarities in front of me. This will be your only warning. The next time you'll be sorry. Got that? Freakin' show off. Scratching his nose, Zhuo Fan nodded. Yeah. Great, now start sweeping. I want to see for myself if you're qualified for labor. Zai Huayu snickered. This grand and mighty Araviste, the same one that cleaned up Tianyu of all factions and was hailed as best in the empire, was sweeping floors. Zai Huayu giggled inside. Zhuo Fan rolled his eyes, grumbled inside, and the broom flew from his shoulder, releasing a gale. A yellow wave spread from his foot along the floor with crazy speed. In an instant, the dust picked up so much it was like a tornado got stuffed in the hall. Cough, Zai Huayu covered his mouth and nose while shouting, "Enough, stop this instant, do you hear me?" What could possibly be wrong, sect leader? Zhuo Fan halted and the tornado vanished. Zai Huayu glared, a vein popping on his forehead. You did that on purpose. Is this how you sweep? You're looking for a beating, is it not? But it's clean. Zhuo Fan pointed below him with a straight face. It was damn spotless, without the slightest grain of dust on the paved floor. But the earlier blue stones had now turned white. Eyebrow twitching, Zai Huayu balled his fists. You're only alive because I have great plans for you. Fine, now stop sweeping and do something else. Zhuo Fan was too obedient, spinning on his heel and leaving. Yet he only took a step and heard a crisp sound. Holding the broom under his arm, it accidentally hit a vase, now turned to pieces. Zai Huayu held his head in annoyance. Zhuo Fan waved his hands. Sect leader, I'll fix it right up. He rushed to pick up the pieces, but the broom swung again under his arm and sent a jade carving flying, sending fragments all over the clean floor as it shattered. Zai Huayu's eyebrow jumped, his eyes burning red-hot, wishing nothing more than to tear Zhuo Fan into nothing. It's all right, sect leader, I'll handle it. Zhuo Fan manned up. But Zai Huayu had had enough. Handle your dumb ass, you're only making it worse. Now scram the hell out. You're clearly here to pick a fight. Don't ever sweep again and figure out a way to get out of the labor office. Yes, sect leader. Zhuo Fan snickered inside, skipping out of the hall. Zai Huayu was left alone in his jade throne, watching him go, filled with rage. Turning to the pristine floor, now filled with rubble, his wrath knew no bounds. Chapter 530, Patsy. Men, Zai Huayu screeched, his eyes thick with bloodthirst. A short old man ran inside and shivered at the incoming killing intent. He rushed to greet. Sect leader, why is sir so angry? Are you blind or what? Can't you see the floor? Zai Huayu snorted. The man looked around to find the once tidy sect leader hall filled with dust, chinas and jade carvings on the ground in pieces, shuddering to wipe his brow. He said, This I do not. I will handle it right away. Wait. The guy rushed to find the culprit and hang him for his crimes, lest the sect leader took his anger out himself. But Zai Wayu wasn't through by a long shot, barking, "You don't have to go, I know who did it." Sect leader knows? The man's brain was all amush. "With your temper, you should have executed him by now. I should be here to fetch his corpse, but where is it?" The guy looked everywhere. Zai Wayu knew what he was thinking and said, "A laborer came here to sweep." Yeah, those wastes must be at fault. God damn it, they are so stupid that they even broke sect leader's stuff. The old man fumed and cut Zai Wayu off. "Sect leader, I will look into it and bring back the culprit's head." He got up to leave again, but Zai Wayu shouted, "Get back here! I didn't ask you to leave, did I?" Faltering, the man lowered his head. "Sect leader, what would you ask of me?" "Stay right there and let me finish." Zai Wayu stressed every word. The man bobbed like a chicken. Zai Wayu continued, "The name of the laborer is Zhuo Fan. It's great that the sect leader knows his name. I'll go get him at once." The old-timer clapped and laughed, but Zai Wayu's cold glare cut his joy short. He gave himself a couple of slaps until his cheeks swelled. Sect leader said not to move. "Sai, I'm so careless." Zai Wayu ignored this episode. "Zhuo Fan is at fault, but no one can touch him. So get out there and find me the son of a bitch that put him on sweeping duty and waste him." Zai Wayu's face was a mask of malice, his tone so icy, the old-timer shivered. What he got from the outburst, though, was, why skip the culprit and have his handler answer for it? This has never happened before. With this example, no one would ever send a sweeper to sect leader's home. They draw straws to decide. But since Zai Wayu didn't explain, in no way was he going to ask, just bowed and walked backwards. Zai Wayu was left alone again, among the rubbish, and his anger spiked. In the labor office, the people were returning after completing their tasks to hand over the tools. Kui Lang, Yu Ling, and Elder Yuan took stock and found that out of all disciples, only Zhuo Fan was missing. Elder Yuan frowned with worry. Yu Ling and Kui Lang had a twisted smile. "The guy must be done for," Kui Lang snickered. Yu Ling nodded, her eyes glinting. "Sect leader has a vile temper, picky about everything. Many laborers failed to satisfy sect leader's demands and paid with their lives. The kid has just arrived and is going into sect leader's home. He's sure to flop. Hi, the kid won't be coming back." Everyone laughed, reveling in another's misfortune. Only Elder Yuan sighed. "Yu Ling, we can't do it ourselves because of the kid's backing, but getting on sect leader's bad side, he will end up dead all the same. No one in the demon scheming sect will make a peep. He contradicted his betters yesterday, and now he is toast." Kui Lang smiled at Yu Ling. Yu Ling nodded. But then, a thunderous shout came from above. They saw a small old man flying over. "All managers of the labor office, get out now. Isn't that executive son of the sect leader's hall?" Kui Lang smiled. Yu Ling's smile grew. "The kid must have done it now. Executive usually just barks at us for a while, then sends us to fetch a corpse. That must be it. But was it a win or a loss getting yelled at for killing that prick? It's a loss for us and a win for the kid. Think about it. For a waste like him to get a radiant stage expert's tongue lashing must be his fortune, ha. Kui Lang laughed. Right, ha. The two laughed until Executive's son approached. "Executive son, you honor us with your presence." "I am Yuan Xingang, a manager of the labor office." "Sod off, you think I don't know who's in charge of labor office? You're just a glorified manager, that's it. Get Yu Ling and Kui Lang to see me." Executive's son flicked his sleeve and snapped. Elder Yuan shirked back. Yu Ling and Kui Lang rushed over with a bow. "Greetings, Executive son. What are your orders?" "Orders? Giving any orders to you will soon have my head served on a silver platter, dragging me with you into hell." Executive son snapped. "What kind of disciple did you send to sweep sect leader's hall? He didn't just botch it, but wrecked the place. He almost tore the whole hall apart." "It is our fault. Please ease your anger, Executive son." Kui Lang and Yu Ling bobbed their heads, putting on a pained look, yet their hearts jumped with glee. The punk must have struck a calamity. "He's definitely toast," Yu Ling apologized again, then probed. "Executive son, we will deal with his body at once and clean up the hall." "His body." I didn't say anything about a corpse. Executive Son eyed them coldly. The two were stumped. Did the sect leader wipe him off the face of this world? Squinting in joy, Yuling added. Executive Son sneered. Keep dreaming. The kid ran. He's not in the sect leader's hall. He ran. Both of them shouted. He got off after such a disaster. That punk sure is something. Kui Lang bowed at once. Executive Son, he can't escape. I will search the entire sect if I have to. We cannot trouble inner and outer disciples over this. Search, when sect leader himself let him run. Sect leader doesn't even blame him for his mistake, Executive Son roared. Dong, Yu Ling, and Kui Lang's brains were hammered, looking lost and dumb. He wrecked everything, yet sect leader let him go. That's not his style. Executive Son saw through them with a sneer. Even I couldn't believe it after so many years around sect leader. But this is sect leader's order, that no one can touch Zhuo Fan. And who was the damn bastard who put him on sweeping duty at sect leader's home? Sect leader wants a punching bag. Executive Son's bloodthirst slammed into them. Shivering, Yu Ling and Kui Lang were soaked in sweat. Zhang Fugui, I thought I told you to sweep sect leader's home. Why did you make Zhuo Fan do it instead? Kui Lang's eyes roamed around until they settled on a disciple. Zhang Fugui shirked, scared out of his mind. No, I swept Venerable Shi. Silence, I told you to sweep sect leader's home, yet you put Zhuo Fan on it. Don't you know that the more seasoned disciples must take care of it? A newbie like him was bound to wreck the place. You are pushing others around and got sect leader furious. For your offense, you shall die. Bam! Kui Lang dumped all kinds of crimes on his head and struck before he could explain. The fierce gale made him spit blood and breathe his last, becoming Kui Lang and Yu Ling's patsy. He didn't know even now how he had earned their ire, what he did to deserve this. Chapter 531. Special background. Bang! Zhang Fugui's corpse hit the ground with blood leaking from every hole, his eyes wide open and oblivious. The other disciples stepped back, shivering in fear. Kui Lang bowed at Executive Son again. Executive Sir, I have dealt with the perpetrator. What are Sir's commands? Executive Son was an old weasel as well, knowing when not to question and just warned. Kui Lang, Yu Ling, I don't care about what personal game you're playing, but stay out of the sect's affairs, or else. Executive Son left the threat hanging with savage killing intent, making the two bob their heads in fear. Also, Executive Son continued, in my decade alongside sect leader, I hardly ever saw him raging like this. But even rarer was a rage that he bottled up. That Zhuo Fan may be a laborer, but you better watch it next time. The two's hearts sank, grimacing. Who the hell is he for not even sect leader would touch him? This is a small matter, but from the sect leader's attitude, the two felt even worse. Executive Son flicked his sleeve. Since the culprit is punished, I'll be reporting my progress. You better behave. Executive Son took to the skies. The two bowed again. Take care, Executive Son. They only straightened when the man was gone from their sights. Their eyes filled with shock. Elder Yuan came over giggling. He, I told you so. Zhuo Fan isn't normal. Shove off. The two snapped. Elder Yuan shirked and faltered. The two dealt with the corpse, and the other disciples disbanded, waiting around the labor office for Zhuo Fan to arrive. They waited and waited, well into the evening. That was when Zhuo Fan strutted over with the broom on his shoulder. Yu Ling gnashed her teeth, enraged. Zhuo Fan, now you show up. Where have you been? Don't you know you must return after your task? Nope, no one told me. Zhuo Fan said simply. Yu Ling felt awkward, her and Kui Lang lost for words. They had put him on sect leader's home with the obvious intention to not see him again. Wasting words on a dead guy wasn't anyone's hobby. Yet, this schmuck didn't just return, but even talked back. He's got such backing that not even the sect leader wants to mess with him. The two watched Zhuo Fan with fear and suspicion. They were dying to put him in his place, but the fear of his backers overrode that desire. So the two were at an impasse, staring at the stuck-up Zhuo Fan showing off his swag. Bottling the rage, Kui Lang said, Since it's your first strike and did not know, I'll overlook it. But next time you will be punished. The fact that he didn't take Zhuo Fan's head on the spot showed clearly that he didn't want to mess with Zhuo Fan. Zhuo Fan grinned. They must have got the news already to crush their own pride. But Zhuo Fan cared not one bit. Sure, I'll be waiting then. He passed the two with a roll of his eyes, not even looking at them. Hey, is this how you act? You're under us, a laborer, yet you're ordering us? Kui Lang was this close to exploding. Yu Ling glared at his back, but reined all the hatred in. Kui Lang, he has a special background. Before we are clear what that is exactly, we best not tackle him. We will figure it all out once we look into him. Kui Lang nodded, flaring his nostrils. While the next tasks were handed out, only Zhuo Fan was left idle since no one pushed any work on him when it came to elders. This young master must have one hell of a background to act all cocky. What was worse, anything the two tried would backfire. The earlier case showed it. They got him to sweep sect leaders home, yet he played around until sect leader vented on the labor office. If they were any more late in reacting, they'd have ended up as patsies. Yu Ling lost all intent to mess with Zhuo Fan, even hoping for the latter to not come looking for trouble. It went so far that every time tasks were handed out, they singled Zhuo Fan out in cleaning the most desolate places. Like the ancestral cemetery, the plaza at the entrance manned by two pupils welcoming guests. Stuff like that. Those were the only places he couldn't cause trouble at, or any mess he made could be covered. Zhuo Fan spent the next 2 months carefree and easygoing, totally ignoring Zai Yu's advice. As for getting some credit to participate in the Double Dragon Thingy, thanks but no thanks. He had all the peace and quiet needed to cultivate here, in the labor office. Strutting like a man with a supposedly high background, others gave him a wide berth. Only the old man with a broad mentality dropped by to debate on the Tao. All in all, life was good, lavishing in the tranquility he had yearned for so long. As for the labor office being dirt poor in regards to resources, humph, make way, moneybags coming through, Zhuo Fan couldn't be happier these few months, just around the time the demon scheming sect's intersect promotion began. Not that he ever gave a damn. Ahem, it falls to us, labor office, to build the outer disciple promotion stage. Work hard, people. If 3 days later something is out of place and the competition can't be held, it's your ass on the line. Kui Lang, Yu Ling, and Elder Yuan spoke to the laborers. Kui Lang was using his big voice to intimidate them. What he got instead was mockery. They are just fighting. What's the point of making a show out of it? Our outer disciples so useless that they can't fight without a stage. Our Asura circle is far more fitting. PFF. The others covered their mouths. Everyone knew who it was without even looking. The only one to contradict their two bosses in the labor office like a true wastrel was Zhuo Fan with his special background. So special that even these two prodigal children filled with hot air could only gnash their teeth. This had been going on over the past few months, quipping at them whenever the chance presented itself. Zhuo Fan, stop complaining. You want to live or not? Kui Lang fumed. Zhuo Fan shrugged. Want? Kui Lang looked like he was about to cry. He was the boss in the labor office, but ever since this prick showed up, his name had plunged and plunged at the hands of this obnoxious tyrant. He was a damn spoiled brat. Yu Ling held her head, lamenting her fate. She never nitpicked with the kid, but the brat had other plans, bothering the hell out of them every time and pissing them off. Just why do all elders and venerables' prodigal sons end up in the labor office? At least take some of them to the outer sect. But they all knew this prodigal son would one day get bumped up at some point and leave. But when, in a few years, anything would be better than being stuck in the same place with him. Squinting, they glared at the unfazed Zhuo Fan, then sighed at their misfortune. Elder Yuan laughed it up. Dad? Sister? The two sudden voices caught everyone by surprise. They watched two young people rushing over. One was a lovely girl Zhuo Fan knew, Yuer, and the other was a youth in his 20s wearing fancy clothes and bearing a striking resemblance with Kui Lang. His son, probably. Yuer and Kui Lang smiled on seeing each other, but Zhuo Fan eyed the limp hand of Yuer with a sharp look. Still damaged. Chapter 532. Dangerous Smile. Yuer, how is your practice of demon-devouring saber going? Are you confident in this outer sect promotion? Yu Ling smiled at her baby sister. Faltering for a moment, Yue revealed a disarming smile. It won't be a problem. Nearby, Kui Lang was patting his son's shoulder, laughing. You better become an inner disciple in this competition, or all your old man's effort would be for naught. Dad, I won't let you down. The youth's eyes showed conviction. Kui Lang smiled in pride with Yu Ling. Yu Ling, who do you think will win if my son and your sister fight? Kui Lang raised an eyebrow. Yu Ling held supreme confidence. Yue, of course. No, it's my son. He's stronger. Kui Lang shook his head. Yu Ling glared. My sister? My son? Sister? The two went back and forth, with the argument getting heated by the second, while Yue and the youth just shrugged. The outer sect competition is around the corner and you're squabbling as if you're the one going up there. Zhuo Fan crept up on them like a ghost, saying, it's more likely to end as a draw. No one's really better than the other, they're equal, right? Ugh. The two focused their anger on Zhuo Fan, shouting, beat it? Shirking, Zhuo Fan grinned and walked away. Kui Lang glared. Zhuo Fan, what a rotten mouth you have. My son is about to enter the competition, yet you have nothing nice to say. Are you mocking him instead, hoping that he would lose? If anything happens to Yue, you will be sorry. Yu Ling's eyes grew savage like a tigress baring her fangs. Zhuo Fan shrugged. Not my problem, and you started it. In the competition, it is either win-lose, lose-win, or draw. How could they have a smooth sailing? Oh, they were left speechless, resorting to snorts and flicking their sleeves. Zhuo Fan, you sure pack a sharp mouth? Kui Lang sighed, feeling powerless. This punk would one day kill me due to anger alone. Yue pouted and sulked. I get that he always annoys me every time we meet, but why is sister enraged too? While the young man was dumbfounded at the weird scene. His old man was pretty well known even among the inner sect. Ending up cast out in the labor office ought to make him king. But who was this guy with clearly weaker cultivation to talk back to his dad? And why isn't Dad doing anything about it? This situation stinks to high heaven. Looking at the cringing laborers standing in line, only Zhuo Fan did what he wanted, to perform his circus act as a mockery to these two leaders. It only worked to deepen his doubts, though. Dad, he is. The youth pointed at Zhuo Fan. Kui Lang groaned, to which Zhuo Fan laughed and stuck out his chest. I am your father's fellow disciple, Zhuo Fan. Since you're his son, call me Senior Uncle Zhuo for now. Senior Uncle Zhuo, I am Kui Gang, greetings. The kid got intimidated and responded quickly. While Kui Lang rushed over and helped his son up while cursing, Ganger, you can't be so naive to get duped so easily. This punk is some prodigal son for sure. But he has nothing to do with me at all, so how can you call him Senior Uncle? Kui Lang glared at Zhuo Fan. Rotten punk, I can take your crass remarks and quips but know when to quit. Don't ever mess with my son. So what if I call you my fellow brother? It is your honor. When your son comes crying to his uncle, I might just ignore him. Zhuo Fan shrugged with a grin that deserved a beating. Kui Lang was about to blow a gasket, yet had no way to vent. Kui Gang was dumbstruck. Why all the mockery, then, if the young guy wasn't his dad's fellow disciple? How can Dad still take it? The laborers knew fully well why, snickering inside and giving Zhuo Fan a thumbs up on the sly. Zhuo Fan's background was a huge nebula, but at least this prodigal son wasn't hard on fellow laborers, taking it out on the two bosses. It was like he was the labor office's spokesman. Kui Lang pulled Kui Gang, pointing at Zhuo Fan with a hard face. Ganger, see that? He is a nobody, using his connections to get into the sect. He might one day end up an elder executive, but he won't achieve anything in life. So don't hang out with the likes of him, he'll drag you down. You're bound to go higher than him. Yu Ling did the same with her sister, wearing her disgust on her face while pointing at Zhuo Fan. Zhuo Fan became the two's perfect negative example. Zhuo Fan grinned uncaringly. So what if I'm a prodigal son? Aren't you the same, using your meager pull to give your connections materials to train? Humph, there's no end to human greed. With power comes skimming, it's only logical. What would be the point of power, then? You're mocking me for being a prodigal son when in fact you want to follow in my footsteps and pick on others. We're all demonic cultivators here. What's so great about showing off while faking innocence? Zhuo Fan had a flat tone, but no matter how it sounded, he had mocked the two. Kui Gang and Yuer nodded. Zhuo Fan's wording was a tad blunt, but made damn good sense. They had to believe him. The more you hate someone, the more you want to be like them, but no one wanted to admit their envy. Humph, enough of your sophistry. Yuer and Ganger have good talents and are hard-working. They're sure to advance. All we do is give our best in supporting them. Unlike you, wasting your life away as you wait for death, stuck in the same dead-end position. You don't know any martial arts, and the only reason you lived through Asura Circle is because of your high cultivation. I bet you'd sooner meet your end in the circle before your patron busts you out of here. Kui Lang shouted, trying to salvage a modicum of self-respect. Zhuo Fan only had a taunting look. Ignorant man, martial skills are only tools while cultivation is the core. I know no martial arts, but my heart and my mind are solely on the Tao, helping me see through its mysteries and advance. Insight is the essence of cultivation, of skills and cultivation methods. Focusing on being staunch yet neglecting fundamentals is so laughable. Kui Lang paused, then shouted, Zhuo Fan, what did you say? I didn't catch that. Dong. The minds of everyone exploded, wearing long faces and holding their heads at his awkward look. Kui Gang was blushing in shame. Dad sucks at quarreling, not even getting what the other party says. Then again, that was who he was, a guy who relied on his fists. Alas, he couldn't use them this time, Elder Yuan sighed. The disciples of this sect always fought and were ruthless, emphasizing ability over Tao. For even a radiant stage expert like Kui Lang to be so ignorant of the Tao, he could only lament. If this went on, demon-scheming sect would be stuck in the lower 3 sects for thousands of years. Yet Zhuo Fan, who had come from the secular world, had amazing insights on Tao. Him leading the sect would move the sect down the right path, towards a glorious future. Elder Yuan's eyes shined. Oh, what's all the hubbub? Why are laborers sitting around idle? A teasing voice said. They all turned to see an elegant woman swinging her hips. With how the labor office was filled with men, they all gulped at such a fine specimen entering their pen, only to lower their heads the next second. Because this creature was another savage beast, she was no other than Hu Mayer. Zhuo Fan sneered inside, her kind smile only hides daggers. The last time she showed up, he ended up getting sneak attacked, and this time something was bound to happen as well. Only the target isn't me this time around. Zhuo Fan followed her vixen eyes and arrived at Yu Ling and her sister. Chapter 533, Nimble Laborer. Senior Sister Mayer, it's been a while. Yu Ling cupped her hands, coming over with her sister. Thank you for watching over Yuer while I was away. I can never repay your gratitude. With a melodious voice, Hu Mayer waved her off. We're all sisters here. Oh, Yuer, how is your practice going? Senior Sister, I am now proficient. Yuer cupped her hands, Pa landing her hand hard on Yuer's shoulder. Hu Mayer spoke her earnest feelings. Yuer, you must work hard. Look how much your sister has done for you. You can't let all her efforts go to waste. You must advance. Yuer frowned in pain, but her face hardened with a nod. Hu Mayer's eyes glinted and beamed. Yu Ling smiled as well, happy that Yuer was taken care of. Zhuo Fan watched from afar with sharp eyes. Oh, Ganger, how is your blood annihilation training going? Hu Mayer turned to Kui Gang with the most caring look. Kui Gang nodded. Good, I've been making great progress these days, Senior Aunt Mayer. I will definitely advance. Hu Mayer's smile turned sinister. Kui Lang brought his son over. Junior Sister Mayer, it is all thanks to you that Ganger has such confidence in the competition. For giving us the blood annihilation martial art only the inner sect disciples can access. With me and Yu Ling cast out, we are blessed to have you, even using your chance to enter the scripture hall for us. Thank you. Senior brother, we've always been fellow disciples, and that will never change. Of course I'd help. With you in trouble, I of course had to stick out for the juniors like a senior aunt. Hu Mayer smiled. Kui Lang was touched to tears. She is one of the few reliable people in the sect. Ganger, here is the 5th grade spirit blood pill. When you feel like your time in the competition is too hard, take it, and I assure you you'll soar. It works well with blood annihilation, doubling its effect. Hu Meier's enchanting smile came out as she presented a vial. Kui Gang trembled with gratitude and was filled with excitement. This pill was what he needed the most. A fifth-grade pill was a rarity for outer disciples. Even more so were the pills for the battlefield. He might not just pass the promotion, but even attract an elder's attention. Kui Lang was touched to the core. Meier, you're like a mother to him. Senior brother, please, don't say that. Hu Meier blushed and Kui Lang chuckled. The audience watched with envy. With her care, Yuer and Kui Gang are bound to become inner disciples, following in their father and sister's glory. Unlike them, who were stuck in this hellhole for all their lives, fighting for their lives in the Asura circle just to survive a little while longer. Senior brother, junior sister, I'll let you finish the stage. I wouldn't want to delay you in case you end up getting chided. Yuer and Ganger, work had you too. Don't always stay at your dad and sister's side. You're all so big now. Hi, hi, hi. Hu Meier smiled, batted her eyes, and flew away. Yuer and Kui Gang were happy to have her. Yu Ling and Kui Lang were grateful as well. Only Zhuo Fan popped up next to them with a sour tone. That sister is too mean, leaving without even looking at me. To think that she was luring me so hard when I just got here, but now that I've hit rock bottom, she only cares about herself, humph. What did you say? All four glared at him. No one would accept someone speaking ill of their friend. Zhuo Fan faltered back and snorted. You won't believe me, but I'm a good judge of character. She is no angel, that's for sure. She's only helping you to further her games. Seeing we're all companions in the labor office, let me remind you, you never truly know a person. Shut your pie hole, Kui Lang snapped. I know the inner sect is filled with cruel and petty people who sow dissent like you. Right is right and demonic is demonic. The demon-scheming sect still cares about right and wrong. We once helped junior sister Meier, and now she is repaying it. So stop your false accusations, you ignorant fool. Squinting, Zhuo Fan had a feeling what was about to happen and sighed. Nourishing a viper in one's bosom, he can't even see it, and fell for it as well. Such schemes were the order of the day in a demonic sect. It wasn't just idiotic, but utterly laughable to believe the other party would return the favor in kind. The sorrow brought back memories of his self-destruction in the sacred domain. He stepped closer with a respectful look, making the four dazed. Then he reached for Kui Gang's hand and squeezed. SSS, Kui Gang felt a searing pain shooting through his heart. What are you doing? Kui Lang broke them off, glaring with hatred at Zhuo Fan, but was more shocked than ever. There was close to a full stage difference, yet he couldn't pick on Zhuo Fan's intent to attack his son. Having it happen right under his nose, he felt fear and dread. Zhuo Fan's every move was shrouded in mystery. Uncaring of the audience, Zhuo Fan stared into Kui Gang's eyes. You have trained in blood annihilation for half a year, right? Around 4 months. Zhuo Fan's hard gaze left no room for non-compliance. He was baffled by his reply as well. Why did I answer this prodigal son? Zhuo Fan nodded. Boy, Uncle here will give you a warning. Don't force it or you will soon live to regret it. Kui Gang shuddered. The words had mystical power compelling them to take heed. As if the dire consequence was bound to become reality if the warning was ignored. It goes the same for you. Remember this. Zhuo Fan eyed Yuer. Yuer stared blankly. Yu Ling shouted and glared. Get lost. My baby sister is about to enter the competition. How can you say that? You don't have to help us set up the stage, so go to the cemetery behind the mountain. Guard it. I don't want to see you for a month. No matter who has your back in here, you still have to answer to us. So go to the cemetery now. Kui Lang glowered as well. Zhuo Fan left without a word, but with a cold smile. But then his snide reply pierced their ears. Proceed at your own risk. Your death is on you. Yu Ling and Kui Lang glared at his back, but their relatives pondered over his wise words. They felt Zhuo Fan was hinting at something. It was his way of helping. Yuer, you know him, he likes messing around, so don't listen to him. Yu Ling urged, you must give your all for the promotion. Kui Lang nodded as well, looking at the two's hopeful gaze. The kids felt at ease. If they failed to be promoted, how could they ever repay their father and sister's efforts? Thus, Zhuo Fan's warning was thrown out of the window. 3 days later, the outer sect promotion was in full swing, with everyone buzzing. Except the labor office, since it was the worst place in the sect, having no right to even see it. Yu Ling and Kui Lang grew tense waiting for the good news from their son and babysitter. No matter how sure they were that their kids could do it, they still wanted to know. Relax, they will surely win. But what about Zhuo Fan? When will you let him come back? The thick yin atmosphere over there isn't good for prolonged stay. Elder Yuan consoled on one hand and pleaded Zhuo Fan's case on the other. Yu Ling glared. I wish he'd rot in there, but I have no choice but to call him back in fear of the sect's investigation. Elder Yuan sighed. Just then, a shout came from outside. Labor office's leaders, come out, you have a newcomer. Elder Yuan ran over, but then he shouted, Yu Ling, it's your sister. Yu Ling paled from fright and rushed over. She saw her baby sister soaked in blood and barely breathing. The man at her side stated, Outer disciple Yuer received heavy wounds in the promotion contest. Her meridians are broken. She is a reject now and is being transferred to the labor office. Chapter 534, Taking It Out on Zhuo Fan. The man's voice felt like daggers sinking into Yu Ling. Yet the man had no sympathy, leaving as he came, cold and callous. Elder Yuan begged, Executive sir, what happened? Doesn't failing the promotion mean being eliminated from the competition? Why has she been sent here? The executive snorted. It is true that losing doesn't warrant being sent here, but this girl's meridians are shot, and she can't stay in the outer sect anymore. Where else are we to throw our waste if not here in this dump? Besides, don't you have that Asura circle? The least she could do is be a good material for the sect. What did you say? Yu Ling was outraged, exploding with power and charging at him. Her red eyes showed clearly that her mind was consumed by fury. Kui Lang grabbed her and struggled. Yu Ling, calm down. Do you want your soul pulverized? Yu Ling's reason returned and her heart cooled. The executive sneered. You're all criminals, even though stronger than me, you still have to stand and watch. Disrespect your betters and see how the sect's rules will put you in your place? Damn prodigal. Kui Lang fumed, but hid his anger behind a straight face and a bow. They knew this executive well, a fellow disciple. Because of his dad being an elder, unable to advance to the inner sect, he lived in the outer sect and became an executive. His talent was so poor that he would never go beyond the second layer of radiant stage. Kui Lang and Yu Ling only had disdain for this wastrel, but even more fear. Forgive me, executive sir. I was rash and forgot my manners. I only wish to understand how my baby sister ended up so hurt in the competition. I ask that executive would clarify. Yu Ling bowed and cupped her hands. The executive mocked. Why, for revenge? Give up, a sinner like you has no right to touch anyone outside the labor office. Or face the sect's ultimate punishment. But my sister is crushed and her life is ruined. For the other party to be so heavy-handed, they must have done it on purpose. How could I, twisted-faced Rakshasa, just let it go? Yu Ling raged. Everyone around her felt a chill from the depths of her wrath. Kui Lang was about to stop her, but sighed. The executive pondered, but still refused. It's not hard to find the identity of her opponent, but I warn you to let it go. Because what happened to your sister is all due to herself. How can you say that? Yu Ling was stunned. The executive said, Everyone watching the competition saw your sister exhibit tremendous power with the demon-devouring saber, even scaring her opponent. But the savage energy ran out of control, and she received a backlash, resulting in her wretched state. So there's no need to feel hatred for the other. It lies with your sister's unskilled use of the art. What? How? Yu Ling couldn't believe her ears that Yuer had done it to herself and slumped to the ground from shock. Now that she had no one to vent to for her baby sister's miserable state, she was left alone with rage and hatred festering inside. At her dull gaze, the others shook their heads. Yuer, why didn't you tell me that you couldn't control the savage energy? I wouldn't have given you so many materials. Yu Ling bawled next to the prone Yuer. The others nodded. Yeah, you should have said something, and these two big shots wouldn't have started an Asura circle, killing so many for your sake. So many died, and for what? For you to suffer a backlash. Damn brat, no sense of propriety and lacking morals. A shame for all those wasted materials. Reaching a shaky hand for Yu Ling's finger, Yuer's weary voice cut off the sobbing. Sister, forgive me. I've let you down. It doesn't matter now. But how did you? Yu Ling was heartbroken, not knowing how to reprimand her. Yuer was also crestfallen. Sister, I had control of the demon-devouring saber, but then my arm was hurt. Hurt? Yu Ling cried. Where? How? Who did it? Yuer's frail voice came. 2 months ago, I found Zhuo Fan's entry to the sect suspicious and attacked him. I hurt him and he hurt me, but my wound never recovered. Zhuo Fan. Having the outlet she needed, Yu Ling roared. You did this and now I'll make you pay. You've ruined my baby sister and I will cut you to ribbons. Kui Lang exclaimed. Yeah, didn't he warn us just before the competition? He knew something and didn't let on, or maybe he's behind it all, taking revenge on us. Yu Ling's eyes screamed bloody murder, utterly convinced that Zhuo Fan was to blame for Yuer's pitiful state. Oh no. Kui Lang face-palmed. Since he did this to Yuer, that means my son. Shit. Kui Lang rushed for the competition when a light flew at them. Whoosh, a gray robe appeared, throwing what he held on the ground and barking, Labor office, you have a newcomer? Ganger. The one dumped on the ground was his son and was just as wretched as Yuer, bleeding all over. How could this happen? The previous executive watched over stunned. The gray robe waved. Just what is going on today? That girl was the first and this kid is the second. Both collapsed from backlash the minute they let out a big move, and he even took a battle pill. The backlash was so strong it exploded his vessels. As a cripple, it's the labor office's problem now. So that's why. The previous executive nodded, sighing at the two kids' unfortunate ending. Such unnecessary risk when there's always next year's promotion. Why force it? Why risk your life? Look at me, I've been in the outer sect for 9 years, yet still made out as an executive. Bullshit, that's all on your father. You did jack squat, all he got was rolled eyes. Zhuo Fan. Kui Lang balled his fists and howled, You ruined my son and I'll ruin you. The brat did it to Ganger too. Yu Ling frowned. Kui Lang nodded. Yu Ling, did you forget? 3 days ago he put his hand on my son's arm. I didn't find anything bad about it, but he must have done something for sure. That punk is our greatest enemy. Yu Ling raged. Kui Lang, let's go rip his head and make bone meal out of him. Let's go. Kui Lang shot to his feet and rushed for the cemetery with Yu Ling. Elder Yuan jumped in. Wait, sirs, before we know how this happened, we shouldn't make rash decisions. Buzz off, no one in the sect is a saint, only enemies or allies. Shoving him aside, the two rushed on. Elder Yuan turned to the others. Executive sirs, stop them please or things will get horrible. Zhuo Fan can't be touched. The executives shook their heads. What can we do? Those are the Black Yama and twisted-faced Rakshasa who fought their way into the inner sect. We're not their match. Rules put us above them, but with how lost in rage they are, we will be the ones to suffer instead. Besides, this is the labor office's problem. We have done our part, goodbye. The two bolted away. Elder Yuan stomped and cursed. Damn wastrels, all of them are useless. They don't care even when disciples are at each other's throats. Demon's scheming sect will meet its end at their hands at some point. Elder Yuan had a pained expression. Chapter 535, Strongest Laborer. Demon's scheming sect cemetery housed the previous generations of sect leaders, venerables, and elders. The immense power they wielded in life became poison after death, filling the cemetery in a dark energy and gave off a haunting feeling. The weak coming here would find this yin rotting their meridians, while longer exposure would lead to damage to their core, crippling them. For that reason, the laborers assigned cleaning duty here would always come under a clear sky and in the afternoon, with the sun's yang protecting them from the cemetery's yin. Spending the night would be the last thing on their minds. With such a thick yin in darkness, once it got into their body, it was nigh impossible to remove it. Even a strong Yuan Kai didn't offer great protection. Everyone would suffer the same fate here. Be that as it may, on that night with the moon shining overhead, there was one black-robed person sitting in the center of the cemetery, unaffected by the eerie wind blowing by. The black energy curling thicker and thicker around him sucked in the yin, the instant it got too close. All this while, An azure flame burned on his forehead. No one but Zhuo Fan would be caught cultivating here. Yu Ling and Kui Lang dumped him here as a punishment, not as a death sentence. At least not before they did a background check. With Zhuo Fan's profound heaven cultivation, this place wouldn't take his life but would exhaust all his energy, making for a very good punishment. How would they know that Zhuo Fan was a freak everywhere he went? The yin here was deadly to all but him. Another man's treasure and all that. With demon transformation, art sucking up anything and everything, he'd be dumb to miss the chance of sucking generations upon generations of demon scheming sects, powerhouses yin energy. So while this cultivation method worked on his body, the azure flame tended to his soul, and within 3 days Zhuo Fan's cultivation was soaring, on the brink of a breakthrough. He was ecstatic. This place was a funeral for the rest, yet heaven for him. It was so good that he didn't feel like leaving even when the month turned. Whoosh, 2 sounds entered his ears. The azure flame was gone, and the black energy went back inside him as he sighed, annoyed. Those schmucks just can't see me happy, huh? They have me sweeping this place and have now sent a foreman to watch me. Now I can't even cultivate in peace. Zhuo Fan stood up, took his broom and went to work on the leaves and pebbles on the floor, pure pretense of course. He didn't want to give the fools an excuse to annoy him further. Since you've got a foreman on me, then watch closely. Russell Tilda Zhuo Fan looked like an honest worker for a change, sweeping the place. Just then Kui Lang and Yu Ling, bent on murder, sprung at him. Zhuo Fan asked with a frown, "What's wrong with you? Can't you see I'm working here? Why are you looking at me like that? You have the nerve to ask that now. Are you that blind to even your own immoral actions?" Yu Ling snarled. Kui Lang shouted, "Zhuo Fan, if you have anything against us, take it out on us, but don't be so twisted as to lay your hands on children to ruin their lives." Zhuo Fan got the gist of what was going on and sighed. "I see, so it happened. Humph, see Yu Ling, he knows everything. He must have done it." Kui Lang was sure of it now, hearing his reply. Yu Ling could hardly contain her rage. Zhuo Fan's face hardened, having lost his jovial mood. "I warned you not to force things, but did you listen? Now those juniors are crippled. You're full of it. You're trying to act like a saint when you are the one who hurt my sister. And now you'll preach from your moral high ground? I will have your head." Yu Ling struck, but Zhuo Fan casually blocked it. Zhuo Fan's voice was chilling to the bone. "I have no grudge with you and want no conflict. But if you insist, then it'll be your funeral. Cheeky, aren't you? But what can a wastrel do with a 7th layer of profound heaven cultivation entering the sect thanks to his daddy against the likes of us? Don't you know the difference between radiant stage and profound heaven stage? We can kill you with a thought," Kui Lang mocked. Zhuo Fan shook his head, his eyes a sucking abyss. "More than you know. But I am not your average cultivator and advise you against starting something you can't finish. You don't make the cut, insolent little bastard," the two shouted. Yu Ling turned to Kui Lang. "He has a soul demonic treasure, so soul attacks won't work. That must be his crutch. Let's do it together and offer his head to Yuer and Ganger. We'll just face it if those behind him come for revenge. But don't go too fast. Let's take his life at the same time, all right? I want revenge for my son." "Right back at you." Yu Ling and Kui Lang nodded and went on the offensive. In their minds, killing a profound heaven cultivator was nothing. The crux was who did it first. The two wanted to kill Zhuo Fan so badly that they agreed to do it at the same time, to quench their hatred. But Zhuo Fan just stood there, as if just waiting to take the punishment. He was in fact tilde that Ripple had the 2 shutter on the inside. A radiant stage's soul attack. The two replied with their own soul attacks. Bam! That clash had them falter back 5 steps. Gone was their contempt and rage, replaced by shock. Impossible! Zhuo Fan stood in his spot with a broom in hand, bearing a sneer. "Now do you get it? You didn't affect me in the Asura circle, not because of some soul demonic treasure, but by me having a stronger soul than both of you combined." The two squinted, finding it hard to believe that this was real. A profound heaven expert's soul being stronger than 2 radiant stage experts. And he can even release it in attacks. That's clearly in the realm of radiant stage, so why? Leave, stop wasting my time. You're not my match. Zhuo Fan dissed them casually. The two's faces changed, no longer seeing him as just a nobody, but one equal to them. Not that that would change anything with the likes of Zhuo Fan and his freaky strength. Yu Ling took a deep breath and turned to Kui Lang. His soul is at peak radiant stage. Forget about him being in the profound heaven stage and treat him like a radiant stage expert. Let's go all out and kill him in one blow. All right. Kui Lang agreed. Nobody would do this normally, but they were out for blood and wouldn't go back empty-handed even if it meant going down with him. Pa, the two shot towards Zhuo Fan from left and right. They flitted across with great ease and reappeared in Zhuo Fan's face with palm attacks. Profound ranked martial art, moon palm. Crack tilde dark blue ice covered Yu Ling's palm, making Zhuo Fan feel the coldness before it even reached him. Profound ranked martial art, wind wolf rake. Kui Lang shouted afterwards. With a beast howl, his claw sent thousands of wind blades, wanting to make mincemeat out of Zhuo Fan. Yu Ling and Kui Lang showed a cruel smile at what was about to happen. Yet Zhuo Fan was nonplussed. Bored, he held the broom, and as his right arm flashed red, he swept. Whoosh tilde a tornado rose to the heavens, cutting away Kui Lang's wind blades to nothing while the broom landed on his chest and sent him flying. On his way down to earth, he left a trail of blood. Sweeping Kui Lang away meant it was Yu Ling's turn. Her ice formed and was about to strike when it got smashed to pieces by that swipe, while she was flicked away the same way. That huge force shot into her body and made her spurt blood. The two slammed the ground, too weak to even move, while Zhuo Fan held the broom at the same spot with a dull look. Like nothing had actually happened, but the two were shell-shocked at his might. He's in the profound heaven stage, yet is so powerful. It went on to show that a dragon was a dragon even down on his dumps. Just a wave of a broom had these two bosses of the labor office flying. Chapter 536, Exposed. Zhuo Fan, are you all rig, Elder Yuan and a few laborers were shouting on their way here, but the scene they saw had their brains on the fritz. Zhuo Fan was the perfect embodiment of a laborer, with that broom on his shoulder and those plain clothes, but that cocky look left no room for discussions, just like a god. While Yu Ling and Kui Lang watched him, stunned and bleeding from the mouth, collapsed on the ground in fear. It took just one strike to counter their all-out attacks and leave them with a heavy wound. Who the hell is he? Elder Yuan made his way there and was watching the play with bugged-out eyes. What happened here? Why isn't he dead yet, and the others are on the ground instead? Zhuo Fan glanced over. Elder Yuan, what are you doing here? I wanted to urge them not to do this, buy time for someone to call the four venerables to help you. But there's no point now. Elder Yuan was puzzled. Zhuo Fan nodded. Ha, thank you, Elder Yuan, for your concern, but there's no need for that. They don't have what it takes to hurt me. Take them away. I will be staying for a while longer. We'll debate on the topic of demons and Tao at the first chance I get. Oh. Elder Yuan nodded absent-mindedly. Not knowing the situation did not mean not understanding the outcome. Kui Lang and Yu Ling had no way of taking Zhuo Fan's life, and knowing that, he rested easier. So he called the other disciples to pick up the two and left. The laborers clicked their tongues, seeing their two big shots so wretched and unable to even move. That's why Elder Yuan keeps saying Zhuo Fan is special. Today proves it. His hidden bodyguard is so tough to deal with these two so quickly. It only worked to assert his status as a wastrel, since not even the sect leader messed with him. Having bodyguards was just a perk of the job. Never in their wildest dreams would they conceive it possible for Zhuo Fan to be the one behind Kui Lang and Yu Ling's states. He was just a profound heaven cultivator. That meant his old man's subjects had to have done it. Yet only the two victims knew the reality, that this creature had the godlike power to crush all the sect's disciples. Never had they met such a freak in their lives. Yet they had the worst luck ever to make an enemy of the only one they shouldn't on their first meeting too. Yu Ling and Kui Lang looked each other in the eye, reflecting the endless remorse inside. They were ready to die together, for their baby sister and son, but their target of revenge was beyond their comprehension. The two were depressed, wanting to rave at the injustice but couldn't budge an inch. Zhuo Fan showed them just how puny and weak they were. Zhuo Fan, you may be stronger, but I will never forget this hatred. One day I will have you answer for what you did to Yuer. She roared at the heavens. The hateful proclamation had the disciples carrying her shudder in fear, almost dropping her and making a run for it. Kui Lang glared at Zhuo Fan with fury. Just because they were weaker didn't mean they'd just drop it. Sighing, Zhuo Fan mocked. Get this through your thick skulls. I am no saint, but at least I'm open about it. Me, you, and those kids have no bad blood to warrant using dirty tricks. Most of all, I only need to squash you to kill you. Why waste so much time with an over-elaborate plan? Is there anyone else but you? Didn't you warn them of this outcome? You couldn't have known the result unless you planned it yourself. Kui Lang half believed Zhuo Fan at this point since he made damn good sense. With his strong arm, why waste time? No hidden assaults, no smoke and mirrors, just a simple strike and they'd be dead. Zhuo Fan's strength was his greatest proof of innocence. But Zhuo Fan must have known the real situation, and Kui Lang wanted to find out the truth. I can't just get beaten for nothing without even finding out about my son's culprit. Zhuo Fan smiled, having him all figured out. Ask Hu Mayer for that. Hasn't she always helped the two scamps? What? The two found it hard to believe. Their trust in Hu Mayer had never faltered, and they never would have come to this conclusion by themselves. You're throwing blame? Mayer couldn't have done this. What proof do you have? No matter how much Kui Lang was against it, he still asked Zhuo Fan for proof. Yet Zhuo Fan turned his back on him. Not my problem. Figure it out yourselves. But the next time you come at me, you better be damn sure or my subordinates will end you where you stand. Zhuo Fan flew away back to the cemetery, leaving the two lost sheep behind. Kui Lang, do you believe him? Yu Ling faltered. Zhuo Fan's accusation would mean their dear Hu Mayer was out to get them all along. Nobody could just accept it. Since in a demonic sect, a friend was a rarity, and to find that same friend had now turned into an enemy would be a crushing blow. Kui Lang furrowed his brows and closed his eyes. I don't know, but he is right about one thing. He doesn't need petty tricks to handle us. That means he might just be right. Yu Ling was shaken to the core, her mind replaying everything that had happened in the sect, and she paled. I should have known there's no one in the demon-scheming sect worthy of trust. Kui Lang's silence echoed her thoughts. Elder Yuan ran before them, providing them with a pill. Thank God you're all right. These are mere third-grade pills, but should be enough help to get you moving again. Old Yuan, I never knew that you were so nice. Kui Lang smiled. You could have spurred Zhuo Fan to kill us and have the labor office all to yourself. Ha ha ha, I'm just a bone-tempering old bag of bones. Besides, we all meet our end at some point. It's up to fate. Life and death is part of the natural order, the cycle of every living thing. Many disciples treat Asura Circle as their fate as materials, but their death gives life to others. It's survival of the fittest. However cruel, it has a purpose. It would be too much of a pity for you two to die now. Oh, old Yuan, no matter how much sense that makes, I just can't figure out what you're saying, just like Zhuo Fan. Can't you be simpler? Kui Lang squinted his dull eyes. Elder Yuan waved him off. Sir Kui Lang, just tend to your wounds. I was only grumbling about finding time to talk it out with Zhuo Fan. Oh, right. I can't see why Zhuo Fan would get so close to a bone-tempering old man with his strength. It must be these incomprehensible topics, having found someone to talk to. Kui Lang nodded. Elder Yuan smiled. Yeah, we both wish to understand the nature of this world. Elder Yuan had a disciple take them back to labor office, but by then they could move. Zhuo Fan had obviously gone easy on them. They were going to see Yuer, and Kui Gang in the room Elder Yuan had arranged for them when a very familiar person approached. The two eyed her with suspicion. Junior Sister Mayer? Kui Lang spoke openly. She was caressing Yuer's head and turned to them. Senior brother Kui Lang, junior sister Yu Ling. What happened? Yuer and Ganger are so hurt, yet you went out for a walk. What fortune that I was here to keep them company, hi hi hi. Hu Mayer's bright giggles sounded like cawing to their ears, opened them up to how devious she was. Zhuo Fan was right. She led them by the nose all along. They didn't need proof to see it. What friend out there would be gloating over their misfortune? Hu Mayor, Yu Ling roared inside, and her eyes burned with the flames of revenge. Chapter 537, Course of Events. Hu Mayor, they suffered backlash in the competition. Did you do this? Yu Ling squinted at her, sneering. Hu Mayor declared, How can you say that, junior sister? I have done everything I could to get these poor children to pass the outer sect promotion. With them training themselves into such a state, aren't you afraid I will become colder if you pin the blame on me? Yu Ling had no proof, and words left her even as she tried to cuss. Kui Lang eyed Hu Mayor coldly. Enough of your pretense. We don't know how you did it, but we are clear that you're the culprit behind it. You should be frank right about now and not play pretend. Hi, senior brother Kui Lang is as blunt as always, so I shall oblige. Yes, I planned everything. She grinned. And not just this, but everything since the beginning. The two spoke at the same time. Everything? Why, did you forget already how you got thrown into the labor office? Blinking her pretty big eyes, Hu Mayor mocked. Hi, you sure have a nice life here to ignore the outside world. Speak clearly. Kui Lang almost burst from the anger. Yu Ling stared daggers at her. Hu Mayor jeered. When big brother Kui Lang had an affair outside the sect, resulting in a son, I reported it to the elders. That's what got you booted into the labor office. As for Ganger, he only escaped execution because of your master being a venerable with plenty of pull. Kudos, hi. It was you. Kui Lang balled his fists, his thirst for blood rising. Hu Mayor snickered, turning to her next victim. Junior sister, do you remember that 5th grade pill? I was kind enough to give you the tip about it so you could steal it and improve Yuer's constitution. And you lived up to my expectations by going with it. I just had to report you. It was you. Yu Ling shuddered with bloodthirst. Our pains these past decades were all because of you. Why? What did we do to you? I brought you into the sect myself, so why are you so cruel? Kui Lang was fighting against the rage, his voice shaky. Hu Mayor sneered. Of course I had motive, ample in fact. I wouldn't just go about stabbing my friends in the back over nothing. Hu Mayor's icy eyes landed on Kui Lang. Big brother Kui Lang, I've always respected you since you brought me here, but you shouldn't have pulled your pants and denied me that night. Even daring to call it the sect's rule, allowing dual cultivation but forbidding love. You think I'll freaking believe that crap after you went fooling around and even had a child? Try calling that dual cultivation. Ugh, Kui Lang felt awkward under her stare and sighed. Just over this trifle. Shut it, of course that's not all. Hu Mayor turned to Yu Ling with a creepy smile. What mattered the most was the elite disciples quota. Senior brother Kui Lang and junior sister Yu Ling were both prominent inner sect disciples and wouldn't refuse going higher, and with the positions being so limited. Shit, that's your real motive, you viper. Kui Lang's earlier guilt got squashed by anger the instant he heard her. This wretched Hu Mayor didn't do it for revenge, but for selfish gains. Curses, being a player will only get you killed. I thought I got what I deserved for being frivolous. Damn, I felt ashamed for nothing. Yuer glared at Hu Mayor. I get that you schemed against us for the elite spots, but why go after Yuer? They're just children. With the elite selection about to start, them just entering the inner sect will be of no threat to you. Weeds need to be culled from the roots, lest they grow unchecked. Hu Mayor snickered. As your kin, once the brats found out about my involvement in your punishments, they'll hate me to the bone. So rather than wait for them to come for me, I did a preemptive strike, crippling them. A shame that the sect's rules protect disciples with potential. An inner disciple can't touch the outer ones unless the latter initiates it. What other choice was there besides plotting their demise at their own hands? I overheard that the sect leader brought in a new disciple, so I got the girl to test him. Getting him to kill her wasn't such a bad outcome, but that Zhuo Fan is such a loser, getting hurt instead and ending up in the labor office. Humph had no choice but to resort to schemes. Kui Lang and Yu Ling were sweating buckets. If Zhuo Fan was a loser, then the entire demon scheming sect was hopeless. But since Hu Mayor was in the dark about Zhuo Fan's might, they kept it that way. But Hu Mayor's vile schemes against these two couldn't be left alone. Yu Ling and Kui Lang nodded and went for an attack. As third and fourth layer of Radiant Stage experts, even when wounded, they were a force to reckon with. Both of them were enough to make the third layer of Radiant Stage Humair gasp in fear. Humair, we'll kill you even if it's the last thing we do, the two cried. Humair faltered 5 steps at the sheer killing intent, using all her Yuan Kai to defend. The following explosion did not happen between them, but on the labor office's wall as a blue figure shot in front of Humair and forced the two to retreat with his palm attacks. Kui Lang and Yu Ling withdrew 10 steps while the other person only 3. The two cried out on seeing the newcomer. Second senior brother Liu Zhu? Ha ha ha, juniors are so strong even after so many years in the labor office. Not even with the 5th layer of Radiant Stage cultivation can I hold you back. Liu Zhu cupped his hands. Kui Lang and Yu Ling were filled with bloodthirst. Liu Zhu, you're to blame as well. Kui Lang roared. Liu Zhu smiled. Juniors, how can you say that? I don't understand a word you're saying, but if you want to harm junior sister Mayor, you'll have to go through me first. Liu Zhu took Humair's hand and flew away. Junior sister Mayor, come. Let's not waste time on them. Not if I can help it. Kui Lang and Yu Ling were in pursuit, but the sudden arrival of 4 trails of smoke had them surrounded as they gave off the typical creepy jeer. With the rattling of chains, Kui Lang and Yu Ling found themselves tied up, waiting for the smoke to clear and reveal the 4 scheming demons. Kui Lang and Yu Ling found themselves unable to break out of the black chain. Hi, you shall never escape the demonic cultivator hero quartet, the heroic 4, the 4 scheming demons. Sly Demon cackled. Violent Demon was mighty proud, speaking in a savage tone. I just got word that someone in the labor office is itching to die by touching our steward Zhuo. Roaming around, we found you two to fit the bill. Talk, were you going after Steward Zhuo? Steward Zhuo, who's that? We don't have any steward here. Kui Lang asked, puzzled. And who are you for? What are you doing in the labor office? The 4 scheming demons had just returned to the sect, and many didn't know them. But on hearing his words, the 4 scheming demons turned cold, and their ill will at them only grew. For God's sake, our names are glorious, the entire sect echoing the demonic cultivator hero quartet. Yet you dare say you don't know us. Just for that, you deserve the most excruciating death. Violent Demon grinned, showing his pearly whites. Chapter 538, The Last Hope. Brothers, let's tear these ignorant fools in 4. Violent Demon squeaked, pulling the chain, and the two could move. Violent Demon's claws clutched Kui Lang's neck before he could flee, holding him up in the air. His brothers each grabbed a limb as they snickered. The 4's eerie laughter echoed around as Kui Lang felt himself getting pulled in 4 directions and howled. Yu Ling panicked. The 4 pygmies' dreadful aura was keeping her away, and she was unable to help. Yu Ling paled, hearing their cawing that filled her with fear. Who are they? I get that they're strong, but why come for us? What rotten luck they had. First was the misunderstanding with Zhuo Fan, almost getting plastered to the ground with his godlike power, then finding out their good friend had been toying with them for years. And just as they were about to exact revenge, these 4 crazy pygmies showed up, making them unable to do anything against them. Yu Ling was wrought with sorrow, remorse, and shock, on the verge of crying. Kui Lang howled with pain, his face red and soaked as his limbs inched further away from their sockets. The 4 scheming demons cackled all this while, messing around like it was some roughhousing. The usual then. 1, 2, 3, pull. Stop. Kui Lang's limbs were at their limit when Elder Yuan came over shouting and begging, Executive Sirs, please let him go. He did not know of Sir's status and offended you. Please show remorse. Violent Demon snorted. That doesn't matter, but they also dared to not know our illustrious title. Brothers, pull. Wait. Elder Yuan waved his arms all over the place. You can't kill them because they're Steward Zhuo's friends? What? The pygmies stopped at once, and so did Kui Lang's wails. Looking at Kui Lang, who they were just tearing into, the 4 broke out in sweat. Then they let him go, placed him on the ground, and started rubbing his shoulders. Violent Demon even shed his usual violent face for a more amiable smile. He. An honest mistake here, friend of Steward Zhuo. Don't mind it now, and never ever tell Steward Zhuo about it. You don't want us to suffer, do you? Violent Demon spoke in the most cringy and heartfelt tone, and his brothers echoed him. This scene left the rest dumbstruck. The hell is wrong with these weirdos? They were just tearing me off a second ago, and now they are so respectful. Elder Yuan was taken aback as well. He had thrown Zhuo Fan's name in for scare tactics, but it had worked a bit too well. The instant the four heard his name, they became meek as lambs. Just what strength must he have to get these four shits to fall in line? Elder Yuan's eyes glinted. Oh, wait. With Steward Zhuo's temper, he doesn't make friends easily. When we met, he skipped the small talk and went tough on us right off the bat. Either obey or die, what friends? Sly Demon asked. His brothers frowned and asked, Are you really Steward Zhuo's friends? Kui Lang and Yu Ling bobbed their heads. Though clueless as to who this Steward Zhuo was, not admitting would be relinquishing their lives. These freaks were outrageous in strength and character, more like lunatics. Violent Demon frowned and pondered. Being around Zhuo Fan for so long, this bonehead had learned to use his noodle somewhat. Old Yuan, you had someone tell us that Steward Zhuo is in trouble, so we came and only saw these two radiant stage disciples. So we took them as being ignorant for offending his grace. But since they're Steward Zhuo's pals, then who are the culprits after Steward Zhuo? The Violent Demon questioned Elder Yuan. Elder Yuan gasped. Crap, when did these shits learn to think? They've become new men ever since they've returned. But this only makes Zhuo Fan, the one to change them, even more invaluable. Elder Yuan praised him on the inside while smiling. Executives, the ones after Steward Zhuo, just flew away. These two were chasing after them, but you stopped them. Didn't you see? The four recalled the earlier scene and did see two people flying away, but since they were too far, they stopped the two giving chase. We stopped the friendlies. The four blushed, scratching their heads with a silly smile. Sorry, didn't know we're on the same side looking out for Steward Zhuo. Please don't tell him. Violent Demon pleaded while Sly Demon said in doubt, But who are those two to come find trouble for Steward Zhuo? We must take them out at once. The other three nodded. Yu Ling's eyes brightened and Kui Lang caught on her idea. These four were deranged and unknown, but they were tough and gullible. Why not use them to get rid of Hu Mayer and Liu Zhu? Elder Yuan jumped in before it got out of hand. Seeing their intentions, executives, they are inner disciples, but you can't touch them because of the sect rules. And if Steward Zhuo wanted their lives, how could they have escaped? It's better to not interfere and mess with Steward Zhuo's plans. The four lit up and nodded. Old Yuan. Kui Lang glared at him, then sighed. Elder Yuan had just saved their lives and now ruined their chances at revenge. Yu Ling looked at him puzzled. Elder Yuan said simply, Executive Sir's methods are cruel, but those are born out of circumstances while they are but simple and honest men. Having just been pardoned, they've returned to the sect, loyal and brave, but also strong. They won't involve themselves in the sect's politics and die because of it. But now that I've said that, your revenge won't work, so you better look after those juniors instead. Old Yuan, that much I understand. Ganger, Kui Lang made big eyes. When he wanted to fight Hu Mayer to the death, he forgot all about his son on his deathbed. He had to use this life to care for his son. Kui Lang rushed back to the room. Yu Ling gave a look of gratitude to Elder Yuan and followed him. The four scheming demons followed as well, intrigued, while Elder Yuan just watched them with a chuckle. Returning to the ruined cabin, Kui Lang saw his son on his last breath and unconscious. His heart was in pain and tears fell. Yuer carried her sister's waned face, her eyes closed in pain. Oh, they look positively dying, Sly Demon quipped. Then Wimp Demon followed with, Didn't they take their pills? Should we give them? Thank you, executives, but their meridians are crushed and not even a 7th grade pill can. Kui Lang choked with emotions. Yu Ling wiped her tears in silence, but the four scheming demons were indifferent. Violent Demon had an odd look. What's the use of crying? It's only some broken meridians, nothing Steward Zhuo can't heal. Aren't you friends? Steward Zhuo is very generous with his pals. Steward Zhuo? The two stopped their sobbing and hope lit up in their eyes. No matter who this Steward Zhuo was, he was their last hope. Chapter 539, Pleading. Can Steward Zhuo really save them? Kui Lang hesitated. Yu Ling stared at the four with the same pleading look. The four laughed, with violent demons sticking out his chest, declaring, "Clearly you haven't been around Steward Zhuo for long, or you'd know. Let us tell you, having worked with him for years, nothing's impossible for him." Yep, old Lai got crippled too after his fight to the death, but with Steward Zhuo's whammy he was up on his feet in no time. He even entered the ethereal stage? Wimp Demon bobbed his head. Scrooge Demon frowned, shaking his head. I heard that in Tianyu's last war, those old coots got plenty of rewards for their efforts, unlike us, who got called back to the sect and missed out on the fun. Even the power couple have become ethereal, what rotten luck. Why do we always miss out on the good stuff? The four lamented their wretched fate. Kui Lang was still skeptical at all this grandstanding, but one thing was for sure, Steward Zhuo was amazing. The future of these children was in his hands. But where is Steward Zhuo now? Kui Lang bowed in front of the four. The four scheming demons found it fishy, questioning back, "Aren't you his friends? How do you not know where he is?" Panicking, the two were tongue-tied. Admitting they had no clue about any steward was something that would have these madmen go back to tearing them apart. Under the four's glares, the two sighed. We'd rather die than say it. An awkward mood set in, with Kui Lang and Yu Ling bumbling and the four scheming demons eyeing them skeptically. An aged laughter broke the tension. "Executives, Zhuo Fan is not a steward here, so they don't know about his previous status." The four scheming demons nodded, appeased with that answer. While Kui Lang and Yu Ling were overwhelmed, the great Steward Zhuo these four have been raving about is Zhuo Fan. They turned their shocked looks at Elder Yuan. Elder Yuan chuckled. "Now you know. The only hope for these brats is Zhuo Fan. It's a shame that you've offended him, and it's hard to tell if he'll even listen to your pleas." "You offended Steward Zhuo?" Violent demons saw their tense faces and kicked them while down. "Ha ha ha, you're screwed. Steward Zhuo's temper is the worst, petty about everything. Messing with him will ruin you even if you're friends. You're better off burying these kids than to waste your breath." His brothers cackled along, dancing in joy, like their biggest wish was to see others suffer. Kui Lang and Yu Ling felt worse as the four kept jeering. They had brought it on themselves by always looking to poke Zhuo Fan. They were the farthest thing from friends. Why would he ever help them? The two sighed in regret for not treating him better. Then Yu Ling perked up and said, "Oh, Elder Yuan, weren't you and Zhuo Fan always on good terms? Please plead our case and ask this god for help. We are powerless." Kui Lang looked at Elder Yuan with a hopeful gaze, and so it came to be that this inane leader of the labor office became the target of these two bosses' ass-kissing. "You two are usually so high and mighty, not caring about anyone else. Now, at the last minute, you've come to little old me. Zhuo Fan might have entered the lowest rung, but he has 4 loyal servants. You should have thought it through from the start." Elder Yuan berated them, and the two took it like it was natural, bobbing their heads. "We'll take your lesson to heart, Elder Yuan. We will change our ways." They had an odd feeling all of a sudden. Flattering this obscure old man made him look tall and imposing, making them submit to his words. "Then I shall help you. His answer will depend solely on your attitude." Elder Yuan waved. Kui Lang and Yu Ling were gratified, forgetting the fact that they were bosses of the labor office. And so, the two of them and Elder Yuan went back to the cemetery again, while the 4 scheming demons ended up babysitting the bedridden children at the ingenious words of Elder Yuan. Why? Because he dangled Zhuo Fan over their heads. An hour later, the trio entered the creepy cemetery and saw Zhuo Fan on a rock covered in black energy. Zhuo Fan drew it back with a sneer. "Not even a day has passed and you're already back. What? You're already healed and are itching for a fight, but this time it will have a different ending." Kui Lang and Yu Ling reddened, falling to their knees and slamming their heads on the pavement. "Forgive our excessive ignorance all this time. We beg Steward Zhuo to let go of the past and save the children's lives." "No, Zhuo Fan's curt reply came, and he swished his head away. The two were bitter, casting their desperate eyes on their last hope, Elder Yuan. Elder Yuan caught onto their obvious begging and said, "Sir Zhuo, the children's lives are at risk, their future about to cut short. Why wouldn't you save them?" "Not my problem." Zhuo Fan's stance was like a rock. Elder Yuan showed a wide smile. "Will Sir do it for me?" Elder Yuan is a friend expanding on the world's nature, but no matter what, that is a mere debate, not a favor. I will still have to refuse. Zhuo Fan's eyes held no pity. Kui Lang and Yu Ling panicked. Elder Yuan muttered, "Then, Sir Zhuo, would you save me if it was me on the death bed instead?" Without Elder Yuan, I would have no one to talk to about Tao. Zhuo Fan blurted. Elder Yuan nodded. "Then may I exchange my life for one of the children?" "Exchange?" Zhuo Fan turned around. "Elder Yuan, how is it equal?" "It's not." Elder Yuan took on the look of a sage. "Heaven treats everyone with equal cruelty. For the strong, life is but a statistic. As long as this number is stable, life thrives. I will die for their life, or they will live for my death. No one will care when it's the same result. Demons are the source of all evil. They represent destruction of everything we know. But from the ashes, new life emerges. Demons have their own path. All the death they spread brings life. It is all in accordance to the natural way. Now I give my old bones for the young one's future." Zhuo Fan stared hard and muttered, "The demonic path represents destruction and bears life. This cruel world that the demons are ruining, they are in fact nurturing life, carrying all the sins and turning demonic." Zhuo Fan smiled. "Death for life and destruction for the world's sake. Elder Yuan, you have helped me, so I shall help. You don't have to give your own life." Kui Lang and Yu Ling were overjoyed. Elder Yuan laughed. "Sir Zhuo, will you help one or both?" "After saving one, I reckon Elder Yuan will want to give his life for the other, so I'll just save them both." Zhuo Fan grinned. The two were exuberant, their smiles growing all the way to the ears. Elder Yuan laughed and nodded. He's so smart, able to understand it on the spot. Meanwhile, Liu Zhu stood on a precipice, watching white-bearded elders fly by with a sour mood. Humayer came over, annoyed. "Curses, the elders are finally on patrol, and all we needed was for those two to waltz in, and we would have finished them. Attacking an inner disciple is a death sentence, but those rotten lunatics butted in. What a waste. Their punishment is about to end, and if we are too late, they will make a comeback. It will be a threat to us and to securing the elite spots." Liu Zhu squinted. Humayer nodded, her eyes glinting with cruelty. "Second senior brother, we haven't even looked into Zhuo Fan's background. I wonder which elder or venerable's ward is he. Maybe test the waters by framing him." Liu Zhu cut her off with a devious grin, chapter 540, making a move. "This way, Steward Zhuo." Kui Lang acted as the guide, devoid of his bossy air and more like a fawning servant. Who was the target? Zhuo Fan and Elder Yuan. The laborers were all bug-eyed, hardly believing their own eyes. Since when did Kui Lang fall in line? And look at Yu Ling, so reserved. Did wastrel Zhuo Fan's bodyguards smack some sense and fear into them? The rumor mill was running non-stop, but Kui Lang and Yu Ling never gave a damn. Their humble smiles not even twitching, with Zhuo Fan being their last hope. They had to measure their words before opening their mouths. As for things like honor and dignity, how was that any better than saving the lives of their kin? Besides, Zhuo Fan's strong arm had them completely defeated. They were even content to be under such an almighty boss. Their procession arrived at the cabin, and Zhuo Fan noticed the glaring hole in the wall with a raised eyebrow. "I've been gone for just a few days, yet the place is already falling apart." "Quite nice of you, Kui Lang and Yu Ling, having your bedridden sister and son taken to this dump while leaving the intact homes for the others." "Ha ha ha, Steward Zhuo, this is just ha 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 causing trouble." Kui Lang shook his head at the reminder. Zhuo Fan frowned in thought. The gang went in and were welcomed by ceaseless cawing grating their ears. Zhuo Fan could hear those four shits' voices from a mile away. "Bro, I bet he wakes up in a month and the gal in half more than that," Sly Demon declared. Wimp Demon shook his head. "No, it's the other way around. Look at their wounds. There's no way they'll wake anytime soon. Let's bet on it over a 5th grade pill." Old third said it would be in a month, and old fourth said after a month. Old second, what do you say? Violent Demon looked at Scrooge Demon holding the bets. Scrooge Demon grumbled. Can I not join? I don't want to lose. Don't bet, and everything you own will be mine. Violent Demon was irate. Scrooge Demon whined some more and then took out a vial. This is my share from the alchemy office this month, a third-grade pill. Here, old third. Third grade. You've got some nerve taking that out. The blind is 5th grade, so cough it up. Don't make me search you. Violent Demon howled. Kui Lang and Yu Ling's mood hit rock bottom, their faces twitching. These mother-fluffing bastards are betting on the lives of our kin. They'd have attacked by now. A shame they were so weak. Ahem, Zhuo Fan drew the four's attention. 4 scheming demons had enough fun. The 4 shivered and cried out in unison with cupped hands. Steward Zhuo! With utmost respect and reverence. Kui Lang and Yu Ling were stunned. These strong and unruly 4 simply got down on their knees, not caring for their dignity. It only worked to make their respect for Zhuo Fan grow. No wonder Elder Yuan said we're bossy. Zhuo Fan is far better than us. Steward Zhuo, you've come to save him. Violent Demon grinned. Sir will have to work for it based on their sorry states. Kui Lang and Yu Ling were tense. Zhuo Fan smiled. I anticipated this outcome and came knowing I can save them. Zhuo Fan went to Yuer first. He checked her pulse and scanned her with Yuan Kai before saying, Yuer's training in demon-devouring saber was without any issues until 2 months ago. After hurting her arm, she still trained hard, leading to her collapse and meridians being broken. The instant I saw her unhealed hand, I knew someone was messing around. Not only were the healing pills tampered with, but even pushing her to train while wounded all the way to the outer sect promotion, where the savage energy in her lashed out. The instant I saw Humayer supervising her training and using sisterhood as a guilt trip, I thought of giving you a reminder, but you never listened. Yu Ling blushed with shame. She was filled with regret for not heeding Zhuo Fan's advice. Then again, Zhuo Fan always spoke stuff they barely understood. Not that she could complain when the guy was there saving her baby sister. Zhuo Fan turned to Kui Gang. He trains in the blood annihilation, similar to a cultivation method I use, Wraith Art. It has strict requirements when it comes to the user's body strength. In short, one be beginner in 3 to 5 years and proficient in 8 to 10 years of training. Yet when I asked him how many years he had trained, he said it was only half a year. I knew then and there this day would come. And when I touched his arm, it was only to check his situation. His blood vessels are damaged, and he even went beyond his body's limit by using a pill. That's being suicidal. It was Humayer's scheme that lured him to such an outcome, but I did warn you. Sigh. Kui Lang lowered his head in shame and remorse. He just had to listen to Zhuo Fan, and this would never have happened. While Zhuo Fan was showing off, taking the 2 snobs down a peg, a casual voice came. Oh, Steward Zhuo, you knew everything, so why didn't you say anything? Wimp Demon had a straight face as he ignorantly exposed Zhuo Fan's machinations. A friend in need is a friend indeed, all right. How would they worship me as a savior if I told them everything? Zhuo Fan blathered at Wimp Demon. So what if I didn't? Ugh. Everyone sported dark faces and shook their heads. Steward Zhuo is so wild, not like they knew his mind. Zhuo Fan had thought long and hard whether to save the 2 ages ago. Zai Waiyu wanted him to gain a huge merit. So he wanted to have Kui Lang and Yu Ling under him, and the best way to go about it was guilt-tripping. Thus merely exposing the ploy would be nothing compared to the gratitude of saving someone. But then he realized his life was great in the labor office, even having someone to chat with about Tao, and he simply put the merit business behind him. But it always paid to have another way out, just in case. People always make it so they have more than one choice. Which brought him to the time he dropped that vague warning to Kui Lang and Yu Ling, knowing fully well they'd ignore it, but gave him leverage to use when he'd throw in the real helping hand. Telling them, see that, you morons. The only way to go places is by working under me. With your dumb minds, all you're good for is following orders. But from the moment he saw the cemetery, his cultivation heaven, he wanted nothing else but to sit there, even ignoring his own saving grace plan. Then Elder Yuan came to enlighten him on the nature of the world, and he decided his next step. As Elder Yuan was his best bud, he had to return the favor, while he also wanted to put the demonic path's true meaning to the test, to see if all the destruction birthed life. So he came for his little scheme and further understanding of the demonic way. There is no life without death. A demon nurturing life, how amusing. Zhuo Fan smiled as he checked the kid's pulse. Steward Zhuo, what pill will you use? Violent Demon asked curiously and with admiration. Kui Lang and Yu Ling were tense. Zhuo Fan merely smiled at their worries. You'll see after we get them to wake up. With a roar, an azure dragon soared from Zhuo Fan's body. The thrumming vitality made everyone's Yuan Kai surge. Kui Lang and Yu Ling's wounded state recovered in an instant to their shock. What just happened? Only Elder Yuan cried out at its appearance. Dragon Vein Soul, returning dragon's roar? Zhuo Fan's eyes flashed. Chapter 541, Reborn. Roar. The dragon roar echoed inside the cabin as the azure dragon circled once above Zhuo Fan's head before shooting for the patients. It followed Zhuo Fan's arm and entered Yuer. Yuer shone azure and burst with vitality, soothing her broken body, and under the shocked eyes of the audience, the flesh mended. In an instant, she was as good as new. The shock on Kui Lang and Yu Ling was understandable. They wrote Zhuo Fan off as a god on this earth. That's why those sixth layer of radiant stage experts are so willing to serve him. Zhuo Fan is a god capable of reviving the dead. Ignoring the flabbergasted looks he always got, Zhuo Fan finished with Yuer and directed the dragon's soul towards Kui Gang. Following the same process, the kid was back in prime shape in no time. Kui Gang was filled with lashes from his veins bursting, yet now he didn't even have a scar on him. Zhuo Fan had the dragon's soul return back to his body, leaving behind two bodies like newborn babes, with smooth and perfect skin. Kui Lang and Yu Ling gulped at the children's peaceful, sleepy faces. They had endless admiration for Zhuo Fan, but now that they're healed, why weren't they waking up? Then Yuer slowly opened her eyes and Yu Ling cheered. Yuer, you're all right. Sister, I? Yuer was filled with doubt. Why am I? Yuer moved but then found something wrong with her hand. Someone was holding it. She saw Zhuo Fan's lewd look and creepy smile. That was what she saw at least. What are you doing, sicko? Yuer pulled her hand away and slapped him. Pa, a sharp sound accompanied the stinging on Zhuo Fan's cheek and his mood sank. For crying out loud, what have I been doing? I saved this girl's life and this is how you repay me. Yu Ling was scared witless. Steward Zhuo, please calm down. She is still out of it, please don't mind it. Yu Ling berated her sister. Damn girl, Steward Zhuo just saved your life and yet you've hit him. Apologize. Yuer looked puzzled from her sister to the glum Zhuo Fan, her brain turned to mush. What's going on? Why is sister, who has always hated Zhuo Fan, sticking up for him? And she's even fawning over him. She knew her sister to be tough and hard-headed, not lowering her head in front of some wastrel. Yuer was vexed over her sister's attitude and made Yu Ling stomp her foot. Is this girl blind? Can't she see the hints I'm giving? He was holding your hand to save you, but now he can also end you. And there's no way I can save you from that. Seeing Zhuo Fan's throbbing cheek and heavy look, Yu Ling became jumpy. What's all this ruckus? Kui Gang woke up groggy only to see his father move, and he felt his hand in Zhuo Fan's hand. What's this punk doing here? Didn't father hate him? Kui Lang feared that he'd copy Yuer and rushed over to push him back down. Damn brat. Uncle Zhuo here just saved your life, so hurry up and kowtow. Everyone's faces twitched as they were lost for words. When Kui Gang had been seeing Zhuo Fan as a senior uncle, Kui Lang only had mockery and derision. But how time flies, now sucking up to the guy in any way possible. So even this tough guy has an immoral side. That was how a puzzled Kui Gang found himself sitting on the bed, and his dad pushing his head down again and again, so hard it could snap his waist. The one thing was certain, for his dad's attitude to do a 180 flip, he knew something was going on, and as he was a good boy, he cupped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, uncle, for saving me. That's more like it. Zhuo Fan glared at Yuer, who simply turned her head away. Yu Ling sighed. Yuer was stubborn as a mule, and that wouldn't change until someone explained it to her. Yu Ling shook her head as she told the kids circumstances of their situation. A truly cruel irony how the ever-helpful Humayer turned out to be the viper plotting in the dark, while the ever-loathed Zhuo Fan saved their lives in their final hour. At long last, the two kids' eyes shone with gratitude. Yuer even felt guilty seeing his red cheek. Forgive me. Yuer mumbled, still playing tough. Yu Ling sighed. Girl, you call that sincere? She knew, though, that those 3 words were already Yuer's limit. No matter how much she knew herself to be wrong, she'd never admit it. The fact that she spoke those words was remorseful enough. Well, he did save their asses, yet what did he get in return? A slap. Anyone would be sour about it, to say nothing of Zhuo Fan. Zhuo Fan mocked. Ha ha ha, I wouldn't have accepted Miss Yuer apology, not with her stubborn streak. But for saving Miss Yuer, I had to encroach on her dignity, feeling her soft skin. A slap is what I deserve. Now we are even, or perhaps Miss will still hold a grudge. A lady's hand is invaluable. Zhuo Fan finished with a snicker. Yuer's guilt ramped up, her heart was a mess, her eyes red. Yu Ling worked so hard to make peace with this godlike being only to fall out again. At least Yuer was out of the woods and could just return to the peaceful days as an outer disciple. Not if Zhuo Fan could help it. Zhuo Fan snickered and threw Kui Lang a vial. He then said, "Open it and see what it is." Kui Lang did so, and his eyes bugged out. Everyone else gasped, so shocked their hearts were about to jump out of their chest cavity. 10th grade pill? They all exclaimed at the thick spiritual energy coming from it. Grinning, Zhuo Fan said, "The heaven-reaching pill, to be precise." The wounds on these kids were so heavy that their meridians were shot as well. While I did heal them and their cultivation has been saved, advancing in this state is another matter. But with the heaven-reaching pill, your son will toughen his meridians, reaching higher than before. Even the ethereal stage isn't a problem. It's that good? Kui Lang was touched to the core, words failing to describe how thankful he was. Then he pulled Kui Gang from the bed and both kowtowed as Kui Lang taught his son. "Hurry up and thank Uncle Zhuo. He just gave you your entire future." "Thank you, Uncle Zhuo, thank you." Kui Gang knew this was beyond kindness, bowing again and again. He was truly fortunate. Without popping his veins, there would be no Zhuo Fan to save him, and no 10th grade pill to lift his prospects. It was God-sent. Who in the entire sect could consume a 10th grade pill? While Yu Ling looked bitter and crushed, Steward Zhuo didn't cure them completely. "That slap must be eating you inside right about now, baby sister." Zhuo Fan gave Yu Ling's sorrowful look a smug grin. "That's what you get for being an ungrateful lass." Chapter 542. Orders. Crack, a shattering sound came from Kui Gang, who was meditating as his cultivation soared. He was now in the 8th layer of profound heaven stage, lifting up from the 7th. Kui Lang lit up in joy, forever grateful for Zhuo Fan's aid. His son took the pill and powered up just after some meditation. That's the 10th grade heaven-reaching pill for you. Not just remolding one's body, but increasing cultivation too. Kui Gang let out a deep breath, and his eyes flashed. Then he kneeled before Zhuo Fan and kowtowed again. While his dad had forced him the first time, this gesture came from the bottom of his heart. Now he knew what it meant to be reborn. The simple act of lifting his hand contained unimaginable power, his meridians thrumming with Yuan Kai. Even though the increase was only 1 layer, his wide meridians translated it into a power increase of dozens of times. He felt unstoppable, and was certain he might never feel so amazing ever again. The 3 bumps on his head were totally worth it, while Kui Lang laughed in joy. Zhuo Fan glanced over and stated, "My work here is done. It's time for me to hit the cemetery and mind my own training." But Yu Ling had a different opinion. "Wait, Steward Zhuo, please help Yuer as well. Else she will forever be in the 6th layer of profound heaven stage. Your point being." Zhuo Fan cocked an eyebrow and spoke in an icy tone. "I came to save them, and that's what I did. As for how much, it's all up to my whims. Since I don't feel like it, I'll leave it at that. Zhuo Fan snorted and walked away. Yuling slumped to the ground in despair. Her begging eyes landed on Elder Yuan to say a few words. But Elder Yuan sighed and shook his head. Getting Zhuo Fan involved was already a miracle in itself. Opportunity comes knocking only once. It is best to treasure it. He was annoyed, and getting him to finish healing was nigh impossible. The 4 scheming demons resumed their creepy laughter, with Violent Demon getting delighted in others' suffering. Told you so. Steward Zhuo is petty to the core. You deserve it after getting on his bad side, hi. Yu Ling wallowed in remorse. Wait. Though Zhuo Fan's step slowed, he did not turn around. Yuer watched his back with a victimized face. I would like to thank you first, and apologize, but I'm not begging you to help me. I'm satisfied with being able to keep my cultivation and not turning into a cripple. Yes, that's it. Zhuo Fan paused for a second, then kept walking. The 4 scheming demons jeered. Dumb broad, no amount of pleading and begging will move Steward Zhuo. You're barking at the wrong tree. Kui Lang sighed at Yuer's fate. Yu Ling felt bitter at her sister's mistreated look. She's just too damn pig-headed. When will she learn to be more flexible? Everyone sighed at Yuer's missed godsend opportunity. Oh, 4 scheming demons were not included, still mocking in the background, but soon the 4 stopped and scratched their heads. Boss, didn't we forget something? Sly Demon asked. Violent Demon nodded with a frown. I have the same feeling that we've overlooked something. What were we doing again? Weren't we talking about how after being around Steward Zhuo for so long we should get something out of the Luo clan's share? Why only Lai Jingxian and those other Fogges get to have something and not us? Scrooge Demon exclaimed. The 4 nodded. Yeah, that's it. We gotta demand heaven-reaching pills from Steward Zhuo, ha. Ugh. Violent Demon's laugh was short as they all shouted. The heaven-reaching pill. Whoosh tilde Violent Demon jumped at Kui Gang's throat as he howled. Our precious heaven-reaching pill. Damn brats, spit it out now. His brothers came to help, pulling and shouting. Executives, please, you're choking him. Kui Lang said to break them up, knowing he couldn't do much else. The 4 scheming demons were freaky in temper and strength. They might very well take it out on him instead and wouldn't stop till he was torn to pieces. While Kui Gang was gasping through the chokehold, he said, Uncle Zhuo gave it to me. How can I spit it out? And there's no way 1 pill is enough for the 4 of you. You'd be better off asking Uncle Zhuo. The 4 jerked to a halt and nodded to each other. Without preamble, they shot after Zhuo Fan as trails of smoke. With them gone, the people breathed easier. Those pygmies were outrageous, outlandish, and impossible. Not only were their brains useless, but they were a ticking time bomb. It was only a matter of time before the 4 took their heads. Just how on earth did Steward Zhuo tame them? He really is a god. The 4 caught onto Zhuo Fan, who was just standing in the shadow of a tree. They made a beeline for him. Zhuo Fan grinned. Took you long enough. Steward Zhuo was waiting for us. Violent Demon laughed. Zhuo Fan nodded. I know your thoughts like it's my second nature. I knew you were after my pills the minute you said healing the kids will need medicine. Whoosh tilde an azure glow shot for the 4 and Violent Demon caught the vial. You might not have joined the final battle of Tianyu, but you're on my side and I don't skimp on my people. Zhuo Fan crossed his arms, leaning on the tree. In there you have 4 heaven-reaching pills. Split them amongst yourselves. Grinning, Violent Demon felt awkward, though he had no shame putting the vial in his ring. He, with Steward Zhuo as our boss, the way forward is limitless. We may be in the demon-scheming sect, but we'll follow Steward Zhuo through hell and high water. Yep, the brothers echoed, then turned their angry stare at Violent Demon. Boss, Steward Zhuo told us to share, so why are you hogging them? Take them out. Violent Demon spoke with entitlement. I am the boss, so of course I am the one to keep them. Bullshit. The other 3 pygmies raved, raining fists on him. Zhuo Fan waved to stop them. Sharing is for you to decide, but later. I need you to do something for me. We await your orders, Steward Zhuo. The 4 cupped their hands the next second. Zhuo Fan said, As executives, there's little information you have access to, but you should pick up clues about the elders from their actions. So keep an eye out for the slightest disturbance and report back. and more importantly, see if the elders intend to have Kui Lang and Yu Ling reinstated. Why do you ask, Steward Zhuo? You know that once someone is dumped in the labor office, coming out is almost impossible. There hasn't been a pardon in centuries. Violent Demon asked. Puzzled Zhuo Fan smiled. When Humayer went to the labor office, she taunted the two. Was it all just showing off and acting smug? She plotted against the juniors just to get to them. In short, help me keep an eye out. If they are to return and I have no choice but to do as Zai Yu said, then these two are my ticket into the inner sect. The four scheming demons cupped their hands. Chapter 543, Taunt. 3 days later, Yuer and Kui Gang jumped back on the horse, or, in this case, back to the outer sect promotion to beg the elders. Everyone at the competition was stunned. With their gruesome wounds, everyone was aware of their fate, yet here they were a couple days later. To top it all off, Kui Gang had even advanced. What the hell did you eat to get on your feet so fast? The elders were even more shocked with how these two had made a full recovery not just in body but in cultivation as well. It left them speechless. No one healed completely was a saying everyone knew. Yet these two were back in action better than before. But since the two had shed their status as a waste and had yet to piss off any important people, there was no point leaving them in the labor office. So the elders welcomed them back into the outer sects without even an inquiry. Meanwhile, Humayer swung her hips walking towards a pavilion. Liu Zhu was there, playing the zither in the marvelous scenery, the river on one side and the mountain on the other. Though the tone of the music gave an insight into his foul mood. Second senior brother, this is absurd. Humayer was rushing now and appeared with a flabbergasted face. Who the zither stopped as Liu Zhu sighed. Mayor, what has got you so shocked? Is the sky falling? Not yet, but what I found is far more wicked. Humayer shook her head. Just what could have gotten you so unnerved? Liu Zhu raised an eyebrow. Humayer had a bitter smile. Second senior brother, I bet you won't believe it either. Those brats have made a full recovery and are back in the outer sect. Say what? Liu Zhu was incredulous. There's no way, not with their broken meridians, and so fast too. Just healing, no, not even healing is possible. That's why I said it's absurd. Humayer stomped, her dainty complexion ruined by her frown. Liu Zhu paced around the pavilion in thought. No, this is an impossible feat for Kui Lang and Yu Ling. Some big shot must have lent a hand. But who? Not even the elders can do this, while the venerables that can are too few to count. Moreover, the price is too big. Would a venerable waste all his hard-earned capital just to save some nobodies? Not even Kui Lang saving his master from death would get his master to help so much. Liu Zhu speculated. Well, of course not, since no venerable had the good stuff like Zhuo Fan, nor were they so filthy rich to throw away 10th-grade pills like nothing. They were clueless as well about the golden goose hiding in the labor office. Or the labor office's doorstep would fall every day because of the crowd of people coming to hug that big tree. Humayer frowned. Second senior brother, the brats are too freaky. I made some inquiries and it only gets weirder. Just that I don't know how it's related to the two. What? Liu Zhu asked. Humayer said, the same day the brats recovered, someone said they saw Kui Lang and Yu Ling fawning over Zhuo Fan they'd cast out in the cemetery to come see the brats. But it wasn't long after that Zhuo Fan was back in the cemetery while the brats improved. Zhuo Fan again. Liu Zhu's brow shook. Humayer surmised, maybe Zhuo Fan got his backer to save the two. Out of the question, Zhuo Fan has no status in the sect and has no one to ask. Liu Zhu shot it down. Humayer cried, he has no one in the sect, but isn't he a wastrel? Ha ha ha, that was just us jumping to conclusions. Liu Zhu sighed. I asked for Master's help to get to the bottom of this, and Zhuo Fan has no ties to any elder or venerable. He's a nobody. Then why would the sect leader bring him in just to demote him? Humayer couldn't understand. Liu Zhu shook his head. No one understands the sect leader's mind. We can't make wild guesses. More or less, he found a kid with great potential, but who lacks experience, so he dumped him in the labor office as a trial. You know how ruthless sect leader is to his disciples. Didn't you just say not to make wild guesses? Humayer put on her charming smile. Liu Zhu smiled, but his mood soured soon. We may not know how these two events are related, but one thing is certain, the punk will rise sooner or later and become a threat to our position. Second senior brother, you mean? Humair frowned. Liu Zhu nodded, his eyes icy. Humair hesitated. So he isn't a wastrel, but the sect leader has brought him into the sect, and he will even become his disciple one day. That means the sect leader will look into what we're doing. No worries. Sect leader is unyielding. He may appreciate the kid's talent, but shows his cruelty by throwing him into the labor office where one's very life is at stake. No disciple of the sect leader is a weakling. Liu Zhu's eyes glinted with bloodthirst. Humair nodded, blossoming in a smile. Leave him to me. His seventh layer of profound heaven cultivation is good, but I never touched him before fearing his wastrel status. But now I have no qualms. Junior sister, a dreamboat is nice, but getting greedy is a no-no. Watch out for Kui Lang and Yu Ling. If they report you to the sect, it will bring you trouble. Liu Zhu snickered. Humair waved him off, her smile intoxicating. Second senior brother, I know what I'm doing and won't let greed get the best of me. Hi, hi, hi. Humair swung her hips on her way back, catching Liu Zhu's content eyes. In their oblivious states, they were going to piss off this easy, pretty boy on the surface, yet mean and ruthless beast on the inside. Humair and Liu Zhu were digging their own grave. Calling it I told you so couldn't be more fitting. Hutilda the biting wind whistled past Juofan in the cemetery, swallowed by the black energy around him. Humtilda with a few shakes, Juofan showed a bright smile. Reaching the eighth layer was just around the corner. Pa. Though the snapping of a branch dampened his good mood. For crying out loud, what is it this time? Who the hell is messing with my quality time breaking through? Juofan grumbled as he took back the black energy and looked at the newcomer coming over. Even before he saw her, her voice reached him, hypnotic and intoxicating. Not even Juofan's steady heart could fight the attraction off completely. Oh, junior brother Juofan, it's been a while. I have longed for you so much. Humair swung her ass, ramping up the charm. Any male would be reduced to a bumbling, drooling idiot right about now, wishing nothing more than to jump into the sack. Though the green grass would do just fine as well when it came to jumping like rabbits. It wasn't Humair's average looks doing this either, but the way she carried herself, her every gesture, her every blink got every male hooked, Juofan included. Though as he wiped the drool off his face, his heart turned into an ice block. Miss me, is it? Miss your head. 2 months back, you took me for a wastrel, yet now you've come to toy with me. He. Isn't it just because I saved those two? Heh, you've come to the right guy. Licking his pearly whites, Juofan's eyes flashed with savagery, waiting to pounce on the oblivious prey inching closer to its doom. Chapter 544. Fiendish. Her devilish swing of hips drew nearer with every intoxicating step. In front of him, she rolled her coquettish eyes in a frown of revulsion. Oh my, what is this place? How can you stand it? Just how could those two send darling to such a foul place? Ha ha ha, but senior sister, I like it here. Juofan's smile leaked a jeer. Rolling her eyes, Humair grumbled. How can you deprecate yourself, junior brother? You may not care about your body, but I am heartbroken. Humair placed a hand on her chest. This killer move got even Juofan dazed. Humair snickered inside. Dear Fanner, I'm going to give those two a piece of my mind and make them take you back. I can't bear to see you wither in this awful place, enduring the cruel winds when you're already sporting white hair. Humair traced Juofan's hair with her dainty hand, then his head, then his cheek. Her hand fell on Juofan's cheek like a feathery touch, making his heart skip a beat. With a bright smile speaking endless promises, Humair fell into his arms. His face flushed, his ears reddened, and his mind blanked. Junior sister, what are you doing? Juofan stammered. Giggling, Humair said, Silly, I found you so pitiful enduring so many hardships and wish to reward you. Reward? What is it? Juofan showed an odd smile. Humair rolled her eyes, pouting, Meanie, you know, you want me to spill it out. Why play hard to get when it's so obvious? Humair's soft hands wound around his neck like vipers, making him freeze. With a giggle, Humair's sexy lips touched his neck. Like a bolt out of the blue, Zhuo Fan shivered, just like a all right, a real virgin, not knowing what to do with his hands. Humair had a cold smile looking at his nervousness, proud of herself too. This pretty boy is in the bag. Humair's hot lips kissed him along his neck, like a general sieging a city. All this while Zhuo Fan had a dumb look on his face and was rooted in place. She took all the liberties she wanted, attacking his frail heart with every action. He was like a lamb in front of a tigress, puny, weak, and helpless to even cry out. Better yet, not wanting to cry, her full lips finally reached Zhuo Fan's mouth. Junior sister, no, Zhuo Fan could hardly speak. Humair figured that should do it, and her eyes took a darker tone. Time to die, Humair's power surged. A thick aroma wafted from her, stopping any of his movements with a whiff. He couldn't move even if he wanted to. Grinning, Humair wiggled her tongue in Zhuo Fan's mouth like an eel, sealing them together. Seeing her succubus eyes, Zhuo Fan's blood boiled. His dantian roiled, wanting to escape. So that's it. She's training in some charm method to steal men's yang for herself. To men, their yang was their essence. It was through it that they grew closer to the Tao, their cultivation rose. It was the foundation of their very existence, without which no spiritual energy would gather upon them. Or at least they couldn't hold it and turn it into one's own Yuan Kai. Losing one's yang meant turning into a cripple if not a corpse. A man's yang made for good medicine as well to a woman's yin, an intact yang even more so. Thus the world had ways to nurture yang through yin and the other way around. A shame that her wiles fell short when it came to Zhuo Fan. Not something here meager third layer of radiant stage cultivation could overcome. Your funeral. Zhuo Fan activated demon transformation art. Whoosh tilde thick black energy shot from Zhuo Fan as his blood cooled, and Humair's poison inside it vanished, offering his joy of movement once more. The pitch-black energy wrapped Humair in its black abyss. Humair's expression froze in that prideful smile as the horror in her eyes soared. Why can't I take his yang, and why is such a dreadful power seeping into my body? I can't stop it. What the hell did he do? Humair was panicking, wishing nothing more than to bolt. But having lost the means to escape, she became the prey of a ruthless, savage beast. The prey and hunter had switched places. SSS tilde Zhuo Fan's trademark evil smile was back in the works as the black energy rushed back to him and seeped out of Humair. Humair felt her Yuan Kai plunging out of her control. D-Don. Her frail hands pushed Zhuo Fan's chest, wanting to escape from this demon. Alas, no prey had ever left Zhuo Fan's sight unless dead. As the Yuan Kai left her, Humair grew weaker and so did her attempts. Realizing her life was leaving her as well, Humair cried. She was regretting coming to mess with this freak. How is this enjoying a pretty boy when I am the one turning to dust? If she had a second chance, she would never ever come at him even if it killed her. Steward Zhuo. Ugh. A hoarse voice grunted to a stop. The two of them noticed 4 people watching them, Kui Lang, Yu Ling, and the kids. Humair was thrilled finding her enemies here, crying, "Save me!" Grasping at straws, Humair cared not about sides right now, but only about her survival. The 4 of them bumping into such a touching scene were too out of it to react. Is Steward Zhuo shagging the fox? That means we've come at the worst time. Sorry to disturb you, we'll be going now, but Steward Zhuo, she is evil. Having fun is one thing, but never let it become serious or you'll be sorry. Kui Lang sighed awkwardly. The other 3 went crimson. Knowing it was all a misunderstanding, he shoved Humair off, giving back her freedom much to her joy. Not for long, though, because here came Zhuo Fan's coup de grace, clutching her neck and hoisting her. This woman came to steal my yang. Zhuo Fan spat. The 4 exclaimed. So they're not bumping uglies, but she came to kill him. But having felt Zhuo Fan's power on their own skin, they laughed at her predicament. While they were also happy that they didn't tell this vixen about Zhuo Fan's real strength, or this scene wouldn't have happened. Evil begets evil, as they say. The bitch is finished. Humair was filled with remorse, tears streaming down. What is wrong with me messing with an obvious hidden expert? She was regretting her decision so much that she was getting an ulcer. Chapter 545. Rearing. Humayer, I didn't feel like joining your inner sect politics, but since you've come knocking, you will get just desserts. Zhuo Fan grinned and flicked Humayer away. She landed hard and watched him with fear. Zhuo Fan waved her off. Take a hike, I'll leave you with a warning. This is far from over, your reckoning is at hand. Humayer chilled and quaked as she stumbled away, far from this monster. Never had she felt such dread as she did from Zhuo Fan and wished to leave this place at once. How ironic. She had come to suck him dry only to enter the wolf's jaws instead. Kui Lang and Yu Ling wanted to chase but forewent on account of Zhuo Fan's icy face. Being in a demonic sect for so long, they knew not to encroach on a strong man's dignity. With Zhuo Fan here, their opinions were moot. Or dealing with that fox would earn this big shot's ire. For now, at least, they let their bitter enemy alone to live another day. Glancing over, Zhuo Fan said, Clever, you know how to defer to me, though it's also what saved you. There's no point inventing, adding to your crimes and nullifying your return to the inner sect. What? The two cried out. Return? Zhuo Fan nodded. I've been inquiring around for you. In light of your great achievements in the labor office, the elders and venerables are going to pardon you, or Humayer wouldn't have taunted you after targeting the kids. It's all smoke and mirrors to hide their true plan. So that's why Kui Lang and Yu Ling rejoiced at the near miss they just survived. They'd have plenty of time for revenge once they are back in the inner sect. No pressure. 2 lives for one was so not worth it. Steward Zhuo, why did you spare her? Kui Lang wondered. You're not in the labor office because of punishment. Killing her was just a disciple dispute within your right and rules. It might even get you out of labor duty and straight into inner sect. Zhuo Fan shook his head. I'd be leaving myself open. Killing her here would force her handler to implicate others, and your return to the inner sect might even fail. Besides, I have different plans. She's not worthy of dying at my hand. Kui Lang and Yu Ling had puzzled looks. Do his words have another meaning? Zhuo Fan laughed at their looks since they didn't know the intricate political schemes the higher-ups employed. Now, why have you come for me? He eyed the 4 despite knowing all about it. With a bow, the gang recalled their objective and said, Steward Zhuo, we have come for you, heir. I've made up my mind and that won't change. No amount of begging will help. Zhuo Fan cut her off, turning away. Having debated with Elder Yuan on Dao, he understands the most. Ever wondered why he isn't here as well? Yu Ling gasped. They had asked Elder Yuan to come as well, but he knew nothing would change. Zhuo Fan is a true man of ambition, never going back on his words, never regretful of his decisions. All sighed. Then Zhuo Fan added, Although your timing is perfect, I need you to do something for me. Steward Zhuo has saved my son, and I would go through hell or high water for you, Kui Lang declared. Yu Ling cupped her hands as well, though she wasn't into it, having lost the jovial mood. Zhuo Fan knew she wasn't much keen on doing anything since he stopped helping her baby sister halfway. But Zhuo Fan did it on purpose, all for this moment. Not from you, but from the juniors. Zhuo Fan spoke, the 2 jerked. What could he have for them? Zhuo Fan grinned. I need them to deal with someone. Who? All echoed. Humayer. What? Startled, the 4 couldn't believe their ears. He wanted the kids to deal with a 3rd layer of radiant stage cultivator. Besides the fact, this task was impossible. Humayer's life was in his hands just now, yet he let her go. The hell had he been thinking, sending kids after her? Expecting this reaction, Zhuo Fan smiled. Not right now, of course, but in 3 months, when the outer sect promotion ends and the inner promotion begins. I want everyone to see that outer disciples can beat an inner disciple. This can't be. Kui Lang was incredulous. The inner disciples are all excellent talents showcased in the outer sect competition. They all show promise of reaching radiant stage within 5 years of becoming an inner disciple. And that Humayer is in the 3rd layer, even more well-known, with a high chance of being chosen as an elite. What can 2 children do against a radiant stage expert at their level? Steward Zhuo, if you hate them so much, I would do it in their stead and appease your anger. You'll do no such thing. I can kill her anytime I want. I've only let her go so that she'd attract attention in the inner competition after losing to some juniors. I want her to be disgraced. You and Yu Ling better not do anything the following few months, or you'll be sorry." Zhuo Fan snorted. Kui Lang sighed. This steward Zhuo is a deep mastermind in one moment, and a spoiled brat the next. For the kids to finish that woman on the stage would definitely make her a disgrace, but the question was, could they do it? They were a stage of cultivation below her. Everyone knew the difference between Radiant Stage and Profound Heaven Stage. But then he turned to the anomaly in front of him, and words left him. He might be the only monster in the Profound Heaven Stage as strong as a peak Radiant Stage. Kui Lang shook his head. "Steward Zhuo, not everyone is as special as you. The only time they might be her match is in 10 years. Enough baloney, I am asking them. It's their choice. I will personally teach them in these 3 months, guaranteeing their rise. Be that as it may, there's no way they'd reach the 3rd layer of Radiant Stage in such a short time. They're going to die." Kui Lang lamented. "If an outer disciple challenges an inner disciple, they have all the right to kill the former." Yu Ling nodded. Ignoring the 2 labor office bosses, Zhuo Fan turned to his victims. "Well, any complaints? I'm looking at you, Yuer. To boost you, I'll have to give you a heaven-reaching pill. Better think it over." Kui Gang shook his head in the end, offering his apologies while stepping back. He had just gotten better and his body had grown a level. His future was limitless and he didn't need to take unnecessary risks. While Yuer's gaze hardened and she nodded, "I agree." "Fool, do you want to die?" Yu Ling cried. Yuer gave an innocent smile. "Sister, I do not care about my stagnant cultivation, but I do know that I will become your weakness. Here is a chance to not only advance but defeat our enemy. I have to try. At worst, you'll just refuse to see me as your little sister and I won't drag you down anymore." "Oh, child, you've never burdened me." Yu Ling rubbed her head, choking with emotion. Zhuo Fan jumped up and grabbed Yuer. "Good, you'll be following me for the next 3 months," and the 2 blinked away. Yu Ling panicked, looking everywhere but finding nothing. All she heard was Zhuo Fan's disembodied shout, "People, I'll give you the new and improved Yuer in 3 months. Look forward to it, ha ha ha." Chapter 546, Black Wind Blade, PFF. In an elegant and tasteful pavilion on a mountain peak, Humair stumbled her way over to the stone table where she splattered. Bathed in crimson, her delicate complexion had now taken a sickly turn. Whoosh, Tilda, an Azure person flashed over, the 2nd senior brother. Liu Zhu gasped at her wounds. "Junior Sister Mayor, what the hell happened? Did Kui Lang and Yu Ling attack you while you dealt with that punk?" "They didn't have to. It's all that rotten punk's fault. He played us." Humair shook her head, lamenting, "This must be my most unlucky year. I just ran into a monster, a beast this close to tearing me apart." Liu Zhu asked. "Junior Sister, what are you saying? I don't understand anything." "Ha ha ha, you're not the only one. He's supposed to be some weak lamb, yet underneath it all, he's a monster ready to pounce. I would have never risked today if I knew him for what he was." Humair sighed with a pained face. Having complained enough, she detailed her battle to Liu Zhu. Liu Zhu was dumbstruck. "That brat is stronger than you? How? Why else do you think he had me immobilized in one move?" "I couldn't resist at all." Humair sighed. Liu Zhu paced around the pavilion, his face heavy. "With a power like Zhuo Fan, this changes things. Sect leader brought him in for a reason after all, but why dump him in the labor office? What is sect leader up to?" "2nd senior brother, don't be rash." Humair cut in his train of thoughts. "We can't beat that guy, so don't taunt him. We're already on his bad side from today, but let's not do something we'll regret." "So, this is the demon scheming sect. No matter how great he is, he still needs a stable footing to stand tall. What slips my understanding is the sect leader's design revolving around him. Will it affect the elite selection?" Liu Zhu's eyes glinted. "This is no longer something as simple as a disciple affair. I'll take it up with the master and hear his opinion." Humair cried, "Venerable she?" "Yes." Liu Zhu nodded. "Let him probe Zhuo Fan's importance to sect leader, and we'll just ask him or an elite senior brother to deal with the brat, depending on how much sect leader values him. If the sect leader has his eyes set on him, we'll block the labor office and he won't get any merit to leave this place. With no excuse to base his rise on, he'll be stuck there forever. Humair nodded, and her charming smile was back, yet was soon replaced with a frown. But with his strength, he simply has to challenge an inner disciple before the elders and venerables, and he's out. Moreover, our competition is in 3 months. He is our biggest threat. Ha ha ha, that's even easier. If we meet him, we'd just forfeit. Liu Zhu said. Humair was still puzzled. Liu Zhu beamed. Junior sister, everyone that ends up in the labor office is either a criminal or a reject. The first type will either die of old age stuck in there for the rest of their lives or gain enough merit to recover their status. Exactly how Kui Lang and Yu Ling created the Asura Circle. Laborers are the lowest rung. No matter how hard they work, how strong they get, they'll never become disciples again, only elders or venerables to safeguard the precious inner disciples. Zhuo Fan is a laborer but not a criminal. That means he's lower than a bug. So no matter how much he proves his strength, he'll be a venerable or elder at most. Unless— What? Humair asked eagerly. Liu Zhu shook his head. Junior sister Mayor, it doesn't matter. It's just impossible. Unless he flips the world on its back and has the whole sect acknowledge him. That's the only way to become an elite. They say the High Venerable came from the labor office as well, with unstoppable power, the highest in the sect. But even so, he's still just a venerable falling short of becoming the sect leader. It is a rule unchanged for eternity. Humair nodded. That means Zhuo Fan and us will never cross paths. That's how it should be, but I worry that the sect leader has brought him here not to deal with disciples but those old guys. Liu Zhu's eyes glinted. If their situation does not settle, our structure will change. Humair nodded after a pause. Meanwhile, back among the tombstones, where the yin was thickest, a guy and a girl popped out of nowhere. Achu Tilda Huer sneezed from the biting wind, hugging herself from the cold. The creepiness of this place had her feeling threatened. The sneeze was the most obvious sign. Even at her 6th layer of profound heaven cultivation, some cold wind actually managed to pierce her body. Zhuo Fan had an ineffable smile. From now on, you will be under my guidance. You are to follow my words to the letter, no matter if the path is rugged, torturing, or deadly. You will obey. And get it out of your head that someone's going to save you. I've set up a barrier those two will never find. Got it? Yes. Yuer nodded with a steeled face, disregarding her gruesome fate. Zhuo Fan beamed. No questions. How strong you'll get or your survival rate? None, Yuer said. Knowing that you can restore my meridians to keep me cultivating is enough. Nothing else matters. Zhuo Fan smiled. Great. He made a gesture and pointed. Place of yin, gates of heaven, howls of wraiths gather within me, biting winds lash my body, rip the sky, destroy this world. The air shimmered under Yuer's incredulous look, and a 2 meters tall door appeared. It opened with a creak to reveal nothing but a black abyss and howling winds like banshees' screams. Yuer stood frozen before the eerie door, and ice formed on her hand, robbing her of feeling from it. Yuer lost her composure, now panicking. Zhuo Fan smiled. This is the 7th grade array I've set up, Black Wind Array. I've gathered all the biting winds, strongest here in the cemetery center. Entering this place will have one's bones and tendons snap like twigs, their soul pulverized. A feeble mind would end up soulless just looking at the door. But not you, because you have a death wish. Yuer turned her shocked face at him. How does he know my thoughts? Zhuo Fan continued. From the moment I laid my eyes on you, I knew your character, ruthless to the extreme and even more so to yourself. I thought you were just putting up a tough front, but after all that's happened to you, I knew it all came from your steeled will. It's because of you that your sister ended up in the labor office and made you feel like a burden. You worked hard to live up to her expectations while also hellbent on succeeding or die trying, so that maybe dying will free her of this burden. That's why not fully healing didn't come as such a disappointment to you, because you're a lost cause, hopeless. Right? Zhuo Fan's eyes pierced her. Yuer stared right back, though her eyes were in shock. He saw through me. Not even my sister knows me so well. Now this temper is quite good, perfect to train this top profound ranked martial art, Black Wind Blade. Zhuo Fan's trademark evil smile was back in business. His hand revealed a jade slip. "This art is trained with the biting winds here, far stronger than your demon-devouring saber. And since your meridians are shot to begin with, this yin seeping into you is a blessing in disguise, and you don't need my help. Follow this art, and these winds will be your deadliest weapon." Yue took the jade slip, about to read it, when Zhuo Fan threw her inside the door. "No time, just get to it." "Ah!" The devil's hand pushed a wailing Yue into hell. Zhuo Fan stayed behind with a wide smirk. The crucial point of the black wind blade was to stay calm in the face of certain death. Or the second one panicked, the yin would devour him. Zhuo Fan planned for Yue to learn this art the minute he saw her. All his actions lead to this point, even foregoing healing her. He wasn't that petty, just cruel, or no matter how much she agreed, her sister would never let her. Chapter 547, Probing. Wu tilde the biting winds howled in the cemetery, brushing up the white hair and making them dance. Zhuo Fan closed his eyes and sat on a rock. Then, with 2 shakes of a lamb's tail, he got another layer under his belt. After Hu Meier's interference half a month ago, Zhuo Fan finally got the feeling of reaching the 8th layer again and grasped it. He eased a breath and gazed at the endless black before him. The winds sounded like wailing wraiths, drowning the sound of a faint, sharp swing. Yue had been in there for half a month. The first week was only wails of agony, but now it's replaced with the sharp sound of blade swings. Zhuo Fan perked up knowing Yue had blended in with the array. "Zhuo Fan, congratulations. In just a few months you've reached the 8th layer of profound heaven stage." The voice was saying one thing and the tone another, thick with sarcasm. Zhuo Fan saw a hazy shadow floating over, its vibe was ice cold. "Zai Yu?" Zhuo Fan blinked. Even as a soul, Zhuo Fan recognized the voice. Zai Yu faltered, then snapped. "It's sect leader for you?" "Oh, tilde, sect leader." Zhuo Fan nodded. "What wind brought the great sect leader here, I wonder? Just checking up on your progress." Zai Yu sighed. "You've done well for yourself by the looks of it, hogging the cemetery to yourself and cultivating in peace. But you never once considered my words. You wound me. Am I not doing it as we speak?" Zhuo Fan stuck out his chin. Zai Yu sneered, then sighed. "What are you up to now, placing some arrays over here? Zhuo Fan, where's that fire from back in the Luo clan gone to? Why are you so boring here, not doing anything?" "Sect leader, whatever gave you that idea? You told me to earn merit, and that's what I'm doing." Zhuo Fan stuck his chest out, pointing around him. "Did you want me to fight my way up to the elites? It's fast, crude, and brutal, but I doubt it's your intention. If it were that easy, I'd have had you do it by now. Why else did I put you here to earn merit?" Zai Yu sighed. "With how deep the still waters of demon scheming sect run, using brute force will end with getting besieged on all sides." Zhuo Fan's eyes flashed. Zai Yu nodded. "You're a smart guy and should have guessed by now why I pardoned those 4 shits and made them executives, even sent them as guides for you. Also, they could work under you and make it easier for you. I reckon they should have gathered juicy info after all this time eavesdropping. Demon scheming sect is filled with factions. Besides the disciples' conflicts, there are also the elders and venerables behind them. Like that elite selection, becoming an elite will get one showered with resources, with their masters dipping their fingers in this wealth as well. By bursting into this act, everyone will be out to get me, and besides, sect leader doesn't want me for this." Zai Yu's shadow eyed him for a long time. He nodded in the end. "Zhuo Fan, you're very clever. Fighting your way into the inner sect, you'll have elders and venerables wishing to take you in. But that's not what I want to see. You'll just be integrated into the system, and that won't change anything. A rot has been festering inside the demon scheming sect for years and years. Not even I and High Venerable can touch these old fools' interests. It's because of their selfishness that the disciples fight each other and end up looking like trash outside. The disciples' strength has degenerated so much since the last Double Dragon gathering." Zai Yu was overcome by sadness and changed the subject. "So when I mentioned you to High Venerable, he had you placed in the labor office. to watch you and free you from those choppy waters, since no one coming from the labor office will ever become an elite. Unless you have the whole sect's respect, that means overthrowing the elders and venerables' selfishness, while also crushing them into submission. That's the same as bitch slapping them and getting them to thank me for it. Isn't that impossible? Zhuo Fan pondered, then shook his head. Zai Huayu smiled. That's why I've brought you. At first I figured I'd just take Huang Pu Qingshan to enter the elites, but witnessing your skills, I decided to go big and have you do the unthinkable. I want you to sit on the elders and venerables, to reform the elites so that the next double dragon gathering won't be a crushing defeat. High Venerable's wish is even loftier, to reform the entire sect. That's why he sent you to the labor office. You just made up your mind on your own without even asking me if I am up for it. Zhuo Fan sighed. Zai Huayu laughed. Now you understand everything, so how will you work towards that merit? Zhuo Fan pouted. Zai Huayu followed his eyes and saw the black hole with howling winds. Not getting it, he waited for the kid's explanation. Sect leader, in the next inter-sect competition I will make my challenge. Zhuo Fan stated. Zai Huayu said, I just told you I wouldn't have put you here if it's just about throwing fists. You'll become an executive or elder at most. It's not me doing the fighting, but an outer sect disciple. Scratching his nose, Zhuo Fan had an evil smile. Zai Huayu pondered, exclaiming, You want to smack those oldies in public and affect their repute. Not only that, but also probe for their limits. And I can't get on everyone's bad side either, but win one faction while slapping another. I just got on Kui Lang and Yu Ling's good side. Their masters, Venerables Bai and Kai, they had lost faith in their disciples, but nowadays their inner disciples were done in by sparring with Gui Hu. So they were hasty to make the Asura Circle as their great merit to bring them back. I get your plan, so I'll have the two return as inner disciples in no time and establish your faction. Zai Huayu nodded, but frowned the next second. But how is an outer disciple supposed to beat a seasoned inner disciple in just 3 months of training? Ha ha ha, leave that to me, sect leader. And that competition will just be the start. I will have the entire sect trembling and crush the old geezers' venues. Though, will the sect leader be kind enough to lend a hand when they start raving? Zhuo Fan snickered. Zai Huayu said, I am the leader of the demon-scheming sect and must be obeyed. By the way, do you know our rules? Of course. Zhuo Fan nodded. As long as you're within the purview of the rules, you have me on your side. Fricking weasel, you want to use me and still won't stick your neck out. Zhuo Fan rolled his eyes. Zai Huayu soothed him. Even I have my problems. You're a smart guy and can use the rules. Like how venerables and elders can't touch the disciples, the higher ranks can't mess with the lower rung. Any issue will be dealt with by capital punishment. Better remember these important rules and use them well. Ha ha ha. Zhuo Fan nodded, mirroring his grin. Zai Huayu clearly wanted to instigate him. Go ahead and kill to your heart's content. With me around, no one will touch you. It's not my fault that you're the lowest rung there is, a laborer. You can beat anyone you want, even kill him. Just win. What was the lowliest status in the sect became Zhuo Fan's best shield, working in his name to cleanse the demon-scheming sect of those selfish pricks. As for the old-timers in question, they were blissfully oblivious of sect leader's cruel plan he had in store for them, still fighting among themselves over crumbs. Chapter 548, Assassin. Greetings, Master, Grand Elder, Second Elder. Greetings, Master, Venerable Shi, Grand Elder. In a quaint wooden house, Second Senior Brother and Mayor bowed before 3 people. They were tall and imposing elderlies. The one in the middle had a hard look and sharp features, immovable as a rock. Venerable Shi, Master of Liu Zhu. On his left was a scrawny old man with beady eyes used particularly in devouring Mayor, this hunk of feminine pulchritude. He was none other than the second elder, her master. As for the one on the right, he had a dull face and a shaky beard. He was in charge of distributing the sect's resources, Grand Elder. He had a weight no other elder in the sect had. In fact, most average venerables had to show him respect. The trio sat on a couch, watching the two while a buff man at the side sported a savage look. Not even his silence could conceal his ruthless vibe. Gooey Hu, I know it's hard to hide the fiendish aura of that cultivation method, but you can at least control it and forge it into a weapon. Grand Elder glanced over. The man bowed. Thank you, Master, I shall take it to heart. Gooey Hu breathed in, and the savage aura got cut down in half. Grand Elder didn't react, while Venerable she smiled. Gooey Hu is the head inner disciple for a reason. At the 7th layer of Radiant Stage and the top profound ranked cultivation method, Underworld Fiend, there's hardly any elites that could fight him. Master is right, head senior brother is remarkable. I cannot wait. With the head senior brother's help, no other fellow disciples can stand in our way of becoming elites. Liu Zhu spoke in the most humble tone. Venerable she smiled. Grand Elder waved his hand. Of no importance. Gooey Hu helping you is all part of the agreement. Though Venerable she has many elite disciples, I will trouble Sir to look after Gooey Hu. Ha ha ha, naturally. Gooey Hu will remove many obstacles for us. He just cleared one elite position. We're all on the same side here and of course should help each other. Venerable she's eyes shined. Grand Elder nodded. Not ganging up in demon scheming sect did not mean just the elders and venerables couldn't skim the profits, but even their disciples would have an untimely end. The same way the promising future of elites found their demise at Gooey Hu and others' hands. Going by the current trend, only these three were hopeful of becoming elites and lavish in resources. Grinning, Venerable she could hardly wait to dip his fingers. I just can't believe Venerable Kai and Venerable Bai found so many allies to get those two criminals to return. With their strength, they're bound to take 2 spots. No other choice, enviable talent exists everywhere. Decades ago, we were the ones to become elites, but those elders and venerables had no disciples to use and favored Venerable Kai and the others. They must be jumping in joy that they stole 2 spots from us. Second Elder mocked. The rest nodded. Venerable she warned. Are we just going to stand for this? Are we to let others take our bread? Why not incur public anger? We're no pushovers either. By removing those seeds, we'd do it from the shadows. Even if those oldies find out, they'd have no proof. We'll make them pay for our loss. The others nodded, but Liu Zhu spoke. Master, I have a request. Speak. Sect leader has brought in a disciple, Zhuo Fan, from outside and placed him in the labor office. I ask the honored master to investigate him. Liu Zhu looked Venerable she right in the eye. Venerable she had never seen his disciple show such a calm expression, with so much eagerness too. Isn't he just a laborer? What's the problem? It's grave, peculiar, and convoluted. Liu Zhu cupped his hands. He has just joined the sect and was sent to the labor office without any crimes. Even though the sect leader has brought him, they've never met. And finally, his outrageous power doesn't fit his 7th layer of profound heaven cultivation. So much so that not even junior sister Mayor could beat him. Master, something stinks here. Venerable she's brow was locked in a frown. It is indeed peculiar, and such strangeness is bound to hide something deeper. It must be sect leader's plan. Venerable she, won't sect leader come for us if we interfere? We have been a bit brash over the past decades after all. Grand Elder worried. Venerable she sank into his thoughts before coming to a decision. Sect leader's methods are cruel and cunning. He can't come at us in the open and can only play some tricks. Letting his plan come to fruition will threaten our future. Humph, the first to strike has initiative. No matter how crucial that brat is to sect leader's plans, getting rid of him will solve everything. You want to handle him? Grand Elder cried. But who should we send? Looking at the others, Venerable she said. Based on Liu Zhu's words, the kid is an anomaly, stronger than what his cultivation dictates. Even Gooey Hu will fail. That will give the sect leader an excuse to blow this out of proportions. By going myself, I'll finish it in one blow with none the wiser. You want to do it yourself. Grand Elder waved in panic. Out of the question. The rules state no elder or venerable can touch a disciple, not even a laborer. Even when picking up materials, we have to wait for the right time. But now that the Asura Circle is in effect, none of us can touch the labor office at all. Failure means ruining everything. Venerable she dismissed his worry. It all comes down to getting some dirt on us. He won't get squat if I don't leave it. Or do you think a kid not even in Radiant stage can do that? Hiding isn't among the sect rules. Humph, Liu Zhu, where is he? Master, he is in the cemetery. With a moonless night and fierce winds, it's the most secluded location. Venerable, she made a sign. Look after my body while I go. A shadow flew from his body and shot away in Zhuo Fan's direction. The rest remained to watch over the vessel. An hour later, a shadow whistled into the cemetery in search of Zhuo Fan. Where the hell is that brat hiding? Venerable She's eyes shone like the sun in search of his target. As he flew around in soul form, he picked up something, and by following its trace, he found something rippling. The punk has even set up a barrier. A shame everything is moot beneath ethereal stage. I'm going to take your head. Venerable She charged right in. But before he could enter, something slammed into him and knocked him away. Crying out inside, Venerable She sensed something oddly familiar about that gray mist that had hit him, and he ran without a moment to lose. The gray mist chose to let him go, looking back at the barrier, before vanishing. Silence reigned once again, with Zhuo Fan oblivious to his near brush with death. PFF Venerable She's soul got back in his meat suit, and his first reaction was to bleed out. Venerable She, what happened? Grand Elder was restless. The others were the same. What could make an ethereal stage expert suffer such a heavy wound? Venerable She stammered. It's High Venerable. Say what? Everyone was speechless. The punk has High Venerable acting as his bodyguard. Who the hell is he? Chapter 549, Inner Sect Competition. The eerie silence gnawed at their shocked minds. Demon Scheming Sect's #1 expert, High Venerable, was a bodyguard. Who on earth is that punk? Grand Elder said. Venerable She, are you sure it's him? No mistake. No matter how mysterious High Venerable is around the sect, with most only seeing his soul form, but that aura and power are without a doubt from High Venerable. Does that mean the High Venerable knows everything? Grand Elder sighed. Venerable She frowned. Not sure. High Venerable stopped me before I could get to the kid. It felt more like he didn't want to fall out with me and only warned me. That's the only reason I'm still alive. Everyone pondered. True. Does that mean the High Venerable wants to keep the sect from plunging into chaos? Grand Elder mulled. Venerable, she said. I think so as well. No matter how strong High Venerable is, we aren't pushovers either. Taking us out will have the inner and elite disciples flip, while the other elders and venerables will use this opportunity to get their own disciples to climb ranks. The sect will be in a mess. High Venerable has always cared about just cause and will never let that happen. All we have to do is not push him. Master, does that mean we cannot kill the kid? Liu Zhu was apprehensive. Venerable, she rolled his eyes and pointed at himself. Isn't it obvious from my state? Don't touch the kid. I'll be probing sect leader in the meantime and figure out who he is and why is High Venerable so fixated on him. Liu Zhu frowned. No matter how much of an anomaly Zhuo Fan is, we can't get to him now. After further deliberations, they reached an accord. No one was to make a scene, especially move against Zhuo Fan before the inner competition, lest they provoked Zai Weiyu and High Venerable. At dawn, they disbanded just as they received notice that the sect leader had called a meeting of elders and venerables. There, they heard Zai Weiyu pardoning Kui Lang and Yu Ling and reinstating them as inner disciples. Venerable Kai and Venerable Bai were wild with joy, their hopes rekindled with promising disciples for elite positions. They had even banded together with other fellow elders and venerables to petition their case. Yet sect leader announced it on his own accord, and just before the big inner sect competition, a last-ditch effort for these oldies to grab some profits. Venerable She's faction refrained from fighting and handed over the 2 spots with modesty and grace. On and off, Venerable She made some remarks about Zhuo Fan to test the waters, but Zai Weiyu didn't rise to the occasion. With Kui Lang and Yu Ling back in the inner sect, and him coming out empty in regards to Zhuo Fan's matter, this lofty venerable sulked out of the sect leader hall. Kui Lang and Yu Ling were reinstated and worked hard for the inner competition 3 months later, as did the other disciples. Everyone was giving their all in grasping even the smallest chance of becoming an elite. The cultivation trend was in vogue in the sect, which made these months fly by without an incident. On a 10-meter-tall stand, the elders watched the competition with a cold eye. On the highest seat was Zai Yu. His chest was out, his head high, like a true sect leader. On his left were the venerables, starting with Venerable Shi, while on his right he had Grand Elder and other elders. The new elders were not worth mentioning. The audience was packed, with outer disciples enjoying the bustle and learning what to look for when they become inner disciples. All were buzzing and commenting, waiting for the sect leader to start the competition every disciple yearned, a cruel battlefield. Ha ha ha, it seems High Venerable isn't around to join us. Venerable, she commented next to Zai Yu. Zai Yu merely glanced over. Venerable, she was the second Venerable. In High Venerable's absence, he had the right to stick closer. Zai Yu didn't let his derision show. High Venerable enjoys peace. The inner competition isn't so great to make him come, even less than the outer competition. I wouldn't be here either if I didn't need to. Ugh, Venerable, she's beard shook in anger. Zai Yu jabbed him, knowing that he had rigged the inner competition. He gave a roundabout criticism, leaving him speechless, all because they had full control of the spots. 3 of those were taken by their disciples, Gui Hu, Liu Zhu, and Hu Meier. The rest were thrown to the other elders and venerables to appease them, i.e., Kui Lang and Yu Ling. As for the rest of the disciples, none had the strength to take them, or they'd be snuffed out if they tried. The inter-sect competition had devolved into a mere formality with time. Sect leader, we aren't so selfish not to care about others. Grand Elder didn't catch on to Zai Yu's mockery and smiled. Zai Yu frowned, seething in hatred. Him and Venerable she were in cahoots and hard to counter. A shame that High Venerable only cared about Tao and left Venerable she room to seize power. Or with the Venerables and Elders keeping each other in check, this never would have happened. Even if High Venerable returned, seizing control couldn't be harder. It left the only glimmer of hope shining down on Zhuo Fan, the anomaly, to break this corruption. Zai Yu sighed, not finding Zhuo Fan down below, and shook his head. No more waiting. I just hope he shows up in time. Begin. Zai Yu flicked his sleeve. The judging elders bowed to the sect leader and the rest before shouting, "Let the inner sect competition begin." The disciples all hollered. The judges took a ribbon and read the names on it. The fighting started with the arrival of the contestants while the audience grew livelier. None, however, noticed 3 shadows 1,000 meters away, sitting on a tree. Ha ha ha, another boring competition. At this rate, the elites are nothing but average, with the promising disciples left for dead in the inner sect. One laughed. The other sighed. Such is the rot festering inside our sect. It makes Yu's actions so dull. What's the point of rewatching the same thing over and over again? If it were me, I'd explode by now. Looking at it now, I think not having a sect leader is still a blessing in disguise. Ha ha ha, true, our luck is great. Reminds me of that double dragon gathering when only the 4 of us survived after those rich boys killed the rest. Our luck is practically godlike, weaving the same cloth that ruined us then. The third's laughter ended in rage. The first person sighed. Yeah, some elites are still excellent. Yeah, crazy good, but who'll then lead the double dragon gathering team? Who the hell cares how great and mighty one is, even the best across the lands, when you can't work together? What can they possibly achieve? The third voice ranted. The second shook his head. The first looked at the second. By the way, Yu brought some tough guy from Tianyu, right? How is he? Don't remind me. I know of Tianyu's regent estate plagued by narcissistic tendencies. Providence this, providence that. Annoying up to here, I don't feel like seeing him. The third shot it down. The other 2 shrugged. Not that they knew the one to come to the demon scheming sect was not Huangpu Qingshan but Zhuo Fan, a demon like no other. Meanwhile, in the cemetery, a lovely figure came out of the black wind array, her eyes flashing with a piercing gaze. Zhuo Fan nodded and handed over a vial. Hurry and take it, then complete your task. Chapter 550, Brutality. Crack with a kaboom, a thin man spun out of the ring and spat blood on his way out. His adversary was tall and sturdy, ruthless and cruel, the reinstated Kui Lang. The 8th match in the 3rd ring goes to Kui Lang. The judge pointed at him. The audience was abuzz. See that, in just one strike, senior brother Lin Feng lost, despite having the same cultivation of 4th layer of radiant stage. Not even decades in the labor office held Kui Lang back. It's only natural. Who could hold his own against Black Yama back then anyway? With his appearance, an elite spot might be taken. The chances are high. But senior brother Lin Feng worked so hard these past years, yet nothing came of it. No one expected an old fiend to make a comeback. They sighed at the unconscious Lin Feng being taken away. Others lamented his poor luck. Just when he was soaring through the rounds, this nemesis knocked him down to earth. The sighs were short-lived, though, stunned by the cries coming from another ring. Yu Ling eyed a bloody figure with cold and merciless eyes, like he wasn't even human but an object. The 7th match on the 4th ring goes to Yu Ling. The judge shouted the result. Everyone shook their heads. Their senior brothers were out of luck in this competition. With the already scarce spots, 2 monsters had returned and cut their chances at victory. As for the other 3 shouts came in succession. The 6th match on the 9th ring goes to Liu Zhu. The 7th match on the 8th ring goes to Hu Meier. The 13th match on the 1st ring goes to Gui Hu. The audience twitched, then shrugged. They should have known the ones to take the elite spots would be those 5. The rest were just extras to make them look good while doing it. Everyone turned to the 1st stage and looked at the 13 cold corpses lying there due to the insidious hand of head senior brother Gui Hu. He was too fast and too brutal, killing them in a flash every time. Just as one corpse hit the ground, thrown from the ring, another was already falling, just like a murder machine. H-head senior brother, I forfeit? A lanky guy in the 3rd layer of radiant stage shook to the core at Gui Hu's savage look. He gave up even before going up there. The judge eyed him coldly. The 14th match? Crack. The sound echoed in everyone's ears, resulting in the lanky guy opening his eyes wide before collapsing on the ground as blood flowed from his forehead. Gui Hu ended him in one palm strike. SSS tilde everyone gasped, their hearts shivering from the horror. Why kill him when he forfeited? We are demonic cultivators, true. We are cruel, also true, but at the very least we're also fellow disciples. The only deaths in this competition came from Gui Hu out for blood. The judge looked irked. He didn't kill on the stage, but outside of it and after the opponent had quit. I was going to declare the result, and you killed him under my nose. Gui Hu turned his cold gaze at him. He shouldn't have entered. Shove it. How's he supposed to know your savage ass will be waiting for him in the ring? The judge breathed in to soothe the incoming anger. The 14th match on the 1st ring goes to Gui Hu. Next, we forfeit. Shouts came from below as they fled in fear. The judge felt for them. No one wished for death. He declared, the final winner of the 1st ring, Gui Hu. Roar, the audience cheered, though Gui Hu had the same dead look in his eyes as he left the ring. The other ring's competitors looked over and shivered. After an hour, each ring had a winner, Liu Zhu. Hu Meier, Yu Ling, and Kui Lang were the obvious ones, while the rest had a much harder time grasping victory. They were spent in body and mind, knowing they were going to lose in the fights that came. Only 5 may become elites. Come, draw your opponent, but only the strongest 5 may move on. An elder presented a box. The 5 seeds of the competition were indifferent while the others were bitter. They were far from being their match, but still braved through. A handsome man sighed over to the box and gave the ticket to the elder. Elder, it's the 5th ring? The elder nodded, then came a rough hand plunging into the box, soon revealing a creepy smile. He, what a coincidence, I'm in 5th ring as well. Gui Hu landed his bloodthirsty eyes on the 1st man. Shivering with shock, the man waved his hands. H-head senior brother, I crack. The guy was down from a single slap from Gui Hu. Everyone's hearts sank, their eyes twitching. Gui Hu is a cruel beast. The elder frowned. The match hasn't started. What's the point? It'll end the same way anyway, ha ha ha. Gui Hu cackled. The elder sighed. The strong were respected in a demonic sect, and Gui Hu was the strongest disciple. He couldn't say anything when the guy could back up his attitude. Besides, as the Grand Elder's disciple, he had all the reason to flaunt his airs. Rest of you, continue. The elder gave the box to the next one. The other four drew their spot while the extras shivered from gooey whose display as they reached inside. For crying out loud, the inner competition is a death sentence? I thought only the labor office's Assura Circle was a killer. Their pained faces shuffled the contents of the box, hesitating on and on before finally drawing. The fourth ring, vs. Humayer. A pale disciple with slumped shoulders gave the paper to the elder who announced. But then the guy's eyes lit up as he saw Humayer's delectable curves. His heart was blooming, his soul about to fly out in happiness. Oh, it's Senior Sister Mayer. I'm not dreaming, am I? Everyone talks about her smooth skin, how even dying is worth it at this dainty flower's hands. Since I'm going to lose, at least Senior Sister Mayer will be the one to deliver the blow. He gawked at Humayer, who was giving him coy looks. Junior brother, my body is frail. Please be lenient. Of course. The guy bobbed his head, drooling as his heart thumped harder. Everyone was jealous. What dumb luck on this punk to meet her. Leave something for us, aren't we all friends? While Kui Lang's face was heavy and serious, only the elders sneered. Idiots, you won't get anywhere with such poor self-control.